How's it going, my friends? Welcome to the Easter Faction War 2021. You can see all the champions up on the board. This is going to be the first faction war we've ever had, where basically it's a qualifier, or we had a qualifier for it. So all of the players that you do see in today's faction war did play in a single faction tournament last week, and essentially they did the best with their respective factions. So for example, if you look at Zyphos, he got the farthest of all the high elf players in the tournament, Papa Palpatine for Chaos, etc, etc. So we do have a lot of new players, some returning faces as well that you guys have seen in faction wars. Should be quite a bit of fun. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's going to be good. Let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets. So at the top of the bracket, the first match of the day is going to be, unfortunately, two clanmates having to go fisticuffs. It is going to be Anticity facing off against Loopy. So basically, it's going to be the Vampirates, the Vampire Coast, facing off against Loopy, and he is actually the sub-faction. So he's going to be playing the Shadow Kings sub-faction. So Lithanar probably going to be making an appearance here in round one. After that, we have the Potato Sauce of the Empire facing off against Papa Palpatine and Chaos, Dactyr of Norsca facing off against Human Boy Yes Yes of Skaven, Tank of Clan VM with the Vampire Counts coming in strong, certainly did very well in the qualifier facing off against Lunacy, a newcomer to the faction war with Bretonnia, Ice Power Total War on the Dark Elves facing off against the dreaded Spoonie on the Dwarfs, Deadly Bunnies with the Beastmen, Void Laws with the Greenskins. Void Laws, of course, did win the most recent qualifier for this event. So he got first place with his Greenskins and did face off against Anticity in the grand finals of that event. It was a really, really good series. After that, we have the High Elves with Zyphos, A-Move Hacker with Lizardmen. Unfortunately, the Yawning Firefly, who did originally qualify, couldn't quite make it, so I let him choose a champion for his spot. So he chose A-Move Hacker. Then we do have Zablaski on the Wood Elves and Happy Puppy on the Tomb Kings, and that is going to be the run of the show. How you guys doing? Oiva, thank you for the $5 to start off the stream. A stream to save a horrible day. Hey, I'm sorry to hear that you had a horrible day, and we're here to make it better, man. It's going to be a fun event. So loading into the first match here, we're just going to get this going in just a hot moment. It's going to be Loopy versus Anticity. Yes, the Pirate King himself. So let's go ahead and get into this battle, my friends, and have some fun. So for the forces here of Nagarythe, it's going to be a Lithanar backed up by 3 Shadow Walkers. So a lot of people actually don't even know what these are. These are the, they're not campaign-specific units. These are actually units that can only be used with the Shadow King sub-faction. And I think they're one of the cooler looking units in the game for sure. So Shadow Walkers are kind of like juiced up Shadow Warriors, a little bit better in combat. They also have poison, but again, at a pretty substantial price point for sure. So in total, there's 3 of those with Lithanar. In the backfield, we do have a bunch of spearmen, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spearmen with a bunch of archers as well. We got Reavers who control the dogs of Anticity, because again, Anticity is going to have probably scurvy dogs running around. And it looks like in the far back, we have a Mage of Fire and a Mage of Metal. That appears to be it. Start when ready. Good luck, have fun. All right, guys, round 1, baby. What are your predictions? Are you here for the Shadow King? It's pretty hard to root against this sub-faction for sure. I feel like that's got to be the way. Now for the forces here of Anticity, he does have Luther Harkin actually. Not Luther Harkin, excuse me. Count Noctiluss on the Colossus. Very, very uncommon these days. A little bit weak against high elf bolt throwers, but you know, thankfully for him, Loopy did not bring any bolt throwers. He's got double gunnery white for extra ammo as well as single entity sniping. So if there's dragons, phoenixes, things like that, they're pretty exceptional at bringing down big targets and all that sort of good stuff. Frontline is going to be halberds and zombies. On the flank, Sirens with triple bombers as well, just for some cheap kind of crowd clearing. I have to say, very trippy to see that there is no bolt throwers here. There's no scurvy dogs for Anticity. It feels like I'm in the Twilight Zone right now. This is going to be very, very interesting. So Lithanar getting popped right in the face. You know, and the Lithanar himself kind of basically is like a bolt thrower lord. So you can see he's ripping some shots at Count Noctiluss. A nice little headshot right there. Actually does a substantial amount of damage. So he doesn't have access to healing, so a little bit of juking certainly going to be necessary. There is Flaming Sword of Ruin as well from one of the High Elf Mages, so that does give him some options for taking down the Sirens quickly. And I do like the rotation here. So you can see the High Elf army is actually moving across face here and trying to create separation from these far side Sirens while also overloading this side. The High Elf army overall, compared to basic zombies and things like that, is a little bit quicker for sure. I am really eager to see the performance of these Shadow Walkers. Because, you know, if left unimpeded, they can do some big damage. Wow, look at the Moonbow. The Moonbow actually coming in on those Sirens and doing some substantial damage. Really not bad at all. Looks like it took out about 9 models and about 20-25% HP damage on those bad boys. But you got to be careful with your boy Lithanar here, because the Gunnery Whites are really good snipers, and he might actually just get killed really early if Loopy's not careful. As a matter of fact, I think pulling back a Lithanar at this point would be extremely prudent. That, or at the very least, pull up some supporting units, get the Shadow Walker shooting in there, and try and butter some bread. And, you know, Shadow Walkers don't have great AP, but they can certainly do some hurt on any number of these targets. More so Noctiluss, probably, because he's got not the highest armor values, but we will see. So metal going down. The Plague of Rust actually used here on the Nagarythe, who now only has 60 armor. Still pretty tanky, and it looks like the Scab Scraith is mostly dodged here by Loopy. But is there going to be follow-up? Are these Shadow Walkers going to be able to actually finish off this Nagarythe in one volley? Looks like he jukes a lot of the shots, so good play there by Anticity, pulling back and forth. But the Nagarythe does go down to about half health, which certainly is no small feat indeed. That is a very tanky crab. Probably will bait out an Invocation of Nehek from Count Noctilu's here in just a moment. But man, oh man, Elithon are already in the danger zone. At this point, if I were him, I would probably just like hustle back here and basically just role play a Bolt Thrower and kind of go that route. Zombies moving up, Sirens on the flanks as well. Flaming Sword of Ruin really needs to be kind of on standby here for these Reavers and other units to deal with the Sirens. Otherwise, they're going to be very, very sticky and very annoying. Shadow Walkers are also pulling back here. Yes, they are. They're pulling back here to go after the Bombers. So the Bombers, of course, could really wreck these Spearmen pretty bad and open up the flank. But the Shadow Walkers, kind of like the Walmart Way Watchers here, do get some decent damage on the Bomber unit and bring them down to a pretty manageable amount of health. Now, Count Noctilu's on a little bit of trouble as well. This happens quite a bit. He gets a little bit overzealous, moves up, and then archers and bolt throwers can really put him down pretty quickly. But Loopy also has to make sure he doesn't overextend his own archers and actually accidentally move them into melee against the zombies and those other troops here. Now, it looks like the Sirens are going to be moving in. Are we going to see a Flaming Sword of Ruin? Sirens will still take some damage here, on the charge. They still take, about like 200 damage. And we haven't seen a Flaming Sword of Ruin yet, I don't think. Oh, we actually do see it on the other side. Beautiful play here by Loopy. And the Shadow King, he is able to get a Flaming Sword of Ruin and melts these Sirens on the far side. And there's no way they're in range for Invocation of Nehek. So this game is getting real hog wild already. A little bit of cycle charging will be required to bring down these Sirens here and the Bombers of Anticity. Able to kind of pepper up some of the Spearmen in the front. But for the most part, the Shadow Walkers and Elithon and the boys have probably been getting the slightly better exchanges. It's very, very close. But again, there's still two crabs. There's Count Noctilus. There is a lot of scary stuff in the battlefield, and it looks like a Scab Scraith. Ooh, Anticity with the Alpha Strike. Going in on those Rangers. Oh man, Archers. Brutal damage with Scab Scraith as well as the crabs. That was a really, really big play. Took out about 800 gold instantly with just a combination of two spells and really, really good kind of positioning on those Nagarythes there. But man, that's a rough one for sure. Now, Flaming Sword of Ruin probably going down to these Spearmen to give a little bit of stopping power to try and bring down the Sirens. Granted, they hit so softly, I don't think even with magic damage they're going to be able to kill the Sirens terribly effectively, but it did look like Loopy was in a little bit of a commanding position until that play. That kind of busted up the open and really changed the dynamic of this match overall. Now, the Shadow Walkers still doing all right. It looks like they are shooting into a Nagarythe, being also chased down by some Sirens. Same thing happening over here. Anticity is getting the optimal Siren plays and doing some good work against them. But man, oh man, that was a brutal amount of damage. Scab Scraith is so good, and of course that's one of the reasons why you see double Nagarythes. High Elves in general have always been weak to like pendulum effects and things like that. Norsca used to bring pendulum and Seafang against them. They still do, obviously. So those are kind of things that you see quite often. But that really changed the whole pacing of this game here. It certainly felt like the High Elves were in a winning position, having killed Sirens and gotten good damage on the Nagarythes and whatnot. But after that brutal kind of Alpha Strike taking out two Archers, that was a game-changing situation. Now, Elithon and the Shadow Walkers are pulling back, and the Sirens are hot on their case here. A Flaming Sword of Ruin would be very welcome if you was able to like drop one right here on all the Shadow Walkers. That could be quite devastating indeed. A couple Archers have come back, some Spearmen as well, but for the most part here you can see that the Vampire Coast is able to push these guys back and really get some good cleanup here. One unit of Sirens probably will go down just due to pure attrition and crumbling, but I don't know if Elithon really has the stopping power to deal with all these assets here in the battlefield. Count Noctilus also with extra powder. He's never going to run out of ammunition, so he's just going to be able to sit and play this game all day and probably will be able to outvalue the Shadow Walkers, who now do have the Flaming Sword of Ruin, or at least they did for a hot moment, but it looks like it now wore off. And the Sirens still going, man. 44 models, those invocations have just been so cost effective. Now the two mages have been forced into combat. They're also doing okay, getting in there and, killing models with each of their attacks, I suppose, although it doesn't really look like it. Still at 44 models. Elithon a little bit in the danger zone. He is up being shot by Wraith Storms, and looks like Noctilus getting his cannonballs. The Nagarythes also ripping some very cost-effective sniping shots into him, so he's going to have to pull back here. But Sirens are going down. On the far side, Sirens chasing off some Archers. Deck Dropper Bombers also cleaning up Spearmen, making sure they're not coming back. Could there be a rally here from the forces of the High Elves? It doesn't look like it. I think that the Invocations plus the Nagarythe combo is going to be a little bit too strong. And the Nagarythes are also going to be able to bully these two mages, which are on foot and are slightly overextended, having to try and chase down those Sirens. But they're going to go down to the Crabs here. The Crabs will be far better in combat. They're rocking 350 weapon strength. They have pretty good combat stats. It is going to be a messy affair indeed. So Shadow Walkers going in, and you know what? The Shadow Walkers weren't the weak link this game. Maybe just a little bit of a positioning error there. I think if the archers had been more split up, he hadn't been caught in that kind of really big Alpha Strike play and lost like 800 gold, it kind of collapsed his whole strategy in the center formation. So Plague of Rust going down. One last attempt here to try and finish off the Gunnery Whites, or at least do some good damage to them with the archers, who of course do not have the best armor-piercing values. Lithanar is still alive, but just barely, and his ammunition is running quite sparse, which is going to be probably the end of the road for him as Count Noctilu's blasts him into another dimension. So that was actually a really interesting game, and it looked like the High Elves might be able to make some magic happen quite early. Very strange seeing Anticity with no dogs, no skirmishers, just a very headstrong build with 4 Sirens as well as those double Gunnery Whites. But if you guys are looking to play Vampire Coast and you want to learn how to play him, Anticity is your boy. Keep an eye on him in this tournament. So there is the first match of the Faction War. Man, I'm so happy Loopy brought these. And you know what? They did okay. 700, 1100. It wasn't terrible. Yeah, just that big archer, like middle formation Alpha Strike was quite painful for sure. Maybe I would have liked to have also seen one source of consistent magic damage via like some sort of Phoenix, just to so you don't have to have Flaming Sword of Ruin on call every moment. But it was great. Alex Sear, first time live, caught a stream. Welcome, Picard or Kirk? Picard for sure. I prefer. I really like Next Generation. Yeah. I mean the old show is fun, but it's harder to relate to it because it's of a different time. But yeah. Picard for me, for sure. My favorite Star Trek show is Deep Space Nine. Yeah. GG, well played. Yeah, and also, Aristidamos raises a good point. The High Elves could have also shot down the front line of Coast pretty quickly with their archers instead of trying to just shoot these juking targets that are a little bit unattainable. But yeah, it was a good game. Well played to both players. Let's go ahead and update the bracket here. So we will go to the Faction War bracket. And no surprises, Anticity, the Pirate King, the Kraken Lord. He goes by many names. He is a great champion for the Vampire Coast, and he is going to be advancing on. So next matchup, we have Empire versus Warriors of Chaos. Yes, yes. GG, well played to those two fine gentlemen. And now they're going to chat for a while, and we'll go into the next battle. Yes, yes. That was a fun one, though. And don't worry, guys. If you're a High Elf fan, you still have Xiphos further down the bracket. He's going to be playing, so don't worry. He's there for you. All right. Getting into the next game. Yes. The Easter edition. Oh, yeah, I really like Captain Sisko, for sure. Yeah, Deep Space Nine is my favorite Star Trek. Yeah, 100%. All right, so we have the dreaded Potato Sauce coming in with the qualifier. Potato Sauce versus Papa Palpatine. Like spelling his name wrong and stuff. Palpatine. I should know how to spell Palpatine of anyone, right? All right, start when ready. Start when ready. The cool part about this format is players have plenty of time to make their armies because they basically just get to kind of hang tight until I join the lobby. Here we go. Has Chaos ever won a faction war? No. They've gotten to the top 4, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the faction wars, but they've never won it. I mean, there's a lot of factions that haven't won it. Empire's won it. We've had Lizardmen win it. Skaven, Vampire Coast. Like outside of those factions, I'm trying to think. I have a list in my Discord if you want to see who's won them all before. Yes. All right, so here we are. Let's go ahead and switch on over to the battle. Potato Sauce. Potato Sauce, a newcomer here to the Faction War. He was one of 3 Empire players to play in the qualifier. And it's really funny. All the Empire players who played in the qualifier for this event basically tied each other. So it was a 3-way tie. They all got the same length in the tournament. But what happened is they all had to play best of 3s against each other, which is really funny. So we had a 3-way best of 3 mini Swiss League to decide who got the Empire spot. And the dreaded Potato Sauce, the Dark Lord of Sigmar, was able to win it, which is pretty funny. So the name is just so good. So for his army, he's got great swords mixed with Sigmar Sons, going pretty elite in the front line by Empire standards. Sigmar Sons, 3 great swords, also bringing in basic archers. So basic archers, what are they going to be used against, really? I mean, of course, if they have Marauder great weapons and just kind of basic lightly armored infantry, they can do okay. Going to be pretty subpar against anything greater than Marauders, though. It does give you a little bit of cheap stopping power against Manticore characters and also against Kolek, but that is it. We got Karl Franz up in the sky, Spearman in the back, and for the caster here, we do have a life caster, so Jade Wizard, and it looks like there's some light skirmishing in the back. So no Demogorph Knights, going for a very heavy greatsword front line, trying to bank on those brave Sons of Sigmar to kind of get in there and hold things down, and that appears to be it. Gannon Patton, thank you for the $5. He says, thanks for streaming today, Turin. I'm single, far away from family, and everything is closed, even the gym. Hey, I got you, man. I got you, and we'll be streaming, 3 or 4 days a week, so no problem. Loopy says, Anticity is my weakness. Hey, no shame, man. It was a good game, honestly. You looked like you were ahead for the initial portion of the game, but, that Archer bunker bust in the middle was really rough. And then from there, of course, a couple other targeting things. But it was a good game, man. Hold your head up high. You were playing the sub-faction. You're always the underdog, man. Yes. Anticity is indeed the terror. He is. He's won several faction wars. I think Anticity has won 2 or 3. I can't remember. Yeah, he's won a handful of faction wars. We'll go ahead and check after this. We'll take a look at the Hall of Champions. But we've had a couple Lizardmen wins, several Vampire Coast wins, but most of the Vampire Coast wins were pre-nerf. But again, we did have one post-nerf as well. Because again, Vampire Coast did get nerfed pretty heavily recently. The bracket, I'll show you guys the bracket in just a moment. After this match, you will get to see the entire scope of things. So for Palpatine's army, he does have Chaos Marauders, Mirror Guard, backed up by a couple Chaos Marauder Great Weapons with Trolls, so plenty of armor piercing. Plus he does also have the Soul of Damnation, which I love. It actually turned out to be a real good tech piece. A Great Cannon could shut it down very easily, but there is no Great Cannon, so it is going to be a huge value train. As a matter of fact, the Empire pretty much has to advance here. And usually the Warriors of Chaos are the ones having to press into Empire, but in this case, the dreaded Potato Sauce is going to need to advance pretty quickly. Or else this is going to happen. The Great Swords are just going to be massacred here by the Hell Cannon. Hell Cannon is guarded by Chosen with Halberds back here. So yeah, no cavalry. Probably want to go back there and fight those bad boys. There are a couple Warhounds here for Papa Palpatine as well. He's got one there. He's got one on the edge of the map here and one on the edge of the map here. So that Archer line certainly looking nice and juicy there for those hounds. But we will see. We will see. Yeah, this Empire build is pretty similar to mine. I like to use Great Swords. I like to use either Franz or Volkmar the Grim. I don't use basic archers. I typically use handgunners, and then if I use Volkmar, I use a net. If I use Karl Franz, I usually bring Demogryph Knights like Royal Altdorf Griffites to really bank on that regrowth and that Franz kind of blob. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to play this matchup. That's what's cool about Empire, is they're a very diverse faction, so a number of builds can work. Now, Greatsword should perform pretty well here, but again, they're very, very damaged, so it's really going to be on Potato Sauce here to get in super quick. He's going to want to move in those Greatswords, start fighting ASAP, and get all the Huntsmen, and oh, it looks like some of these are Huntsmen, actually. Yeah, it's 2 Huntsmen and 1 basic archer. Okay, so Huntsmen, yeah, just shoot the Trolls down. Just go after the Trolls, make them pay the Troll toll, and it looks like the Outriders as well are going to be shooting into the Armored Trolls, which is a good choice. The Trolls probably one of the best natural counters here against the Greatsword unit. So Greatsword's piling into the front line against the Mirror Guard. Mirror Guard probably will win this considering how much healthier they are. Granted, they take a pretty big chunk of damage, but the Greatswords were very, very beat up. Unless the Empire wants to invest in like a regrowth. Nice pendulum there from Palpatine. Does kind of tickle the pickle of the Outriders. Doesn't kill any models though, so those Outriders should still perform relatively well. Nice enfeebling foe, and then there is going to be a bit of an alpha strike in the back line. Chaos Warhounds jumping on Huntsmen here. The other 2 Chaos Warhounds are occupying the Empire Knights, kind of keeping them a little bit busy, and that's a little bit of an issue, right? Only having 2 Empire Knights to defend against 4 Hounds with your archers that spread out is going to make it very, very tough to kind of hold it down here. Sigmar Sons, of course, beating the Marauders. Chaos Trolls here getting crumped pretty good. But spears are forced from the back line to come and hold, otherwise the Mirror Guard are going to break through. And the Great Swords are fighting okay against the Chaos Marauders, but they didn't get the charge, the Marauders did, and also the Hell Cannon was the one that did some good damage. On that same note, Franz has been running this entire time from 2 Exalted Heroes, and he maybe stay and fight if you pop all your abilities like that, but it looks like he's going to be pulling back. And honestly, what you could do with Franz is just land in the back of these Chaos Marauders, break them real quick, and then like pull down and through. But it looks like he's going to be landing after some Chaos Trolls, which is a little bit of a misplay considering that the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is here as well. We have the double Exalted Heroes who can kind of land near him. Franz taking a very dangerous route, but he does turn and finally decide to attack the Exalted Hero. And yeah, Franz really needs an overcasted regrowth, like right now. He needs it. The caster is kind of far away, though. I don't know if Potato Sauce is in position, but Franz gets an okay trade there. Franz can heal, they can't. So those kind of trades can be somewhat decent, but it looks like Papa Palpatine and the Warriors of Chaos are kind of pulling ahead in this game as Franz really gets beat up here. But for the sake of the Empire, this needs to be like a big overcasted regrowth, and it is. And as soon as you see that regrowth go down, you can see the bounce power starts to kind of creep back towards the middle. Is Franz going to turn around? A little bit of a lapse of micro there, and he does get caught for a moment, but then he kind of repaths there. But those Manticores are really hot in his case. Getting the Outriders to shoot up into the sky would be strong as well, and here is the Potato Sauce doing that. So the Outriders are shooting into the Exalted Hero. And the frontline engagement is a bit of a wash, really. Both sides took some heavy damage, but that Hell Cannon, man, still going strong, pounding into the Huntsman here. Nice shot. Actually, those were on the archers, but still, substantial. And Earthblood's going down while Franz comes in to liberate the back line. So balance of power is even once again. You can see here, it's kind of crept back as Franz did get that fat healing, and the Exalted Heroes did take a little bit of a beating from Franz, and the Outriders are actually both in good shape. And this is very, very strong for the Sons of Sigmar. Here are the Empire Knights on the far side, going to be running down the Chaos Marauders. Beautiful charge, a mass route coming in from the Chaos Infantry. But there are still some Chosen with great weapons back there, or halberds, excuse me, which are going to be tough to kill. However, you do have some Outrider ammunition, so the Outriders could potentially do some really nasty damage. And Franz is, more or less full health, so he's getting back in business. Certainly a very good scrap here from the newcomer. The Potato Sauce, Papa Palpatine, of course, a very, very proven Chaos champion here. And this is turning out to be a pretty even game as we do get into the later stages. Sigmar's Sons, as well as the Spearmen, moving in to fight the Chaos Armored Trolls. Armored Trolls are being focused down by the Outriders. And where is Franz going to go? Looks like he was kind of eyeing those Exalted Heroes for a hot moment, but the Trolls here should be breaking. Greatswords holding to the bitter end. There are a fair amount of Greatswords left on the battlefield, but yeah, shooting at the... I don't know if you shoot the Hell Cannon right now. Maybe just start shooting the Chosen Halberds. They're going to be your late game issue, but you also need the Outriders to save their ammunition for the Exalted Heroes, because with them gone, Franz can really do quite well for himself. That is for sure. So Hell Cannon has a lot of ammo. The Soul of Damnation has 40 ammunition, whereas regular Hell Cannons have 25. So that's usually why I prefer the Soul of Damnation. I feel like the extra gold is worth all the extra ammunition. Granted, Empire does have ways of sniping it, but yeah, good chasing here. Empire Knights chasing down 3 units at once, including the Chaos Armored Trolls. And it looks like some of the Huntsmen in the back are going to be hunted down by the Hounds. And a little bit of ammunition here from the Huntsmen shooting in. Probably should go after the Hell Cannon. Might actually be able to kill it with that much ammunition. So the Empire is shooting in with its bows. Papa Palpatine kind of sitting back with his Exalted Heroes. And we got a really, really close, scrappy game here on our hands, as the Sons of Sigmar have officially pulled it back here towards the middle. So this is going to be a close scrap. Franz looking like he wants to go in and goon that Exalted character here, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, not the Exalted Hero. And the Empire is actually moving in with its State Troopers. So it looks like the Greatswords might decide to take a fight, maybe with Franz. You know, you get in, you rear charge, you pop all your buffs, you snipe the Chaos Sorcerer Lord really quick, and you live long and you prosper. 44 Empire Knights chasing here, and that's actually pretty big. There's a shit ton of Empire Knights left. We have 45 right here, plus we do also have 44. Don't want to overchase these Hounds. Potato Sauce definitely needs to pull back those guys right here and kind of bunker up on the main position. And the Outriders doing an amazing job. This is huge. The Outriders are chasing down the Exalted Heroes. And at this point, you know, Franz, if there's a regrowth on hand, which I assume there is, he hasn't used magic in a long time, I would just say, like, yeah, get that. Ooh, look, is he shooting at Franz with that Hell Cannon? No, it looks like he's shooting at the Outriders. He does pick off a couple models, but yeah, you could even just, you know, screen out those Exalted Heroes. But the problem is this enough to bring down the Chosen here? The Chosen are very, very scary. And it looks like there's going to be some Witchcraft going down, perhaps a Pendulum. That Pendulum might do a little bit of friendly fire. Yeah, it kind of goes through and kills some Chaos Dwarves. And the Empire Army does pull back. Empire Knights need to make sure they get a rear charge. And Franz has popped the Reikland Runefang to give all of his buffs that big saucy combat buff. And now he's going to be jumping in on the Chosen Halberds. A little bit of a bold strategy for sure, because now the Exalted Heroes are going to follow up. And we'll see if Franz can get away. Okay, Franz got away. That's good. And the Outriders are, yeah, going to probably be able to finish off this Exalted Hero. And from there, Franz should be able to dominate the other one. Depends on the circumstances. Sigmar's Sons and Greatswords slowly working through those Chosen there. And it looks like Franz is up in the sky. Galmaraz, and he takes down the Exalted Hero. Now the Franz going for the kill against the other Exalted Hero. And again, Franz massively better in combat here with 80, 663, and a bonus for Slarge. Should be able to win this, especially with the Overwatch fire coming in from the Exalted Hero. But again, those Chosen are going to be a problem. They are pretty numerous in terms of models. And Palpatine does also get a very good snipe in the process. Takes out the Jade Wizard, which is going to make, you know, Franz, you know, basically be injured, quite injured for the rest of this battle. But the Exalted Hero here should be going down as Potato Sauce goes in for the kill. One more attack from the Franz should do the trick. Let's see if he can get him. Looks like the Exalted Hero will break, maybe not shatter. But yeah, those Chosen, man, those Chosen are the real deal. It looks like Outriders here are going to be charging in, maybe against those Chaos Warhounds. Can't quite tell. Maybe doing a rear charge against the Soul of Damnation and Chosen. Franz able to win his respective fight, and the Empire Knights are now charging into Chaos Marauders here in the backfield. And Outriders might be able to defeat these Hounds. They should be able to. Sigmar's Sons and Greatswords proving to be pretty high value. This is a really, really close, scrappy game. But Franz, he should be able to carry it. I mean, I don't know. Those Chosen are really a problem. But the problem with Chosen is they're not immune to psychology. So Potato Sauce, I think, can win this game. What he needs to do is get his Empire Knights and start cycle charging the Chosen Halberds in the back while charging in with Franz every single time. If he does this, he'll probably terror route them, and then he'll just straight up win the game from here. So we will see. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Shadows off in the Shadow Realm, not really going to be doing too much to contribute to this battle. Franz charging in. If the Chosen get terror routed, that's probably going to be GG. We'll see. But you got to cycle charge too. You can't stay in combat too long. The Chosen Halberds will generate some good value. Franz pulling back and cycle charging is the correct play. Franz could also just kind of screen out the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Shadows. Got to watch out for pendulums. And good cycle charging. This is definitely the right play. Probably want to pull back the Empire Knights and do some cycle charging as well there. But the Chosen have got to be pretty close to getting some terror routes going. But also, you don't want to let Franz get trapped in the middle of all these Halberds without any support. That could 100% be a game-losing situation. So you can see here, Franz took like 300-400 damage there in that one engagement. Will he get back up in the sky? If that Chaos Sorcerer Lord does get his paws on the Franz, it could be a little bit problematic, but he might get back up. No, Franz going to get caught and actually take some damage. And now Papa Palpatine chasing down that, you know, that caster earlier is actually pretty substantial. So Outrider shots into the back of the Chosen Halberds. I think with proper cycle charging, though, you should be able to do it. I mean, the Empire Knights alone, maybe just have Franz chase down this caster. Franz landing in the Chosen and potentially getting trapped on the Hell Cannon is a little bit of a precarious situation, but looks like he's thinking about landing there. Empire Knights are chasing down that Chaos Sorcerer Lord. I think that's a little bit of a mistake, chasing them with both units. Probably grabbing one Empire Knight, and again, you got to stay on top of the cycle charge, because though Empire Knights don't have great stopping power, it is enough to eventually bring down like something like a unit of Chosen, right? So yeah, but he's really after this guy. I don't think he has the speed to catch him. Okay, Outriders might be able to get the gooning here for sure. They are faster. They have 84 speed. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Okay, he kind of gets surrounded here. And Potato Sauce coming in with a surround. He does finally catch his prey. And this should be a dead Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Although Enfeebling Foe going down, Galmaraz is also active. Any damage that the Chaos Sorcerer Lord can get on Franz is going to be pretty big here. He's shaken, taking quite a beating here. Look at this. There's some Huntsmen also coming back in, and that's actually not insignificant. You know, there's 14 Huntsmen here. They could probably chip a couple hundred HP off those Chosen and line them up for later. Franz, the hero of Sigmar, jumping in and doing some massive damage, and it looks like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Shadows is down for the count. So for any of you guys who don't know, we do run what's it called, a bracket prediction for this event. It's called Faction War Match Madness, and I am sure this game is screwing up a lot of people's brackets here, because man, oh man, the Sons of Sigmar pull it out and defeat the Warriors of Chaos. That was a really, really well played game by both players. Man, that was really impressive, because it looked like the amount of damage that Potato Sauce took in the beginning with his Hell Cannon blasting his greatswords. I was like, ooh, this is going to be tough. But in the end, man, he was able to pull it out with some really, really good surrounds. And yeah, that was a great game. Holy shit, man. The Faction Wars bring out the best in these great champions. And there's the victory for the Potato Sauce against Papa Palpatine. So now we can go ahead and update the bracket here. But firstly, let's take a look. Greatswords did okay, but Franz definitely was a beast. 2600, really good Outrider play too. The Outriders were such a good counter against the Exalted Heroes, because the Exalted Heroes were really bullying Franz for a lot of that game, but he brought it back and did some good work. And yeah, Hell Cannon was awesome as always, 2200 value. I love the Hell Cannon in that matchup, but in the end, the Franz was the man. All hail the potato. All right, guys, so now let us go ahead and update the bracket. So for any of you guys joining, this is today's bracket. We've had the Empire advance, and Empire is a pretty good matchup against Vampire Coast, for sure. I would say maybe slightly Empire favored, but again, it is Anticity, so it's like a whole different beast. So next we have Dactyr on Norsca facing off against Human Boy on Skaven, Tank on Vampire Counts against Lunacy, Ice Power on Dark Elves against Spoonies Dwarves, Deadly Bunnies Beastmen against Voidlaws, Greenskins. Voidlaws, of course, our most recent single faction tournament champion with Greenskins, and Zyphos on High Elves against Amuf Hacker, Zablaski on Wood Elves, and Happy Puppy on Tomb King. So that is a summary of our bracket. Now let us go ahead and get ready for the next game. Dactyr versus the Human Boy. Should be quite a bit of fun. All right. GG, well played. All right, that was an awesome game. Face stealing gunpowder, baby. Dav, I agree with you all day. Sigmar bless, man. I'm looking at my glorious Empire tabletop army over here, and they're nodding with approval after that matchup. Although I love Chaos too. I play Chaos in 40k, and I also really like Chaos in Fantasy too. So it's you know, I enjoy them both. All right, hail the potato indeed. Yes, the potato put on a great show. So now we have, oh my god, Dactyr's name is so funny. But Dactyr versus Human Boy. Sorry, putting the full name there is going to be a little bit tricky. All right, so they should be here in just a second, loading into the Southern Chaos Wastes. And here we go. Yeah. That was a crazy good game, man. That was really solid. Super back and forth. Frank, these are real-time matches. Yeah, so Faction Wars are always real-time. I actually prefer real-time matches. I feel like it's a little bit more fun, but these are real-time, yes. Yes, they are indeed. All right, so let's go ahead and jump back into this battle here, guys. Dactyr versus Human Boy on the Southern Chaos Ways. Here we go. Human Boy certainly did quite well in the qualifier, got pretty far, defeated some very strong opponents. Norsca used to be considered a counter to Skaven, but after the Molder DLC, it became probably an even matchup, in my opinion. But again, you know, that's that. So for the forces here of Dactyr, whose name is Mammoth, gone for my monster dong. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, so this is going to be Dactyr here on Norsca. He's got Marauders in the front line, Marauders on the flanks as well, and in the backfield, looks like he's going to be rocking the dreaded quad Condom Wolves. So Condom Wolves are skin wolves, because I feel like if you're driving on, some rural route here in America, you stop at one of those rough gas stations with a biker bar attached to it. I feel like if you went in to buy some rubbers, they would be called condom, or they would be called skin wolves. That is the origin of the meme, in case you guys were wondering. Double Manticores, pretty cheap gooning targets. They cause terror, can certainly drag down a number of Skaven characters and monsters. And it looks like here it is going to be Horserick, the Wanderer. Yeah, it's going to be Horserick, plus a Familiar Balefiend of Fire. And that is it for the Norscan army. So for the forces of Human Boy, yes, known for his Storm Vermin play, but not today. Double Warp Lightning Cannon, Rattling Gunner Teethbreakers. We got Poison Wing Globes. We do have a Throt the Unclean, as well as a Plague Priest and a bunch of Wolf Rats in the back. So there are going to be 3 or 4 Wolf Rats, which should be quite a bit of fun. All right, well, yeah, I was wondering where that was this morning. I'm glad you sent it. Vampire Coast got a couple nerfs. They had, Luther Harkin had an ammunition reduction. Bombers got a little bit reduced in terms of their overall efficiency. There was a number of things. Bombers were a little bit overtuned. Like, you couldn't really fight the Vampire Coast in the front line because of bombers, but it did get changed. So, yep. We're going, man. Predictions. Are you here for the Skaven and the dreaded Horned Rat, or are you here for Norsca? You enjoy them skin wolves? They're your preferred brand. Horserick, does he get you going? Well, Norsca is here for you. And that is it. So we did see a really funny game yesterday in the Legendary Lords tournament. We saw the triple Warp Lightning Cannon against Tomb Kings. Man, that was some crazy shit. But it looks like Warp Lightning Cannons will be shooting against Skin Wolves, which is what they're designed to kill. Skin Wolves, you want to kill the models outright. Oh my god, we lost 5 Skin Wolves there. That one Warp Lightning shot, so nasty, man. Yeah, the Skin Wolves lost 5 models instantly. Look at these poor guys. They were not wearing their Skin Wolves properly, and they got blasted by that Warp Lightning Cannon, and that's a really, really good start. Warp Lightning Cannon's also now going to be switching on to the Balefiend, so hopefully Dactyr will start juking here, but it looks like he's just going to be taking it right in the face as the Balefiend does get knocked over and, basically dodges that next shot. So Norsca moving in on all fronts. Condom Wolves on the flanks with the Norscan Ice Wolves getting ready to party as well. Yes, for the legacy of Hadri's, indeed. Yeah, Hadri's has left a very strong legacy, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him back in future faction wars. He did play in the qualifier. It was I believe he had some good games. But Hadri's has won the faction war many times with Skaven, I think 2 or 3 times. And that Warp Lightning Cannon, really, really nasty value so far against the Balefiend, of course, which has no way of healing. Fireball coming in, will it actually kill one of the Warp Lightning crews? It does. So one Warp Lightning Cannon is down, and the little rats are going to be jumping over to the other Warp Lightnings to try and lend some assistance. So good play here by Dactyr so far, using the width, pulling out and around. It kind of makes it a little bit trickier for the Warp Lightnings to get their value, but nonetheless, Skaven are still kind of doing their thing. A little bit of a misplay here by Human Boy, sending out his Teethbreakers on a Mission Impossible run to try and snipe the Premier Balefiend, but it looks like they should be able to get back to their battle lines before things get really ugly. And, from there, there's a Plague Furnace. Human Boy definitely needs to get the Plague Furnace out front and start dropping some summons in front of these Marauders. Granted, he does have the Globadiers, which are going to just absolutely melt the Marauders, but even still, having that Plague Furnace here could probably just win the frontline engagement. Seafang going down. Oh, nice Seafang by Dactyr. He times it when the Teethbreakers are trying to get home. And yeah, it actually hits them and also breaks the Skaven Slave. So now there's suddenly an opening here in this battle line. And Horserick the Wanderer is being blasted by the Warp Lightning Cannons. It looks like Horserick trying to get through there, but yeah, a little bit dangerous for sure. Globadiers teeing off into these units. It looks like Wolf Rats being sent in to countercharge the Norscan Ice Wolves with Throt the Unclean, but the Manticore summon to the backfield will be quite disruptive. And now Norsca is on the flank as well. So we do have the Norscan Wolves and the Condom Wolves and the Manticores really pressing in pretty heavily. And Norsca is already on top of the Poison Wind Globes, which is a very rough start. And also the Teethbreaker Rattling Guns have been obstructed and haven't been able to do anything all game. So I would say a much stronger start here for Norsca. In the beginning, of course, Warp Lightning Cannons are going to be Warp Lightning Cannons, and it's gonna do its thing here. But at the end of the day, it looks like Norsca has gotten into the cookie jar pretty aggressively. The Doggos here, the Wolf Rats with Poison, able to chew on the Norscan Ice Wolves a little bit. One Warp Lightning Cannon still online, but the other one is 100% offline. And there still is the Plague Priest effect here, right? So we still do have that Mortis Engine, which is going to be very devastating against this Norscan army. But the Condom Wolves are a little bit too healthy for, if I were the Skaven player, for my liking. And here you can see, yeah, the Chariots are running rampant. It just feels like this is going to be a pretty solid victory here for Norsca, unless Throt is able to goon out Wulfric. If Throt can kill Wulfric, then he might be able to carry the game just by being a terror presence and handling the Skin Wolves. But if Horserick is able to survive here and get some Condom Wolves in, yeah, and we have 2 Manticores pushing in. Hunter of Champions as well. Horserick is tired of being laughed at. Throt is getting gooned, man. Hunter of Champions putting his melee defense down to 10. And yeah, he's taking anti-large from the Skin Wolves. Horserick, of course, is pretty hard against light armor with 586 with the Flaming Sword of Ruin. Certainly looking very strong right now. However, Skaven getting some really good Globadier fire, and this might actually give a chance for the Skaven to get back in the game. The Globes are hitting pretty much the entire Norscan army right here. And also the Mortis Engine effects going down. And Human Boy coming in with the Plague ability, trying to nuke the Norscan army, but there goes Throt the Unclean. He is forced back. Warp Lightning Crew trying to get back to his pieces, but Now you can see Norsca really pulling ahead in this game as Horseric the Wanderer is able to wander all over Throt the Unclean. But Throt does come back, and you can see that immediately kind of normalizes the bounce of power. The Globadiers did get some huge damage, but now Horseric is on top of the Plague Priest right here. Both Manticores are all still also very healthy, but I don't know, stranger things have happened, man. Wolfrats might be able to charge in and, you know, break the leadership here of these Condom Wolves. Wolfrats actually have really, really good DPS. They hit very, very hard, you know, for their price point. And you can see the Condom Wolves are kind of breaking down. Will they be able to kind of finish them off? It looks like the Condom Wolves will stabilize there. And now the Goon Squad is coming in and going after the Plague Priest. There are some Wolfrats might be able to kind of save it for a hot second, but the Plague Priest is probably going to go down. Dactyr, of course, will have some aggressive micro here and probably should be able to push in. Now, Throt the Unclean comes in. If Throt has his Rat Ogre summon plus Creature Killer off cooldown, I can see maybe some sort of witchcraft happening here, like dropping the Creature Killer on top of the Manticore here, using you know, some anti-large to really bring that bad boy down. But yeah, the Skaven looking pretty bare bones. Looking around the battlefield, they don't really have a whole lot. You know, half their army here is routing off the battlefield, being chased by a chariot. Throt the Unclean trying to stabilize, and here you can see the Wolfrats are chewing on that Manticore pretty well. But yeah, Throt not gonna have a great time versus all these wolves. That is for sure. They're all anti-large, great against light armor. Throt is relatively lightly armored and is indeed a large boy, so that is going to be a little bit tricky indeed. Hey, thank you for the donation, the 2,000 yen, man. Thank you so much. That is super generous. Arigato gozaimasu, man, and hope all is well over in the land over there. Yeah, cheers, man. Really appreciate that donation, man. I can't quite remember how to read your name, so my apologies. Yeah, it's been a while. I still remember some hiragana, but katakana, I don't remember it. It's been so long. Thank you so much. All right, guys, and that is going to be a victory for Dactyr, Norsca. I love the name. It's just like it's so great. And Human Boy's build was fine, honestly. The Teethbreakers were a huge weak link, obviously. He needed some Rat Ogres, I think, too. Like, even though Rat Ogres do lose to Skin Wolves, they're still really nice in tandem with the Skaven Slaves. So maybe cutting, you know, the Teethbreakers, cut like cut a Clan Rat and maybe one Wolf Rat, and then get like two or three Rat Ogres. I think something like that could be quite nice. But yeah, aside from that, Warp Lightning Cannons are good. You know, decent early start with the artillery, but in the end, the Mammoth man over here with no Mammoths was able to win it out with his Condom Wolves. Some of them got 1,700 gold value. Pretty nasty for sure. Pretty nasty indeed. So let's go ahead and go to the bracket. Well played to the Human Boy. Looking forward to seeing you back in the future, my friend. We'll see you in the qualifiers. And Dactyr and Norsca have advanced to face the winner of Tank and Lunacy. So next we have Vampire Counts versus Bretonnia. Certainly a fun matchup. I love seeing Blood Knights versus Grail Knights, one of my favorites. And yeah. Did I miss an earlier donation? Let's see. We got Gannon Patton, we got Robert, and I did see the donation. I just don't know how to say the name. It is in Japanese, though. It's in katakana. Thank you so much for the donation, man. But yeah, no, I can't remember how to read it to save my life. I'm so sorry. All right. So let us go ahead and get ready for the next match. We'll fire this bad boy up. Looks like we have Vampire Counts versus Bretonnia here. So let's find it. Let us find it indeed. Made out of authentic mammoth trunk. Oh god. That was really fun. But I used the Famir wins a magic item. Ooh, that's some fancy stuff. Fancy stuff indeed. So Lunacy is also a newcomer. So far the newcomers have had a pretty good time today. We of course had the Empire win their match. And yeah, we'll see if Tank of course has been here for Vampires many times. He's a kind of a classic Vampire Count player. So we'll see how he does against Lunacy, the newcomer on Bretonnia, who got pretty far. Got to the top 8 with Bretonnia in the qualifier. Certainly not bad. Start when ready. All right, so we'll let the players know they can start when ready. And let me go ahead and double check something in ye old Discord. And for anyone just joining, if you want to see the Hall of Champions, these are the players that are playing today, representing all these different factions. So thanks again for joining. And it's a pleasure to see you guys here, man. Yeah, having the faction tags in the bracket is very helpful. Yeah, good change. I know it's a little bit clunky looking because the names, there's so many names and it's like it's made for ants. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Which Skaven is the giant rat making all the rules? Yeah, I mean, in a more ethereal sense, yes, the horned rat, but probably the Molder Man. Yeah, Throt the Unclean probably makes most of the rules. He's the big rat. He's the big boy. He rides a brood whore. Although technically a Hellpit Abomination could make the rules as well. So something to kind of think about there. All right, so we got Lunacy versus Tank. Should be a great match. I know Tank is a Vlad von Karstein man, so if any of you guys are looking for that, let me know. We'll see you in a second. So let us know your prediction as we do load into this game. Are you guys cheering for Tank and the Vampire Counts? Are you here for that? Or are you a son and or daughter of Bretonnia? Do you dream of the lady? Well, if so, Bretonnia is here for you with the Fey Enchantress and the double Paladin. So for your boy Tank, oh yeah, Helman Gorst, baby. So we got Helman Gorst facing off against the Fey Enchantress, the double bump and grind Mortis Engine battle. Double White Kings with Scab Scraith. We do have the Crypt Horrors in the back as well. Skeleton Spearmen and Zombies. And it looks like there are going to be some Vargulfs on the flanks as well. And yes, Way, I will be taking a look at the what's it called? The bingo card, and we'll be putting it up on the Discord just after this game. So we'll go from there. So on the flanks here, we do have Blood Knights and Blood Knights on either side. As far as the Bretonnian cavalry goes, we do have Grail Knights, and Grail Guardians. Yeah, pretty elite, honestly. Double Grail Knight, Grail Guardian plus Companions. It's elite cav into the sunset. So this is going to be super fun. Vampire Counts will have more of a defensive position because they have 2 Blood Knights to the 4 heavy cavalry of Bretonnia. So they need to utilize their Skeleton Spears and their Crypt Horrors to try and, help themselves in that fight. Otherwise, if the Blood Knights try and contest open field against those elite Bretonnian cavalry, they will lose. So Helman Gorst versus the Fey Enchantress. Helman Gorst might seem like a meme in this matchup, but he's actually not. Helman Gorst is a fairly common pick in this matchup because he's just a cheap Mortis Engine, and he does his piece. Granted, sometimes you see regular Mortis Engines too. But we got Peasant Bowman with Pox Arrows, and Pox Arrows. So there are 3 Peasant Archers that can put some serious hurt on Helman Gorst. So we will see how this goes. Yeah, Fey Double Paladin's really strong, but again, this is a high-stakes tournament, so, you can't really hold it against people for trying to win with the optimal builds and whatnot, because Fey Double Paladin is optimal, and, he's facing a very strong player in Tank, so you gotta bring out all the big guns here, for sure. So the Fey Enchantress is also ready to go. Helman Gorst glaring with his brothers. So if any of you guys don't know the lore of Helman Gorst, I think he became a necromancer to bring back his brothers and his family is happily pulling the cart, so those are actually Helman Gorst brothers down there. Very, very happy picture of a functional family, the nuclear family. They're doing their thing. So here comes the forces of the Vampire Counts. Both players advancing. There are 2 Vargulfs as well. Vargulfs are pretty good. They can juke firepower. They're really fast. They regenerate. Solid punch for sure. Each of their attacks can pick off, for example, a couple knights or a knight model, and they can also deal with paladins somewhat effectively in the blob because they have better mass. In open field, they might not have the most cost-effective trade against Bretonnian paladins, but in general, they can do their things. A quick question from Raptor Jesus. He says, does Mortis Engine and Helman Gorst stack? I do not believe so. But even if they do, no, they're both called Reliquary Corruption, so I don't think they do. But even if they did, you're only allowed to bring 1 Mortis Engine effect in tournament play. So you can't bring a Mortis Engine and another Mortis Engine, if I'm not mistaken. So, wow, nice Scab Scraith in the back by Tank. Really, really takes those Peasant Bowmen to pound land, or pound Stretcher, perhaps, in their case. And they are going to be forced back, and the Vampire Count's now moving up the hill here. Able to secure the high ground more or less, and it looks like the spears will partially brace for that charge. Yeah, they take pretty insignificant damage, honestly. A couple Grail Guardians might even get trapped there. So yeah, Vampire Counts do get the high ground, or up on the high ground before things get a little bit messy. Bretonnia obviously has the advantage in that sense because they have the archers and can force the vampires. But if Tank wanted to, he could have gone around the wide way. He had plenty of options. Another Scab Scraith going down. That one not quite as good. It does hit the Peasant Bowman, actually leads him to being shaken, but Tank is going to be getting his Fellbats in the back, so you can see the Fellbats now moving in. Going to be chasing down those archers. That is a flavor town. That is going to be some really, really good stuff. So Helman Gorst getting in there. Now his Mortis Engine effect is draining all these units. It looks like a Chalice of Potions coming down from the Fey Enchantress, aiming at the Blood Knights of Tank, but Tank is able to get the Blood Knights back and dodge that quite happily. And now the Vampire Counts are pushing forward well, but you got to be careful not to let this Vargulf get surrounded and overextended. So Tank does pull back right now, which is good. And I think if he just keeps using his Fellbats to methodically pick off the Peasant Archers, then he's probably going to lose to Helman Gorst. The archers really are one of the main answers against such threats, but Helman Gorst is an unholy terror in the night. If you don't have archers and you have to fight the vampires in that kind of grind, it can be tricky. That's why you often see like up to 5 archers in this matchup and doing their thing. So yes, it is the Easter edition of the Faction War, guys. Yeah, I forgot it was Easter today. When I scheduled this event, I had no idea. It just didn't even occur to me, but yeah, the Vampire Counts just bumping and grinding, man. Slowly pushing back the Bretonnians. That Paladin a little bit surrounded by a couple Blood Knights, and it looks like there is a Vampire Gorilla here as well. Spearmen at Arms are getting terror routed, and Helman Gorst is even getting in there with his cart, man. Him and the bros are bumping up against his Paladin. And yes, Helman Gorst rocking a mighty 272 weapon strength, able to put some hurt here on this Paladin. Grail Knights with a beautiful rear charge there by Lunacy. So he gets the Grail Knights, he charges into the back of the Crypt Horrors, but then Tank responds by using Van Hell's Dance Kebab and Magic Animus to get those Blood Knights nice and sauced up, and then he countercharges the Grail Knights. So a very, very back and forth affair at this point. But again, largely a Mortis Engine grind fest. It's really important, though, for Tank to shut down the archers or keep scab scraping them, and every time they break, ooh, nice scab scrape there. He breaks that second group, and then just chase them off with your Fellbats, which he has lurking in the wings. You can see Tank here in the distance does indeed have the Fellbats there. So Hellman Gorst and the boys fighting the Paladins and the Fey Enchantress, but I think this is going to favor the Vampire Counts, considering they have 2 Vargulfs here. Vargulfs will be able to Gorilla Pound that Paladin for sure. The Paladin is starting to get whooped on. Blood Knights, though, are in a little bit of a precarious situation. It seems the Grail Knights and the Paladins have gotten a good trade against them. And obviously, Bretonnia has the cab advantage. Oh my god, is this going to be a Winds of Death? What is this? What is this witchcraft from Hellman Gorst? Oh, it was a Winds of Death. Very ambitious. Actually takes out a ton of men-at-arms, but in the end, it probably wasn't worth the Winds of Magic. But at the very least, he sends a message to his opponent that, Hellman Gorst is the alpha here. And he's going in and he's fighting that good fight. Another good charge from Lunacy, though. Lunacy is doing a good job with his cycle charging in the back here from these Grail Knights, but the fact that he can't deal with Hellman Gorst's grind is certainly going to make it a very, very tough matchup. And like, yeah, the Bretonnian Heavy Cavalry can cycle charge, and they are doing a good job of doing it, but the fact that the Fey Enchantress and the Paladins are being bullied means the Mortis Engine for the Vampires is going to be a little bit dominant. Looks like a Chalice of Potions coming down. Will Tank be able to dodge it? Probably not. I think that's going to hit home. There it comes, and boom! I love that. It's such an epic-looking spell. Just nukes the zombies and the chaff units into oblivion. Balance Power is kind of creeping back towards the middle a little bit. I'm not sure why, considering the 2 Paladins are so beat up. But I mean, if Faye can get away at the very least, and keep that Mortis Engine alive, I mean, this is a really, really nice grab as well. You can see this entire pocket of Vampiric forces is getting taken out. Cryptors are down, Skeleton Spears are down. The Heavy Cavalry really able to do quite a number there. I mean, maybe the Cavalry can pull this out, but if Faye gets trapped, it's pretty much just over. But if Faye can maybe escape here, maybe? I don't know. That one Paladin's in big trouble. It looks like Tank is doing everything he can to make sure that the Fey Enchantress does not get back into this battle. Arcane Conduit is active. Bretonnian Knights are now piling in, exposing themselves basically to that Mortis Engine effect, which they don't really have much of a choice. The Mortis Engine does go both ways, but most of the vampiric threats are Vargulfs, right? And so the Mortis Engine isn't going to be too much of a player there, nor will it be against the White King. So we'll see how this unfolds. Now, looking around the battlefield, we do have a Paladin, some Spearmen, some peasants coming back, some men-at-arms, some basic troops like that. Looks like the Grail Guardians did go to engage the White King. Grail Guardians have very poor armor-piercing values. They're more of like a grinding unit, so they're not going to be super great at killing the White King. Probably the only thing left that Bretonnia has that would be good against the White King would be the Companions. Companions are Questing Knights and do have good general armor-piercing values, so you could stack them on top of the White King over here and maybe get a fresh kill. We'll see. One Paladin does come back in, the other one as well, but it breaks almost instantly here. And yeah, Fey Enchantress still doing a number, though. I would imagine Fey Enchantress probably up to a pretty crazy amount of value with the amount of draining she's been able to do. That's what's wild about Fey Enchantress. She's a caster, but normally she gets like 2,000 to 3,000 value in battles simply because of her Mortis Engine drain, which is so good. It's so damn good. Also makes her very strong in campaign, because in campaign she starts with the ability to drain the Mist of the Lady, which is insane. So she can basically just carry early game fights, and Fey Enchantress is very, very strong. So the Vargulf's bouncing out, but it looks like the Vampire Counts were able to finally win the blob fight. The bump and grind is officially over here for Lunacy, I think, as the Fey Enchantress is forced to retreat, having accrued almost 4,000 value on the Fey Enchantress. That is insane, but what has the Dreadlord Hellman Gorst accrued? Let us find out here this day. 2,600, so Hellman Gorst not too far behind. Still a little bit of value, but Fey Enchantress obviously has melted the Blood Knights and a ton of chaff units and really was able to get her business going there. Can Bretonnia scrap this back somehow? I really don't think so. I think Tank just has too much going on with the Vargulfs and Hellman Gorst being healthy. And, Hellman Gorst might even be able to do some heavy lifting here on his own, although maybe not. He's a little bit damaged. The Paladins might be able to kind of finish him off, but Tank and the Vampire Counts appear to be ahead. And down goes the Fey Enchantress, and so too the hopes of Bretonnia. Well played, the Tank. The Vampire Counts do advance. It's going to be Norsca versus Vampire Counts in the next form of this bracket here. Yeah, Fey Enchantress is really hard to kill, for sure, because typically Mortis Engines are bigger targets, so you can like focus them down, or they're relatively squishy like Warlock Engineer, but Fey Enchantress is mobile, she's got really good resistances, she also has access to Lore of Life. It's a really, really tough thing to deal with, for sure. Gorse value, 2,800. Fey Enchantress, oh, no biggie, just 4,000. And the Bretonnian Cavalry did okay, for sure. Yeah, some decent engagements, but in the end, it was the Paladins getting trapped. If like the two Paladins hadn't gotten trapped there with Fey Enchantress and they had kept cycle charging and Mortis Engineering down, eventually whittling down the Vampire Count blob, they could have won a late game situation, but the fact that he got his Paladins trapped probably cost him that game there, and that's all she wrote. So now to the Faction War bracket. Tank advances on. It's going to be Dactyr versus Tank, Norsca versus Vampire Counts. A matchup we see quite a bit in this Faction War. Somebody in chat saying, yes, that my first correct prediction in this tournament. Yeah, we've had some upsets for sure. We have indeed. We have indeed. So next up, we have Ice Power Total War on the Dark Elves facing off against Spoony on the Dwarves. Spoony is a newcomer, so will the newcomers continue to cause havoc in today's stream? We will find out. All right, so let's go ahead and get in there. And oh, you guys have a fancy password there. All right, I see how it is. The vampire count healing quite strong indeed. Turin, just finished my next round in the Legendary Lore Tournament. How'd it go, Professor Pone? DM me. Don't say it in chat because it's a spoiler, but I'd be quite curious to see. Yes, yes. Yeah, vampire counts in Bretonnia is a pretty even matchup in my experience. I find that they're always a good one to put against each other because they both have mortis engines. They both have good cavalry. It's like, you know, the peasant archers can deal with monsters. It's a good matchup. It is a good matchup indeed. So for any of you guys who are playing the Faction War Match Madness, what are your current records? How did you guys predict? Are you 0 for 4? Are you 2 for 4? How's it looking for you guys? I'd be quite curious to see how people are doing. Has anybody gotten 100%? I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Carrot Shell, thank you for the donation. I'm not at all upset about these upsets. Right on, man. Right on indeed. Carrot Shell, appreciate that support, man. So now we're loading in. Let me go ahead and get the nameplates going. Ice Power Total War versus the Spoon. I think he's Spoony like this. Let me see how he spells his name. Hold on. Yes, I have to do the Jowie proud here, else there's going to be a grudge in the books. All right, 1 second, guys. Looking good to me. One moment. So we had a bingo card made on Reddit. So people made a bingo card for, I guess, things I say. So we'll go ahead and show you guys that real quick, which is pretty funny. All right. Let me make sure there's nothing offensive slipped on it. You always got to be careful, man, when people send you stuff. Hold on 1 sec. Hold 1 second. Don't start yet. All right. Let the players know to hold for a quick moment. All right. Looks fine. Looks good to me. So if you guys want to play some bingo during today's stream, here is this. I'll also put it up in the Discord, so if you guys want to get in. But we're just going to give you guys a little preview of it right now. So here is the bingo card. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it here. It's kind of tricky, but that is the bingo card that was made in Discord. So I will be dropping a link to this in our Discord. So if mods, if you guys could drop a link, I will add a subsection called bingo in the Faction War Match Madness. And here you go. So here, bingo card. All right. Very solid. All right, so there's the preview. It's now in the Discord, so there's a subsection for if any of you guys want to play that during the course of the stream, feel free. So, yeah, take a sip of water, some soda if you're playing, and you will be good to go. All right, loading back into the battle here. Let's do it to it. I think we're about ready. Let me make sure all the settings are looking good. I got my internet fixed a couple days ago. We had someone come out and work on it, and they said they found some issues in the cabling, so hopefully we won't have any issues. Not to you know, jinx it or anything like that, but so that is in the Discord. If somebody, if one of the mods wants to drop a link to the Discord, there's a new subsection for it there with the Faction War events, and you guys can see all that. So right on, Way, and thanks again for Way for going through Reddit and putting that all together. Start when ready. All right, cool. So we got Dwarves versus Dark Elves, a bit of a grudge match. I mean, the Dark Elves were the ones who kind of started the War of Vengeance, right? A little bit by kind of trolling and framing the High Elves. So we got Malekith, the Witch King, up on the dragon. Hargoneth Executioners, backed by Bleak Swords. We do also have Dark Shards and Dark Riders. Very cool, you know, and a lot of the traditional elements that are quite good against the Bleak Swords and all those bad boys. So the bingo card is actually in the Discord. So we'll have a mod drop a link to the Discord, and you guys can play that over the course of the stream, and I'd be quite curious to see if anybody actually gets it. So we will see. For the Dawi, going to be led by Spoony, the newcomer, baby. We got Slayers into the Sunset here. So we got 2 Slayers here. We got Longbeards with Grey Opens and Iron Drake. It looks like Triple Thunder to try and bring down Chariots and, you know, the heavy armor. Ungrim Iron Fist and more Slayers in the backfield. No, I'm not going to curse it. I'm not going to curse it. It's time. Dark Rider Vanguard as well from General Mimas. And General Mimas is Ice Power Total War, of course. Thunders either want to shoot Malekith or start just pounding into those Hargoneth Executioners. They're going to be a pretty high value target. The initial volleys from Spoony do go down on top of the Bleak Swords here, but you're going to want to switch those shots immediately onto the Hargoneth Executioners. So we do get a dive coming in. The Harpies do attack the Thunders, but Slayers are hot on the case. It looks like a breath attack from Malekith going to be going down. And, ooh, good breath attack. Yeah, melts those thunders. Nasty, nasty damage. In the meantime, in the front, the Bleak Swords are getting melted by some good old Dawi flamethrower actions. You can see those Bleak Swords are broken. And now the Harkonneth Executioners, as well as the Bleak Swords here, are going to be getting a taste of some of that sweet, sweet Dawi fire. So not a bad situation. In the backfield, Slayers do break off the Harpies, but then there is going to be a follow-up Soul Stealer, which is going to do some good damage. But Malekith, he better be careful, man. Ungrim is coming to settle some grudges. He's got that axe out, and he could potentially chop down Malekith if he is not careful. Malekith did not take damage from that first attack. Looks like Ungrim might be able to eventually connect. So here in the backfield, we got Longbeards with Great Weapons pushing back towards the bow line of the Dark Elves. I would imagine these Bleak Swords will start running. We got Slayers here fighting the Dark Riders as well as the Harpies. Should be able to drag them down eventually. And Malekith does eat a fair amount of blasting charges there. And Slayers on the flanks able to break down those Bleak Swords as well. So we'll see if the Slayers of Spoony can make it into the backfield, go after the Dark Shards. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Slayers can catch archers. You could definitely chase them down. Harkonneth Executioners here are getting punished a bit by the Longbeards and all these different units here, as well as these Slayers. And yeah, seems to be some decent value for sure. Those Slayers chopping them down. But man, oh man, Ice Power has been getting some nice breath attacks this game. These Longbeards getting buttered up. He buttered up the other Thunders here. But this is a close scrap indeed. These Slayers able to accrue some pretty big value, and the Thunders probably will stabilize, and the Slayers should be able to peel off both the Dark Riders as well as the Harpies. So when is Malekith going to engage? It looks like now is his time. Malekith is going to be landing here on top of the Thunders and getting some good work in. There are 15 Slayers nearby, probably not enough to make a big difference, maybe enough to drag down the Chariot models, but we'll see if the Slayer King can kind of bounce over there and cause some good disruption. In the meantime, we do have the 49 Slayers. They were intercepted by Harpies, so that's a good play there by Ice Power. Now he can get those Dark Shards back online and start shooting at the Slayers here. And the Iron Drakes still going strong, man. Those Iron Drakes have been doing some good damage this game for sure. Harkonneth Executioners kind of on their last legs, and good play here by the Dwarves, pulling back these Slayers here to actually defend the Thunderers and allow them to start shooting at the Chariots again. You always got to have some Slayers guarding your guns in this matchup for sure. Very, very strong. So the Chariots here do rampage. This is actually a really, really close match, guys. Really down to the wire. The newcomers today showing that they do indeed have some teeth here in these matchups. The dreaded Spoony getting in here with the Slayers, now going to be tearing into the backfield here. These Dark Shards are in a little bit of trouble, for sure. They are in danger, and the other Slayers were intercepted by Bleak Swords, which is very cost-effective here for the Druki. Those Slayers going to be paying a bit of a price, and now they do countercharge here against the Dark Riders, but those Slayers are going to be getting their oath fulfilled, that is for sure. Now, the Dwarves, this is a little bit of a problem for the Dark Elves. The Dwarves are resecuring a gunline position, so they have these Iron Drakes here. They have a unit of Thunders, so 36 models. And look at this. We got Longbeards with Great Weapons chasing down Dark Shards on the other side of the map. That is so funny. Yeah, this is a really, really close game. These Slayers able to do some big damage against the Dark Shards, but a good move here by Spoony. He's pulling them back to his main battle line. Because, again, you don't want them to just die to Bleak Swords and other units. But, I mean, I guess if he can get some support over there, maybe move his Iron Drakes up and start roasting the Bleak Swords, that'd be very strong. But Slayers against Chaff is not a good feeling at all. But the Dwarves have reformed ranks. It is indeed a dragon. Yes, it's Malekith on the dragon. Malekith has gotten about 1,300 gold value so far. Probably has Soul Stealers in the back pocket. And Ungrim a little bit beat up, but of course he is unbreakable. And here comes the Iron Drakes. Oh yeah, that would have been really, really sweet for sure. But the Bleak Swords do pull back. The Dark Elves pulling back in general. Probably going to get their Dark Shards back online. And yeah, these Dark Shards are doing pretty good. They were able to kite those Longbeards out, and now they are going to be melting them. So Balance of Power probably showing is a little bit Druki favored, but this is a close game. You also got to remember that there are some skirmishers in the backfield. So we got 32 Dark Riders, which could really disrupt this gun line here. And the Dwarves advancing up, trying to salvage the Longbeards, but it looks like those Longbeards are going to be kind of paying the price. And here it comes, man. Dark Shards shooting into those units. Yeah, it looks like this one has pretty good ammo. Those Dark Shards are going to be a problem. They for sure will outtrade these Thunders and kind of force the Dwarves into a bit of an awkward chasing situation. And yeah, you can see really, really nice value from these guys as they kind of tee off into the Slayers. The Slayers are the only unit here that can really push in super aggressively, so I guess you might as well. But the problem is Malekith will probably dive them with some Bleak Swords, maybe even drop a Soul Stealer if he's feeling real cheeky. And we will see indeed. So the Iron Drakes roasting some of the infantry. Looks like Harpies diving into the guns back here as a big breath attack goes in. And ooh, that was a pretty decent one. Definitely hurts the Dwarven army here. And a Soul Stealer from Malekith. That might actually pull the bounce power back. That's going to hit a lot of that army here. Although the Dwarves do scatter relatively well. It looks like you got the Miners here, got the Dwarf Warriors, did not get the Slayers, and it did get the Thunderers. So the Iron Drake's only 3 models left, man. Going like champs. 29 Slayers cutting into the Bleak Swords, trying their best. We do have the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, which are still quite numerous here, and these Slayers are able to sit back here and actually defend these guns. So the Slayers are able to defend their charge back here, but it looks like the Dwarves are slowly kind of falling behind here in this game. It's been a great match so far, but in the end, the Dark Shards coming back online has been a pretty big factor. Malekith is also still quite healthy. And yeah, the Dark Shards can probably whittle down most of these Dwarven troops. We will see. Getting these 32 Slayers maybe to chase these Dark Shards could be quite strong at this point. Might be the smart play, just kind of let the Thunders kind of fend for themselves since they're so low. And more Iron Drake fire. Yeah, looks like it's probably going to break those Bleak Swords. The Iron Drakes have been quite nasty this game. So we got 2 Dark Shards, we have some Dark Riders, and we have Malekith. Aside from that, the Dark Elf army is looking quite tattered. Not a lot here on the battlefield. I mean, it could be one of those weird games where, you know, Ungrim gets in there and just battles Malekith in the 4th quarter of the game. But I feel the Dark Shards are going to be a little bit too problematic to deal with. They both have pretty good ammunition and really are ripping into the Slayers and the high value units here in the Dwarven army. So there are the Dark Riders once again collapsing in. Dwarves might be able to trap a couple of them. Dwarven infantry do have good mass. Some of the Dwarf warriors of the Grey Opens drag down a couple Dark Riders. But the entire time, the Dark Shards are shooting into the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, who are rocking 69 models, baby. There's one of your bingo cards for anyone playing the bingo. You got it right there. You know, it happened. There's no avoiding it. It is inevitable, much like Thanos. But it's a good game. This has been a really good scrap. It's going to be a good 7 or 8 minute game here. Do the Dwarves have a chance of kind of getting back in this one? Yes. I don't think it's 100% over. There is RNG with Malekith fighting Ungrim. If he can run the Dark Shards out of ammunition using the Homer Simpson approach of using your face as a shield, you know, there might be something magical that can happen. I mean, Dwarven leadership is really good. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass are a pain, and ammunition is running very, very sparse here for the Dark Shards and the other units here in this army. So Malekith looks like he was thinking about a breath attack right there. The Dark Riders here do finish off the last of the Thunder, so the Dwarven ranged assets are more or less offline here. Malekith does land, and the Bleak Swords do engage. This is probably a happy situation for the Dwarves. Get in there and go after the Bleak Swords here. But oh no, the big Soul Stealer! The Lore of Dark Elves, might as well call it that. And it gets a nice one. Dwarves do have magic resist, but that's still Value City. That's Flavor Town. Guy Fieri would be proud. Or Fieri, whatever the hell his name is. And yeah, the Dark Elf infantry are broken off. Balance of Power is getting pretty dangerous. But I mean, I feel like this Balance of Power is a little bit unfair. I mean, yeah, because like there's still Ungrim. There's still the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, who aren't in the worst shape in the world. This Dark Shard unit is about to run out of ammunition, only has 2 volleys left. You got to make sure for Spoony that your shields are actually facing the missiles. Yeah, and this is the right play. Face the ones that have more ammunition. That one Iron Drake, man, he was a true hero, just like roasting until the bitter end there. Very, very good stuff. But that Soul Stealer was very strong. And it looks like the Dwarves are going to suffer army losses, which is a little bit unfortunate. Like, I feel like they still had a fighting chance there with Ungrim being here. Like, Ungrim could trade, but it looks like Spoony is going to withdraw, which, you know, I understand. It was a good match. Well played, man. And Spoony, of course, is a newcomer to this event. And he did very well for himself against a very proven, high-level Dark Elf player. So well played to you, Spoony. If you're watching this, hold your head up high. That was a really good scrap, man, and you put on an excellent show for all of us. So big props. Goldtooth, thank you for the donation. Hey, Turin, so what's all this about? Here's $5. Happy Easter. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, Goldtooth. Sorry I missed it during the game. And yeah, that was good. That was a good match. Yeah, I feel like the Dwarves could have put up a fight there, even with what they had left. Sometimes army losses can be a little bit funky. You know, it was a dragon, which is an expensive piece, but, you know, it is what it is. Ungrim would have lost that for sure with the Dark Shards kind of shooting him in the back and stuff, but, yeah. All right, so now we can go to the bracket. Ice-powered Total War will advance. I'm sure he's excited to potentially face the Greenskins. We'll see how this goes. Or will the dreaded Beastmen, the Deadly Bunnies, take down Voidlulls and, you know, certainly Greenskins are a favorite. They're a very strong faction, so we will see. Let's get this next match going. He won the people's heart. GG, well played. That was a great match there. Great match indeed. And now on to the next one. We continue forth. We march forward. Yeah, I agree, Guac. I don't think it was 100% over. Yeah. That was a weird army loss. It's like, Ungrim could RNG and outtrade Malekith, especially since he's unbreakable. Yeah. Man, Edigato for the donation, man. How do I say your name? I feel bad you donated so much, but I don't know how to read your name. Could you type it in chat, like how I would actually say that? Thank you so much, man. That's mega generous. Balls deep generous, yes. Ristadamos, no, there's no prize for that. All right, so looking for the next game here. All right, so let's go ahead and get this going. Let me tell those guys to put a spectator slot in. All right, where is that? Void. And then Deadly Bunnies. Spec slot. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so the players are adding a spec slot. Oh, you wanted the Iron Drake value. Yeah, let me go ahead and I can actually get that for you here. Hold on. So 1 sec here. The players, while they put up a spec slot, we can go back and check that for a moment. Hold on. I think I have it in autosave. Yeah. All right, looks fine. Let's get you that Iron Drake value. Let's get it for you. You guys deserve that. I think we discussed a prize for someone who gets no predictions right. How are you guys doing on predictions right now? We've had, what, 5 matches so far? So, yeah, I'm curious. How you guys doing? Thomas? Barada Thomas? Yeah, is that it? Thank you so much, Thomas, for the donation, if that is indeed correct. Spoony did great. Spoony, that was a great game, dude. You should hold your head up high. If you're here in chat, that was a really good scrap. And honestly, it was super close. And, you know, a lot of folks, including myself, think you maybe could have won that at the end, if not for army losses. It would have been close. It would have been some RNG with Malekith. But, yeah, it was a great match. Both Ice Power and Spoony played a great game. It was really good. And it's pretty refreshing, too, to see a dragon also do well. You know? Okay, so Hankey's got 2 out of 5. KD's got 3 out of 5. 4 out of 5 for Daniel. Very nice. Which one did you get wrong? Yeah. 3 out of... Yeah, a lot of people 3 out of 5. I feel like a lot of people probably missed Empire versus Chaos. You know? Seems like the predictions... Orion with 4 out of 5, too. All right, there's some good ones in here. There's some good ones. So we'll be getting into the next game in just a moment. I'm going back to through that game via fast forward to show you guys the value on the old Iron Drakes, because I know you guys deserve that. 5 out of 5, but you didn't take part. Oh no, oh no. NRS is Norsca. Yeah, that's an abbreviation for Norsca. So hopefully that's helpful for you. All right, we're almost there, guys. I'm really curious about the Iron Drake value too, so we gotta go in and show you guys. We'll take a look at the breakdown a little bit better. With enough RNG, a peasant mob can kill a whole Skaven army. Oh, is that so? Wow, quite an educating fact there. Here's the final stages of the game. Yeah, Skaven did get taken out early, but it was a good game. It was a fun match. Norsca got in there with them Condom Wolves and was able to do some pretty devastating damage, and you know, that was that. All right, so switching back now while the other players get their lobby set up because they didn't have a spectator slot for me. How dare they? Let's go ahead and check this out. So, Ungram 400 value, he kind of struggled to fight for sure. He was chasing a lot of the time. But the Iron Drake's only 932 actually, not as exciting as you guys would think. Basically killed 2 Bleak Swords and did, you know, mind you, pay for itself. So nothing too crazy, but they did get 932. So that is the overall value. And now we can go ahead and look at the graphic while we get ready for the next game. Ben, thank you for the donation. Longtime viewer, finally catching a stream live. This is my favorite tournament you run. Maybe this one where you know, the Greenskins certainly have a good chance of winning. They are a very nasty faction, Ben. So you are in the right place. And the player who's playing the Greenskins also did very well in the qualifier for this event and got first place there with the Greenskins. So you're in good shape. You are in good shape. All right, so 1 sec here. All right, we're in the lobby. Hey, Ben, thank you for that donation, man. Really appreciate it. All right. So looks like we're good to go. We're on... Oh, guys, this one's on the Bone Zone, by the way. Who's hyped for that? We got the Bone Zone coming up. All right, so... Deadly Bunnies versus Void Lulls. I think he's lowercase L's. Can't quite remember. All right. Start. Good luck, have fun. The players are ready. Let us know your predictions. Are you here for the Beastmen, or are there going to be some sad Minecraft cow noises, as you guys like to say? Or Greenskins, you all about that WOD? You just wake up in the morning and yell, go out into your street and just yell it at the top of your lungs? Well, the Greenskins are they're here, man. They are here indeed. Yes, yes. The Bone Zone is upon us. Who are you rooting for, Beastmen or Greenskins? I feel like most people will root for the Beastmen just because they're kind of an underdog faction. But again, we'll see how this all unfolds. So Deadly Bunnies here. And looks good. And that looks good as well. So here we go. You guys are going to be very pleased when you see the Beastmen Lord. Some would say he slightly has some visual issues. Maybe he can only see out of one eye. I think you know who is coming. It is time. It is time, my friends. Khazrak One Eye has made it to the dreaded faction war. But we are loading in right now. It is going to be Khazrak facing off against most likely Grom the Paunch. The 2 Chariot Masters. Imagine if Khazrak was as good as Grom the Paunch. That would be insane. But alas, he is not. Yes, let out the moose. Stomp your hooves for the Beastmen. Of course, Grom the Paunch going to win this. Grom is coming, for sure. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So players are loading in. Going to make sure that neither of them crashed. Usually, you know, people load in a little bit quicker than this. Very good. I was invited to the lobby. All is good. All right. Looks good. Looks good. And everything seems fine. All right. Excellent. Yeah, players still loading in. A little bit of potato action, but it should pass here in just a minute. If somebody disconnected, we'll just have them load in with the exact same armies on this map, so we'll kind of go that route. I know. It's like, dude, the anticipation of Khazrak right now. Everybody's like sitting here like on the razor's edge waiting for Khazrak to appear and make his glorious appearance, but, you know, we gotta wait. Turin, Grom in Russian is thunder. Is that true? Well, that's kind of cool. The Beastmen DLC is here. That'd be cool, huh? Khazrak is pretty weak overall. Yeah, he's not very good, unfortunately. Void's PC is kind of a potato. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I just want to make sure they didn't disconnect. Although I don't remember Void having any issues when we played the other tournament. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But he should be here soon. Don't worry, guys. We're just hanging out, enjoying each other's company. You're saying if you could, that'd be pretty interesting too. If like you started adding in like a League of Legends style like banning of lords, like you can ban a faction, and then when you find out who they're playing, each of you gets to ban a lord. But that's kind of silly, honestly. I wouldn't like that, but it's kind of an interesting concept. It becomes a little bit more MOBA-esque. Yeah. Hey Austin, what would you say is the best single player campaign faction? Are you talking about the best in terms of like the strongest? Or are you talking about the best to play in terms of like flavor? So for me, my favorite faction to play in campaign is 100% the Empire, the Sons of Sigmar. I don't think they're the strongest in campaign. That would probably go to like some faction with like Grom the Paunch, who can get like the most OP armies ever, or maybe like High Elves who have like the most insane economy, something like that. But yeah, those would be my my answers there. Thanks for the donation, man. Goldtooth, do you believe the Beastmen should get a buff like the Greenskins? Yeah. Also, did the person that played the Skaven use weapon teams? Yes, he did. He used the Rattling Gunner. Yeah, I think Beastmen need some buffs for sure. But not too much, because they're not like a terrible faction. Beastmen can certainly win. It's not like they're bad. You know, they're just a little bit one-dimensional. They're a little dated. They don't have like a lot of new spicy DLC units. Their Lord selection is very limited as well. Like, it's either Mork or bust, basically, for competitive. Malagor is okay with 2 Gorbals. But yeah, they definitely need like a Greenskin-esque update, because Greenskins were similar before. Like before the Greenskin update, they weren't bad. They were okay, right? They were just like more niche. I think if they did something similar, it would be great. Yeah. All right, guys. So if we take a look here at the forces of the Beastmen, let your moos go. We have Khazrak the One-Eye, a Bray Shaman of Manticore Summoning, and a Viletide Caster as well. And they're going to be on chariots? No, 2-foot casters actually. For the rest of the army, we have a bunch of Ungor Spearman herds, a metric shit ton of Gore herds. Looks like 4 or 5 Centaurs, including the Sons of Agoros, and 2 Razor Gores as well. Man, oh man. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Just super aggressive. No Raiders, though. Usually you see a couple Raiders in this matchup. They're pretty good against like the Hag and a couple other targets, but yeah, that is a lot of farm animals over there. So now for the forces of the Greenskins, no surprises. Spider Riders, Grom the Paunch Hag, very, very classic stuff. Mixed with Savage Orc Biggins and more Spider Riders, and Orc Boar Boys actually being mixed in as well. Orc Boar Boys can actually do pretty well against Razor Gores, but yeah, it's a very cookie cutter Greenskin army. Pretty much has the good stuff in it and doesn't mess around. Rip, can someone else be Morkar in the Legendary Lord Tournament? Perhaps so. Perhaps so. Yeah. Perhaps so indeed. Don't worry. We'll make sure old Morkar is taken care of, even if I have to play him myself. That is a lot of models indeed. Jay Cassidy, thank you for the $5, hyping up the Beastmen here. It looks like the Beastmen do have a little bit of a bigger army. Sending a message here is the Deadly Bunnies. And Khazrak the One-Eye. Oh my god, if Khazrak wins this, that's just going to be the Twilight Zone. We are going to be in another dimension. Yeah, that is going to be some wild shit. A chorus of enthusiastic mooing. Did I tell you I met one of my neighbors who near where we were living? And he was like probably like a 75, close to 80-year-old dude The guy's like a retired general contractor. You know, he's got those hands like leather. You know, those dudes who just like work with their hands their whole life. And like, we invited him over for like tea. They come in, or I can't remember what it was, but it was something like that. And he saw my 40K collection. He's like, "Oh, I play the Beastmen. I got a fully painted Beastmen army from the 90s over in my place." And I was like, "Holy shit, like the coolest dude ever." So this guy's got like a 90s like old school Beastmen, like I don't know if it was 90s or early 2000s, what era the models were from, but yeah, it was super cool. No, these are some different neighbors. Yeah, it was super awesome. Perhaps he is channeling his Beastmen here as they prepare to do battle. Yeah, I told you guys about that. Yeah, I thought so. That story goes on the bingo card. You know, I think I'll remember, but I might tell it again next week. I'm sorry. The grizzled old land pirate. Yeah, that's the best way to describe him, dude. Yeah. I can't remember who he played in 40K. I think he was telling me, he's like, "I don't like Space Marines. Everyone plays them, and they're overpowered." He was saying something like that. Yeah. Did I tell him to check out the channel? Maybe I will. I didn't actually tell him that. I just said, basically when people ask what I do for a living, I'm like, "Oh, I do video editing." That's what I tell most people who don't like understand the gaming or like YouTube culture. He was 60? No, he was older. Yeah. He was 60 years old last time. Yeah. In retrospect, he's quite a bit older than that now that I've thought about it. Yeah. All right, guys. The Ungor Spearman herd move forward. Grom the Paunch going to be moving in for some free disruption, just running over a couple Ungors and, you know, enjoying himself in the process. Looks like he might kill about 4 or 5 models there, and you know, he'll be quite happy. You know what would be the greatest thing ever? If Grom and Khazrak just met in open field and had a clash of fates to decide the winner of this game. That would bring me so much joy. Like if it's like in the movies when, you know, Achilles fights Boagrius and Troy, and you just have like Achilles versus Boagrius, and they just like battle, and that decides the outcome of the war, right? Save the lives of the Beastmen and Greenskins, and just have Khazrak and Grom the Paunch have an honorable duel to decide the fate of this battle. That would be a truly magical experience. Now Khazrak getting in a little bit ham, a little bit bacon, for sure. Spirit Leech going down, and yeah, that's the problem with Khazrak. Oh, Brain Buster going down, really nasty. Grom the Paunch does get surrounded, but the Brain Buster from the Greenskins very punishing. I don't see Grom the Paunch going down here. He's got Lucky Banner and Scroll of Shielding, so currently Grom has like massive ward save. Looks like a Manticore Summon going in as well. Yeah, Beastmen are going all in for this guy right here. They might lose because of it, because of the Vile Tides, but if Khazrak can actually kill the Orc Shaman, then the Manticore probably can do some good work against Grom the Paunch. So Grom the Paunch still has got massive ward save. It looks like it's going to be wearing off in a couple seconds, so he's not going to be quite as tanky. Khazrak still going after the caster. Centaurs do charge into the Wolf Riders, getting good value. Will the Beastmen be able to take down Grom the Paunch? That would be a pretty magical experience, but the Beastmen starting to kind of waver, but so too is Grom the Paunch. Scroll of Shielding lasts like 45 minutes. Jesus, the amount of buffs on Grom the Paunch. But the Paunch is going down. He's getting very, very low. Will there be follow-up? Oh, God, but the Brain Busters. It's so much damage to the Beastmen. The Beastmen are just pouring more and more resources to try and finish Grom, and if they don't get him, the game's 100% over. But if they do get Grom and actually kill him and eradicate him from the battle, that could justify this whole exchange here. But if they don't get Grom off the battlefield, then they're just 100% going to lose. Aside from that, you know, the Beastmen are losing several of the engagements, it looks like. Although Goreherds here should do fine against Orc Boys. And it looks like Grom the Paunch has paid the ultimate troll toll. He's very, very low. He's shattered. Okay, Grom is shattered. The Beastmen are able to get him. The Gambit has paid off. And if there is, has never been a more accurate way of like a Gambit actually being employed here. Because that was a sacrifice of a lot of stuff to kill Grom the Paunch. And he might have lived here. He might have lived. But in that case, Khazrak the One-Eye establishing dominance. Vile Tide going down to the back against the Night Goblins. And now the Bray Herd is moving over the Greenskin army. Without Grom the Paunch, it could be in quite a bit of trouble. The thing is, too, is that so much of the Greenskin players' micro was occupied in trying to save Grom that many other aspects of the battle probably weren't micromanaged quite as well. And Khazrak the One-Eye, baby, rolling through with his Pimp Chariot. Look at that. Doing big damage here. Now the Hag is engaged. The Hag, of course, is probably going to fall soon-ish, as the Orc Shaman will probably die to Khazrak. The Razorgore is a little bit rampaged here, but, you know, Greenskins are very, very strong, and they could still win this game potentially. But there are a bunch of Centaurs around the battlefield which are doing a very good job. There's Razorgores and Gores coming back in all directions. A lot of stopping power, and honestly, you know, something I never thought I would say, like ever, but I don't think there's an answer for Khazrak the One-Eye. I honestly think that Khazrak can dominate many of these engagements. He's still a chariot character that does hit very hard. I mean, unless he just decides to die to this giant River Troll Hag, in which case, okay, that's one thing, right? More Savage Orc Biggins piling in. We do have Centaurs coming in from all directions, as well as Razor Gores. And the Beastmen swarming all over the place, really. But yeah, you can never really count out the Greenskins. Savage Orcs are, especially the Biggins, are a really, really nasty unit. They don't mess around, and man, what a wild-ass game we've had so far. I think the Grom Gambit, as we should call it for now, was worth it. But again, the Greenskins still have a bunch of Savage Infantry, which are going to be a little bit of a problem. The 2 Bray Shamans going after the Orc Shaman. 2 Bray Shamans should be able to defeat an Orc Shaman. They're pretty much the same thing. And it looks like another Manticore Summon is going to be coming down, which is actually really big. Mither going down on Khazrak. That Manticore Summon rear charging the Hag would be a game-breaking play. That would be incredibly strong if you can break that Hag off. But Khazrak is wavering. Why are you wavering, Khazrak? Why are you broken? Why is Khazrak broken? What is even breaking him here? I guess the Hag got him with a sack of meat. Oh no. Are the Beastmen going to throw? Oh no! The Beastmen chasing down with Centaurs. We have more Centaurs coming back here. The Manticore Summon, of course, might be able to kind of salvage the situation. Khazrak, the One Eye, is broken for some godforsaken reason. Oh, the Grombit. Oh, that's so good. That's so good indeed. Now, if Voidlaws is able to chase Khazrak off the battlefield, I think the Greenskins are going to win this. That would probably be the saddest cow mooing noises I have ever heard. So here comes the Manticore. It needs to get some big value right now. So the Orc Shaman getting punished pretty good. If Khazrak rallies with his 800 HP, I think the Beastmen can do it. But if he does get chased off the battlefield fully, I think the Beastmen probably will, potentially be in a position to lose this game. Khazrak, 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 One Eye, no, don't go, Khazrak. Oh, get stuck on the tree. Oh, and Khazrak is gone. And now, basically, yes, we have a Manticore Summon. There's a fair amount of Centaurs and some Spears. The Beastmen do have the mobile advantage, but there still are Greenskin Skirmishers and Spiders on the battlefield. A lot of nasty stuff. And, oh my god, yeah. One Bray Shaman to the wild comes back. The other Bray Shaman is gone as well. Yeah, you can see the Bray Shaman is running for the hills. He's hoofing it. If that Bray Shaman can rally with some Spears, too, that's actually going to be pretty big. Balance Power is pretty much dead even at this point, but I think Voidlaws has the advantage. He's got a regenerating, Lord here, basically, with the Giant River Troll Hag. The Savage Orc Biggins, of course, are pretty impactful. And that is the saddest mooing sound ever. Oh my god. What a rough run. If Khazrak had been micro just a little bit safer, I'm pretty sure the Beastmen would have won this game. Yeah. Khazrak, oh, just like baiting our hopes and dreams, man. And it looks like the Beastmen are going to go for the collapse here rather than like trying to, go over here and go after the Savage Orcs. They could go for picks on like lesser targets here. We still do have Vile Tides as well. Vile Tides against Savage Orcs could be quite good. But yeah, he needs to get us around and collapse his formation. Instead, he's going after these Savage Orcs, which isn't necessarily a bad idea, but these Gore Herds are just going to get massacred. Although Vile Tide does go down and does some really good damage against those Savage Orc infantry. Spear's moving in as well, but yeah. Sad cow noises for sure. Savage Orc Biggins on the edge of the map get broken. Spirit Leech going down on the Bray Shaman of the Wilds. And yeah, let's see. Ungor Spearman Herder done. And that's going to be GG. The Greenskins pulling it out. Holy shit, man. What a game. That's some heartbreak right there. Now, Voidlaws did play very well to get back in that game. You got to give credit where credit is due, but we all wanted to see Khazrak pull out a victory against Grom. Yeah. Oh my god. Khazrak. Oh, Khazrak. How could you do this? Man, he almost got it. 800 value on Khazrak. Yeah, 794. It was Grom, of course. Grom still got 1,000 value, even though he died like instantly. Crazy good stuff. Yeah, the Greenskin infantry quality just so much better. And with that, we go to the bracket. So let's do this and move on the Greenskins to face the Dark Elves in the next round. Man, oh man, that was a game. Yeah, that was so close. That was so close. Damn, dude. Jay Cassidy, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that for the $5. We've had a lot of epic games today for sure. Now we have Zyphos versus A-Move Hacker. So we have High Elves against Lizardmen in our next match. And yeah. The Biggins were scary. If Khazrak had pulled out and like started going after weaker targets, they would have won. The Beastman would have won. He stayed a little bit too long in Biggins. That's what Deadly Bunnies was saying at the very end there. All right, so next up, we got Zyphos and A-Move Hacker. They put the wrong password. Not listening to instructions. It's okay. It's okay. No problem. Beastmen are basically Walmart Greenskins. Yes. they're Walmart everything. Beastmen are not a bad faction though. They're not. Yeah, the Brainbusters were really good on Grom. Yeah, that really nuked like a ton of Beastmen resources. All right, so hey guys, Good luck, have fun. So we're on Prague next. We have a move Hacker against Xiphos. A move, and then Xiphos. Xiphos, of course, ECL champion. Consistently performing quite well, and pretty much every event he does indeed play in. And here's the graphic of who is playing what. A salute to those who have fallen today. Olithanar was the sub-faction, had a good game versus the Dark Lord Anticity there. But in the end, it did not even matter, as Anticity was able to claim a glorious, glorious victory. So it will be Ice Power, of course, facing off against Greenskins in the next round, but they are on a very big map. It's the MP Blue Reach River, so it's pretty big. So it does give the Dark Elves some opportunity to work with space. Yeah. Indeed. So loading into the battle now, my friends. Let's go ahead and do it to it. And, all right. So A move Hacker versus Xiphos, the French champion. I believe A move is Belgium. Yeah, I think he's in Belgium. I'm not sure. We will see. Who are you guys rooting for here? High Elves have never made it terribly far. I think the furthest they've gotten past the first round, but they've never gotten past the second round in a faction war, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Skaven did fall, Dirthu. Yes, they did. They did indeed. So if we look back at previous champions, so we're going to go to the Discord real quick. Let's see here. People are sending me memes now about the Beastmen. Oh my god. So at the Faction War Hall of Fame, who has won? So yeah, the first one was won by Soothsayer with the Empire, actually. Felcon with Lizardmen, Hadries with Skaven, Anticity with Coast, Felcon with Wood Elves, Skaven again with Hadries, Vampire Coast with Anticity, Skaven again with Hadries, and then Vampire Coast again for Anticity. So really, Skaven and Vampire Coast are the two biggest winners. And next up, I think, I don't think any other faction has won more than that. But Empire was the very first one. Lizardmen have won a couple times. Wood Elves have a victory, but the Wood Elf victory is actually pre-DLC, which is very funny. So that was before the Wood Elves even got their DLC. And that was with the Dark Lord Felcon. Aristodamus, did he? Maybe. I could have sworn they've never gotten past the second round. I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. Quarters is the furthest High Elves. Okay. Yeah, okay, so maybe they got to the quarterfinals. Okay, that makes sense. My heart says High Elves, but my brain says not a chance. You know, I think High Elves versus Lizardmen is a pretty even matchup, to be honest. Like, a lot of it comes down to finesse. It's just like Bolt Horrors versus Solar Engines and just kind of, you know, that kind of a matchup. That kind of a matchup indeed. Yeah, no worries, Deadly Bunnies. It was a good game. You gave the Beastmen, all the Beastmen in chat, hope for the future. That Khazrak once again can lead them to a glorious age. The very first faction war ever, yes, Mr. Pig is correct. The very first faction war ever was Beastmen versus Empire in the grand finals. It was Flaxla and Soothsayer. I don't remember who was playing Beastmen back then. I think it was Flying Taco. No, was it Flying Taco? I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. That's true, Hadries. That is true. I think it's been pretty fun having a qualifier for this event too. It allows a chance for some, you know, players who've never played before to get into the event, and yeah, I think it's been quite good. I think A-Move has a bit of a potato computer, so I'm not surprised that their loading time is a little bit long here. Yeah, wouldn't it be crazy if we just got like a wild ass High Elf win in the faction war? That'd be nuts. Yeah, that'd be wild. What I'm trying to think who would be. Yeah, what would be the most unexpected win? Probably like High Elves or Beastmen. Like if one of those factions won. Yeah, it was Flying Taco in that. I think it was. The levitating enchilada. Yeah, you did go out swinging. It was a very good match. A very good match indeed. Hopefully no one crashed. If they did, again, we'll just reload. I'll take a screenshot of the armies and we can go from there. Just going to double check to make sure that nobody crashed. And yeah. All right. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Come on. Oh no, A-Move dropped. Okay, it's fine. I'll just take a screenshot of the armies and they can just load back in. It's totally fine. There was a lot of mooing going on for sure. Okay. Let me make sure I got a screenshot. Okay. I think I screenshotted it. I'm not hearing the sound, the screenshot sound, but where is that? Is it that one? Okay. Cool. So they'll just load in with the same armies and we'll be fine. So he'll be back in just a moment. So let me go ahead and double check this. We can get the graphic back up and we will get him in here right away. Right, so let me check with a move. Let me make sure you didn't disconnect. You're coming back. We can also move on to another match and then come back to that if we need to. Yeah, we'll see. The potato hath dropped. It just a move dropped. His potato probably exploded. It's fine though. We'll just load in with the same. Neither of them have like, you know, Vanguard armies or anything that matters like that. So, you know, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. So we'll just load in with the same armies and we'll be all good. Yeah, and the Legendary Lords tournament, the next round has started, so there's going to be some really fun stuff going on with that soon. Once the players finish the round of the round of whatever 38 or whatever it is, we'll have a stream with that, and then we'll have another stream for the grand finals, which will be very similar to this. It'll be we'll have like, it'll feel like a faction war, which I'm quite excited for. It's been a long time running that tournament, but again, 70 players with like 3 or 4 matches each in the group stage. It can take a long time to coordinate, but yeah, imagine if the potato sauce faced off against the flying taco. Oh yeah, that'd be quite a mix. That'd be pretty magical indeed. Good deal. All right, Zay moves on his way back. He said his potato did indeed explode, so he'll be here in a moment. If you guys want to see the current bracket of the day, we have Anticity against Potato Sauce on the top, Empire versus Vampire Coast. It's a good matchup. It's a really fun matchup, actually. Then we have Dactyr versus Tank, so we have Vampire Counts versus Norsca. We have Ice Power Total War on Dark Elves against Void Laws on the Greenskins. Now we have Zyphos versus A-Move Hacker, and they'll, of course, face the winner of Zablasky and Happy Puppy on the bottom. So Wood Elves and Tomb Kings, High Elves and Lizardmen. Fun matchups for sure. Yeah, and we got some newcomers doing quite well. You can see a salute to those who have fallen. Helman Gorst able to claim victory as well. Sorry, have you heard about the Warhammer fiction with modern Germany teleported into a fantasy world? No, I haven't. I have not. I have not, my friend. So here's the graphic again of who is playing what. And we're just hanging tight, man. Chase Gilbert says, if High Elves win this, I'm going on a walk for 10 years. What, are you like a pilgrimage or something? You're going to like walk? Going to the going to the great beyond? Where are you going to walk for 10 years? That's some serious stuff. Turn Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings first. We could. I don't know if the players are ready yet because they weren't expecting to be up so quickly. So right now we'll just, he's on his way back. He's on his way back. All right, hold on. 1 second here. We've been infiltrated. All right, 1 sec here. Run Epic Axe. Could you step out, please? We were invaded. That's why I told them to give a specific password. Hey, Lola. You look nice and awake here. Just to avoid lag. Thanks. Stream is up. You can watch on the stream, man. That's really funny. Okay. Freud says, I'm calling it Turin Anticity versus Zablasky finals. Yeah, how are you guys doing on predictions now, by the way? What are you guys at? You guys sitting at like, you know, how many games have we had? I bet you we got some folks who've gotten like 4 or 5 right. That would be my guess. Yeah. Yeah, Bladesingers haven't had too good of a performance. They're just not, especially in the High Elf matchup, they're going to be pretty terrible. Like, High Elf Heavy Cavalry will destroy them. High Elf Archers will destroy them. It's just a little bit of a risky pick. If High Elves win, I'm going to walk up a mountain for a year. So you're going to walk up the mountain and just, like, push a boulder up? Yeah. I am Dirthu. No problem, man. No problem. I think the host can kick spectators like Zyphos could have, but I'm not the host of these lobbies because I'm jumping from lobby to lobby. So A-Move Hacker still restarting his potato. Maybe we should go to the next match. I can check if they're ready, but you know what? We could just wait. It's fine. Loopy says 4 out of 6. Oh, that's not bad, Loopy. You might be in the running. Loopy, I feel like you always do pretty good with these. Like, I think last time you were pretty close to winning as well, right? Hey, Robert, everything's good. Yeah, we're settled in. We're back at our place here. All is good. Yeah, we're living well. Now, matchups where I think Bladesingers can be good. Let's see. Maybe like against Chaos situationally, because they can really massacre all the Chaos Infantry. I mean, they obviously against Chosen, it's a little bit different, but they're much faster, so you can like kind of dictate the engagements. Bladesingers against who else? Yeah, maybe like armor factions like that. Like maybe not so much against Dwarves. The magic damage kind of nullifies their effectiveness for the cost. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say. I had a good performance with rank 9 Bladesakers on ladder. Oh, yes. Well, anything can work on ladder. Anything can work on ladder. KD has got 4 out of 6. Okay, very good. Orion, 4 out of 6. Beastmen failed. Man, if you had gotten the Beastmen one right, you would have been in really, really good shape. King KDI says 2 out of 6. The comeback is on. Ooh, yeah. All right. All right, all right, all right. A-Move Hacker and his dreaded potato. Should be back soon. I see his pictures online here. We might just... We'll give him another minute, and if he doesn't come back, we'll go to the next match. And then we could just jump back up to him. It doesn't really matter, so... Yeah. We'll go that way. We'll see how it all unfolds. And the next match after this, if we take a look at the bracket, is going to be Zablaski and Happy Puppy. So let me go ahead and confirm with them. See if they are ready. Puppy and Zablaski. We can go to you. I'll check with them. And then we'll go from there. Yes, yes, indeed. 5 out of 6 for Legion, but I got Chaos next round to win. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's tricky. If you get one wrong in the beginning, it can really kind of drag you down. I think the closest we've ever had is like 14 out of 16. I think in the bracket predictions, that was probably the closest. Okay, let me see if the other side is ready. All right, looks like they are, I think. Okay, gonna do next game first. Okay, so we'll come back to this one. We're gonna do Zablaski and the Tomb Kings and Wood Elves. And Happy Puppy there on the bottom, so we're gonna go ahead and find that lobby. And we'll get this party started. All right, there we go. See if they put the correct password. Looks like they did. There really needs to be an option to tip over the Beastmen. Well, last game we did see them get tipped over. That's for sure. All right, so loading in here. We have Zablaski on the Wood Elves, the father of many unique builds against Happy Puppy. Coming in, although I think there's a different name today, so we will see how this goes. All right, so let's go ahead and fix the nameplates, and we are good to go. Start when ready. Ready. Good luck, have fun. Cheering for the Azrite. All right, so we got Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings. Looks like both players are just about ready. I think they're making some final tweaks to their army. And we're good to go. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and put this graphic up so the army is hidden as we load in. And we should be fine. Hadri says, Happy Puppy always brings Khalida. So I worry that Wood Elves will get a snipe. That's certainly true. Khalida probably not terribly good against the Wood Elves in my experience. Certainly a very prime target to snipe. Although, you know, a decent duelist and can, you know, help win some substantial melee fights. But in general, a little bit tricky indeed. So let us know, who are you rooting for as we go on to the Iron Sand Desert? Are you here for the Tomb Kings or Wood Elves? Wood Elves a little bit out of their element, for sure. A little bit out of their element here, fighting in the desert. But, you know, they can't have it their way all the time. Sometimes they got to go other places and, you know, take care of the threats to the forest. You guys know how that goes. Jay Phoenix says, we're listening to Darude Sandstorm in the RTK server whilst watching this. That sounds like a good time. Darude Sandstorm. What year did that come out? I always forget. Was Darude Sandstorm? It must have been 90s, right? Like late 90s? Like 97, 98, 99? It wasn't early 2000s. I'm pretty sure Darude Sandstorm was... Yeah, was late 90s. But again, some of you guys might know it off the top of your head. I'd be quite surprised if somebody just like knew that off the top of their head. The dogs are stirring. They awake. They're looking at me here. I think Lola wants some treats. We will see. Hopefully no more crashes. We'll be good to go, loading in. I'm waiting to see if somebody knows what year it is. Yeah, I'm sure somebody can Google it. All right, guys. So if we take a look here at the armies for the Hard Wood and Zablaski, he's going in with the Pravenoth Rema Lord. Pravenoth Rema looks to be double Way Watcher. Double Way Watchers, of course. Way Watchers are great against Tomb Kings. They shop your Great Bows, constructs, any number of targets. You can snipe their lords. Generally does a pretty good job. So Glade Lord, Spellsinger of Life. We got a bunch of Dryads here in the battle line mixed in with War Dancers, who of course kill Tomb King's infantry very, very exceptionally. Glade Riders, the Spears, and in the back we have the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. 98, 99. Yeah, that's what I thought. First release in Finland in late 1999. That's what I thought. I remember hearing that at like a New Year's, like a year 2000, like Y2K, like, you know, not Christmas party, but whatever. Yeah, it was like, I remember hearing that. So for the forces of the Happy Puppy, we do have Ark in the Black on foot. Okay, that's definitely Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Buna can be okay against Wood Elves. Probably just Spirit Leech is fine, but you know, it doesn't hurt to have the old Buna in case there's some scary elite infantry. 2 Shopti Great Bow. We got Tomb Guard and Skeleton Warriors, or just Skeleton Warriors. 2 archers in the back, a metric shit ton of Nehakar horsemen, and then we do also have a Screaming Skull catapult. So yeah, catapult's pretty good, kind of countermeasure, can put some pressure on the Way Watchers. Great Bows, of course, can outrange them. And the Carrion are a nice tool here for the Tomb Kings, basically just to do some scouting, right? So you fly the Carrion near the enemy army, you find out where the Way Watchers are, and then you shoot them with the Screaming Beam catapult, as well as the Shopti Great Bow. You live long, you prosper. The big issue being is that there are going to be a fair amount of there's going to be a fair amount of pressure coming in via the infantry, right? The War Dancers and Dryads versus the Spearmen is going to be a little bit of an issue. So, all right, one sec, guys. Just going to pause this real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. Just got to let my dog out. I think there's going to be a disaster if I don't. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. All right, guys, we're back in business. It is time. Yeah, both armies look pretty good for sure. Arkin the Black on foot is nice because he's a little bit harder to snipe than Arkin on horse. Arrow of Kernus really does a ton of damage to mounted characters, if I'm not mistaken. So Arkin will be harder to snipe on foot for the Wood Elf archers and things like that. Whereas if he was on any sort of a mount, whether it be his chariot, the dogs say hello as they walk by. Hey, Wookie, you holding on to dear life there? Yes, he is. Good little guy. All right, very good. Shutting the door. Sorry about that. How old am I? I think I'm 32. I was born in 88, so yeah, I think I'm 32. I often forget. My birthday's July. Yeah. Sorry guys, it's been some time. Hey, thank you, Mr. Poet, for the donation. Happy Zombie Day. Thanks for the consistent quality content. Question: would you rather have Chaos Dwarves or Ogre Kingdoms? Chaos Dwarves all day. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves all day. Give me those Chaos Dwarves. I feel like they're a much more interesting faction, but that's just me. So the Wood Elf rush is on Zablasky with a very, very aggressive pressure. The 2 Way Watchers 100% going to be eyeing in on the Chosen of the Gods. You can see the Glade Lord is kind of sitting nearby. The Carrion were also not used to scout, so currently the Way Watchers are not visible. However, the Screaming Skull catapult here for Happy Puppy is doing some good damage, shooting into the War Dancers, who are down to 68 models right there. So, yeah, they're going. Yes, going to check on the Wookiee. The Wookiee was checked upon, and he is all good. Now, there are some Tomb Guard in the front line. Looks like we have Tomb Guard here. I think only 1 Tomb Guard unit. The rest of the infantry will get shreked pretty badly. However, Happy Puppy does have the Skeleton Archers, who are doing some good damage against War Dancers here. Those Bare Naked Ladies are not going to be enjoying that firepower for sure. In the front, Skeleton Chariots moving in. Nice pressure. Zablasky countercharges with the Glade Riders, but it looks like the Chariots are getting a little bit of an optimal charge here. Now, the big deciding factor is going to be how effective are the Way Watchers. The Way Watchers, let's see what they're shooting. I'm sitting back here. Haven't seen too much target priority yet. Okay, it looks like they're going into, what are they even shooting? I think the Chariots right there. Big fighting on the flank as well. We do have the Nehakar Horsemen intercepting the Wild Hunters of Kernus. A Spirit Leech Overcast going down. A little bit of a mistake there. It does give extended range. It doesn't give extra damage if you overcast it, and it costs extra wind. So a small mistake. Insignificant, though. Not really going to be that big of a deal. Nehakar Horsemen here fighting Glade Riders. We do get some Spear support moving in for the Tomb Kings, which will buy a little bit more time. And honestly, the front line is going pretty well for Happy Puppy. Nehakar Horsemen used to sweep up the front line, pushing towards the Way Watchers now. And yeah, you can see the Skeleton Archers were actually able to do a pretty decent number here on the front line. However, some War Dancers were able to get up and around the flank, and now they've piled in and are chewing through the Skeleton Archers. Arkin the Black definitely could use like a Fate of Buna or a Skeleton Summon, or the Tomb King's Chariots could be pulled back here to help kind of remedy the situation. There needs to be something. If these War Dancers keep ravaging the back line, that probably will be GG, and I think the Tomb Kings would be paying the ultimate troll toll there. So we'll see how this unfolds. In the meantime, Horsemen holding back the Glade Riders, War Dancers battling against the Spearmen, a bit of a wash on this side. Arkin the Black still in good shape, dropping another Spirit Leech on the Wild Hunters, which is a good choice. They're a pretty powerful unit, and you definitely want to remove them. But this is a really, really close battle, actually. The Nehakar Warriors are really pushing into the backfield, occupying quite a bit of the attention of the old Wood Elves. Zablasky is being forced to shoot the Carrion with his Way Watchers. And yeah, honestly, Tomb Kings seem like they're in good shape, but like this one War Dancer unit could 100% change the outcome of the game, right? So both of these Skeleton Archers need to turn around, focus them down. Ushapti need to shoot them. Horsemen need to shoot them. There needs to be a big peeling effort here in the backfield, or else they're going to kill this catapult. It's going to kill some archers. It's going to chase down Ushapti. There'll just be so many disastrous situations there from those War Dancers if they're not dealt with. And it looks like some Nehakar Horsemen have gone back here, which is a good start. 69 models. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Perhaps the Spirit Leech coming down from Ark in the Black, maybe overcast at this time to be able to reach those War Dancers would be nice, but they need to be broken, and they're really cutting through quite a few of those troops. As far as the balance of power goes, it's pretty damn even at this point. Tomb Kings might actually be slightly ahead here. Dryads moving in. Chosen of the Gods finishing off the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Now the Glade Lord is moving in with some of the Glade Riders with spears to shut down the Chosen of the Gods. And once again, yeah, the Catapult's offline, right? So you can see the bounce power kind of creeping back towards the middle because of these War Dancers. That one War Dancer unit is really causing quite a problem here. Tomb Kings do have some Tomb Guard moving back, some spears. Zablaski still does have both Way Watchers online. And they have pretty good ammunition as well, although they are using some of it here to finish off these horsemen. That's still pretty good value overall. But yeah, Skeleton Archer is going to be going down here. It looks like a Spirit Leech from Ark in the Black. Going to be dropped here on the Glade Riders with spears. And the Ushapti are forced into melee combat. Now, one thing that could be quite strong here is if Happy Puppy is indeed holding the Ushapti summon in the back pocket. Could be used on top of these War Dancers here for Zablaski. It would then peel for the Chosen of the Gods, probably kill the Dryads as well. I think this would probably be the primetime spot here for the Ushapti summon, but we'll see. A little bit of lag here. Hopefully nothing does go down. This would be a pretty terrible place to actually have a disconnect since it's too even of a game to call. Yeah, we'll see. Come on. Yeah, it's not me. My internet's fine. Seems okay. Seems okay. Come on, push it. One of your potatoes needs to push it. Come on. Come on. Who's here? Typing. Okay, yeah. Somebody's computer or internet may have just turned off. Yeah, it's not me this time. I minimized and checked my internet, and everything looks fine. And it's too close to call, honestly. We'd probably have to replay this, which is unfortunate. But you know, it is what it is. It's more content for you guys, right? But like it's a slight edge for Wood Elves, but Tomb Kings, like with the good Ushapti summon here, like the Tomb Guard coming back, they could definitely win this game too. Considering Arkan is pretty scary. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Somebody's internet is struggling here, and it's not me for once, which is a very refreshing sight. I think it's you. It's not me. My internet looks stable. I'm here with you guys. If my internet was crashing, the stream would be crashing too. We will see. Hold. Honestly, it's a really close match. Like Tomb Guard coming back, Ark in the Black having his summons, the Ushapti summon not being used yet. Yeah, we'll see. Lag, yeah, I know. It's horrible. Yeah, it looks like it's probably not going to recover. I'm actually going to go to Discord and see if somebody crashed here. Oh, Zablaski's internet may have crashed. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, we'll just replay it. It's fine. I think Zablaski said his internet crashed, yeah. Nope, yeah, he said his internet's done. Are you DC or still in game? We'll see, because if his internet comes back on, there's a chance it could reconnect. And yeah, we'll go from there. This Steam crash. Steam looks fine on my end. Did it? Yeah. My friends list is all there. Looks like it's okay. Checking with Zablaski and the boys. Round 2, man. Yeah, it's Zablaski's internet. So yeah, Happy Puppy. We're just gonna replay it. So. That's pretty much all we can really do in this. The game is more or less dead even. The bounce power is slightly Wood Elf favored here. So yeah, we're just gonna do a replay probably. The tactical lag. Yes. And the host has left the game. I certainly have not left the game. It's like weird the armies are like still fighting out there. Yeah, very, very, very strange stuff. Okay. So we'll just replay that. We'll get back to the lobbies and hopefully the internet will be fine. Okay, so let's find the lobby. It says they're still playing, which is very strange. So we'll let them rehost here, and then we will jump back in just a moment. Sorry about that, guys. It's the nature of the beast. Somebody in chat says, sucks. Zablaski looks good there. Yeah, it's, it is what it is. We're going to replay it. It's going to be fine. So you guys can reconnect, and now we can actually go back to... so Happy Puppy and Zablaski, if you guys could get back in the lobby together, we'll go do A-Move and Zyphos right now. And then we'll come back to this. Let the AI decide. I know, I haven't seen that before either, Guac. That was very strange. Hey, guys. Start when ready. Okay, so we got A-Move Hacker versus Zyphos here. Hopefully, no more potato action. There's always got to be something. There's always got to be a little bit of a drama there, so. A-Move versus Zyphos. All right. Cool. Yes, yes. Let us go forth. Yeah, we're going to go to the other game. We're going to do High Elves versus Lizardmen, and then we'll come back and do that one. Correct. Hadrius sent the rats to sabotage everyone. Oh, it would seem so. That was the warm-up. Oh, man. KD, don't worry, man. Your bracket, there's still hope. There's yet hope to be had here. All right. Here we go. Gonna do other game. Then to you guys again. Feel free to pick new armies if you two want. Cool. So we're going to give those two the opportunity as well to pick new armies if they want to. So it's up to them. We'll see what they want to do. Obviously, this is more of a presentation format. Best of one isn't like the most competitive thing in the world, so we're going to be a little bit lax in some regard on that. Now we will see if A-Move's Potato can get there. Goldtooth Lair. The Skaven were not happy, so they're sabotaging everyone. The Horned Rat was not pleased. Yeah, no, certainly not. The Horned Rat probably quite upset so far. Xeno, yeah, you can go check it out, man. The replay's back. It was an amazing game. The Empire vs. Chaos was a really, really good match. Really, really good match. No, one of the players disconnected, yeah, in our last match. So there's just going to be a replay, yeah. But if somebody disconnects twice in a row, I typically just give them a game loss. Because then it's not fair to their opponent. But, you know, in a casual format like this, more or less, we can be relaxed with one game. But if he disconnects again, we'll have to move on and just give him the game loss there, which would be unfortunate. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll let them change their armies too. So then it'll feel like a fresh match and you guys get the picture. So, all right, guys. So, A-Move Hacker. We got the double Bastillodon. We got a Mage of Light here. A Toad of Light, I should say, with Nets. Barona's Time Warp on Temple Guard to try and win the melee fight. And that appears to be it. Yeah, just like a defensive lizard box, just, you know, halberds with range tools and some pterodons to go drop rocks on bolt throwers, and that is pretty much it. So for you boys Xiphos and the High Elves, we have Teclis with Nets, Enfeebling Foe, and Regrowth, double Dragon Prince, a double Sister of Avalorn, and we do also have Spearman and double Bolt Thrower here. So very, very cool build. So let us know, who are you rooting for here? Xiphos and the High Elves, the French Warhammer King. Or are you rooting for your boy A-Move Hacker? A dwarf champion as well, as a matter of fact. A-Move Hacker is a very, very good dwarf player. Also quite good at Lizardmen, so he likes those very tanky factions, it would seem. You're rooting for the Lizards. You're here for the old ones. Is that your life? Let us know. Let us know, indeed. Yeah. Oh, man, DMX passed away? That's really sad. Yeah. Rest in peace, man. I used to really enjoy a lot of DMX songs back when I was in high school. Yeah, if that's actually true. I saw the news that he was hospitalized, but yeah, that's a shame. Yeah. X Gonna Give It To You was a pretty great song. I think the first time I heard that, I was at a movie theater with one of my friends, and we were seeing the movie Cradle to the Grave, which has, it was DMX starring with Jet Li. Yeah, it's a pretty fun movie, you know, back, I think it was like, what, 2002, 2003? And X Gonna Give It To You was like in the trailer for that, and I remember being like super, super hyped by it. I was like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Yeah. All right, guys. Here we are. Will Xiphos be able to get through the Solar Engine box? 2 Bolt Throwers and 2 Sisters probably will have a pretty good chance of doing it. Probably so. But again, the Pterodon play is going to be the big deciding factor. Will he be able to get good Pterodon drops? Certainly a pretty good advantage for A-Move in the infantry fight. The Temple Guard will be very good against the Spearmen, and I believe there's some Silver and Guard mixed in as well. Yeah, looks like there's about 4 Silver and Guard. And that appears to be it. That appears to be it. Oh yeah, Jet Li was awesome, man. Or he is awesome. He's obviously still doing his thing. Here comes that boy. I'm trying to get hammered. Please say I'm... No, you drink water with my bingo. You drink water. I mean, of course, whatever you want, but, you know. It's all about the Hydra homies, man. Here comes that boy. Thank you for the donation. So you can cross off your bingo square. Oh, my God. All right, guys. So, the Pterodon Riders, lurking on the wings, immediately going to be shot at by the Sisters of Avalorn here for Xiphos. The Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers as well. It looks like they're thinking about shooting at the Pterodons. A little bit hard to say, but A-Move Hacker is going to be advancing up here. And yeah, the Solar Engines, it's time. Going to start shooting at the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. Both sides have healing, I think? No, the Lizardmen don't have any healing. So the Bolt Throwers can be potentially healed by like a Regrowth. Oh my God, is that Foot Teclis? Is that Foot Teclis? Oh my God, look at that. It's a wild Foot Teclis, which is interesting, because Horse, I feel, is so much better, right? He can be more mobile. He can, you know, get his nets more efficiently. He can get his heals where he needs to go, and yeah, we'll see. So Shield of the Old Ones going down, giving 22% ward save to the Solar Engines as they now start to trade here with the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower. I think it's certainly on the Lizardmen to want to advance here pretty quick. Yeah, both players kind of chatting a little bit before the game starts. But the Solar Engines, it's a little bit of RNG, really, in this situation. Sisters seem to be in good shape. Teclis can use his nets to prevent rock drop. So, for example, if a Pterodon comes in and tries to fly over some of the Sisters, a rock drop would be, very devastating, right? So using a net here and then getting both Sisters to start focusing down the Pterodon Riders is a very, very strong play here. So the High Elves are advancing. Spearmen moving up, and the Dragon Princes as well. Pterodons, yeah, rock drop's probably going to fly right over those bad boys, but I don't know, we'll see. A couple of them might get picked off before they even get close. The Temple Guard box is going to be a problem because Temple Guard 2 are really good against all these units, unless the Sisters stay online. If the Sisters can stay healthy, they have really, really good armor-piercing shots and can obviously do some heavy-duty damage against the Star Chamber Guardians and all those bad boys. First rock drops coming in from A move. It does partially tickle the pickle here of these Sisters. Not devastating damage. Okay, that second drop did a little bit more. But the Pterodons can also just like fly overhead the Sisters and just kind of be a little bit of a distraction. They also only have 40 armor, so the little kind of poison darts can be very, very nasty indeed. Nasty hobbitses all day. Well, the Bolt Throwers trading pretty well. Solar Engine down to about half health. Bolt Throwers are both perfectly healthy. It looks like these Solar Engines are shooting at the Sisters of Avalorn, which is probably smart because it gets rid of the answer for the Star Chamber Guardians and some of those other tools here. So we will we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes indeed. Here comes more Pterodon Riders, continuing to troll the Sisters of Avalorn. Not landing though. If they do land, the Dragon Princes could respond very quickly and kind of lance them down. But this is good conservative play. But the other Bastillodon maybe wants to run and hide. But oh yes, look at A move using the dreaded terrain piece. He hides the Bastillodon behind the little funeral pyre here, and probably will be able to bring it back in the late game, which is a good play. Because normally if that were an open field, that thing would probably be going down here. So it looks like another net going down from Teclis. It is going to be locking down the Pterodons, also triggering the Kindle Flame synergy. I believe he has Kindle Flame. He does. So a little bit of bonus fire damage, but so far the Solar Engines are doing some very, very good damage against the Sisters of Avalorn. And now the Lizardmen army is advancing in. So really important for this type of a Lizardmen army to stay together, to really benefit from the buffs from the Slann, like the Aura of Pretzel if he has it, as well as the Shield of the Old Ones, and Barona's Time Warp in this case. So Pterodon Riders broken off once again. Sisters of Avalorn are quite low though. 24 models on these bad girls here, and 33 on these ones. And both Bolt Throwers though are still going. So Dragon Princes do move in, trying to go after the Toad, but it looks like there is going to be a net coming in from the Light Toad, and a Banishment as well, and let's see if the Infantry can get in there in time. Probably not. But the Banishment could do some decent damage depending on the rotation. Nice charge there by the Dragon Princes, hammering into the Temple Guard, doing some really good HP damage considering they weren't braced. And somehow the Dragon Princes like move when they're netted and pile in to fight the Slann, which is pretty unfortunate for sure. That Slann should get away. Now, I don't know what Teclis is doing here. Teclis decided to run up, getting a little bit danger close to some of the infantry. And look at that, one Bolt Thrower is actually taken offline. Yeah, look at that, man. So the Bolt Thrower is gone, the other one is back, but now like the other Solar Engine emerges from his rat's nest and he's ready to go, man. That Solar Engine's going to start blasting, and honestly, this is starting to look pretty good for the Lizards because I don't see Silver and Guard trading terribly well with the elite Lizardmen infantry. That is for sure. And it looks like another net was maybe going down in these Pterodons right here. I think he's trying to save the Bolt Thrower crew, which is a very smart play. I mean, if these Sisters can finish off these Pterodons or break them and that Bolt Thrower crew does come back, that would actually be a huge boon because this is going to be a grind fest for sure. I love that A-move hacker though, just kind of waddling his two Solar Engines. It's a double-edged sword because when they're hiding back there, they're not contributing to the battle, but I think at this point it's probably worth it. Okay, the crew did come back and the Pterodon Riders are broken. So the mission accomplished here for Xiphos. He definitely needs to get that Bolt Thrower back online. So far, Spearman just bumping and grinding here. I have no idea what Teclis is doing. Looks like he popped the Potion of Croy and was fighting some Saurus, and Barona's Time Warp now going to be going down. So that's going to be a pretty scary little Lizardman force. Dragon Princess, oh, this is big too. Okay, this is really, really big here for Xiphos as well. The Dragon Princes are going to charge the Solar Engines. They should. Oh man, this is a little bit of a mistake here. He's charging into the back of Temple Guard, which isn't bad per se. But what could happen here is this Dragon Prince could pin in the Solar Engines with these Spearmen, and they would both die. The Dragon Princes would finish them both off. I understand the kind of urgency of needing to finish the Temple Guard, but I think he really needs to go after the Bastillodons with these cavalry. Both of them could be finished right here. And now the Bastillodons are trying to get back to their Temple Guard box, and if they do that, I think Xiphos probably is going to be losing this game. And yeah, they're going to get back right now. That could have been a huge pick. Xiphos could have gotten both those guys, and bread would have been buttered for sure. There would have been some delicious bread there. Grand Crusader, raise your glass for the Hydra homies. Hey man, thank you for the $5, Crusader. Hope you're enjoying the stream, man. And yes, Hydra homies unite, man. Stay hydrated. It's healthy. It's good for you. That was free real estate. One Bastillodon does break to some of the spears nearby. The other Dragon Princes are coming around the flank here, and these Dragon Princes need to get out of combat. Xiphos needs to pull them back. They're in sustained combat here with halberd units. Not going to be a pretty sight for them. The other Princes with a really nice hammering charge into the back of these Temple Guards. Certainly a game that could go either way. Really needs to make sure this Bastillodon doesn't come back, though. This thing still has a ton of ammo, and if it were able to sit and shoot, could do some really lethal damage. Nice catch here by A-Move Hacker. He's able to get the Pterodons in the backfield on top of the Bolt Thrower and keeps them from getting back in business. Sisters of Avalorn appear to be shooting into the other Bastillodon here, and it looks like the Bolt Thrower crew probably will be going down to the Pterodons, whereas these Spearmen should keep that Bastillodon off the battlefield. So how well are the Heavy Cavalry doing? We'll see in a second. Looks like another net going down from Teclis. Might save only 11 Sisters. I don't know if that was worth it per se. Looks like Pterodon's deciding to land on the Bolt Thrower crew here, which is almost out of ammunition. These Sisters getting the Blood Statue of Spite. And where are the Dragon Princes? Okay, they pulled pretty far back. The other ones are pretty much on death's bed here, so they're not in good shape. And these Spearmen, yeah, Solar Engine's in a little bit of trouble here, but I don't see Xiphos coming back here. I feel like the Solar Engines were able to do it, and the Lizardmen Infantry just have such an advantage here. Maybe if Xiphos had mixed in like 2 White Lions in his build, I think he could have maybe won the front line. They would have been cost effective against Temple Guard, whereas Silverin just get massively out-traded by Temple Guard. Temple Guard are just more durable, they have better armor piercing. Solid play here by Emu for sure. So Dragon Prince is going to be getting banished into Age of Sigmar perhaps, where they do not exist, or they perhaps are transformed into High Elf Cow people via the Lumineth Realm Lords. So yeah, a little bit of damage, not too much. Do the High Elves have any way of scrapping back, really? I guess they have some Spearmen, they have some Dragon Princes here, but look at this. 75 model Star Chamber Guardians. That is just erect, man. That is going to be so tough to finish. They do have, what, a couple Sisters here, only 11 models. This Bolt Thrower crew was able to finally get back, but now there's a Bastillodon, which of course is causing terror in many of these engagements. And Foot Teclis isn't going to be that big of a game changer here. That is for sure. I mean, what is Foot Teclis going to do? He's got his little cane. He's got 38 melee attack, 280 weapon strength. Pretty terrible combat stats for a Legendary Lord for sure. He is not the mighty Teclis. He is not the mighty Peclis, is what I meant to say. So Silverin Guard, 69 models. Man, what is it? Why do we always get that number? Like, always. The blessed number on this channel, I guess. 24 Dragon Princes riding down Pterodon Riders in the distance. Doing some big damage. Negative 24 leadership, able to kind of break those guys. Xiphos clearly scrapping to the bitter end. I'm trying to think if there's any avenue back. I mean, having Cavalry free to cycle charge is very strong. But considering there's a Light Slan, who most certainly has some Winds of Magic left, probably has Nets of Amatok, the first time those Dragon Princes charge into the Star Chamber Guardians, they're going to get netted, and they're going to be losing quite a bit of models for sure. So that guy's getting chased off. We do have some Spearmen, which are escorting this... Oh, look at it! He's back! Gary's back in business, boys! The Bastillodon with the Solar Engine has returned to us in our hour of need, and it looks like he should be able to finish off those guys right there. We will see. We will see indeed. Yeah, it's really weird, the new aesthetic of the High Elves in Age of Sigmar, like the cow, the whole cow thing. It's so weird. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe some people like it, but I'm not a huge fan. Temple Guard grinding down Spearmen here. Spearmen on Spearmen action. Looks like Silverin Guard probably will be able to defeat the Saurus. And Foot Teclis is kind of on the run right now, as Xiphos trying to get whatever value he can out of these Dragon Princes. But just like we talked about, a net's going down. Probably going to lose a handful of Prince models here as these Spears, though they don't have armor piercing, like good AP values, they still should be able to do some good work. And yeah, look at that. We get the Temple Guard moving in, and their HP is rapidly dropping. There's a regrowth going down from Xiphos, realizing that this is probably his last power piece on the board. That can do some work, but, still taking some big damage there. And Teclis just kind of running around, man. No Fiery Convocation, no fancy tricks. I actually like to bring Fiery Convocation against Lizards, because sometimes you can, net down their infantry line and get, a really good one. And it can be devastating against elite armies like this. But, yeah, it looks like A-Move Hacker's got this game in the bag. I don't see any way the Lizardmen can lose this. I mean, unless, A-Move just, methodically lets Xiphos kill each of his units. I feel like the Star Chamber Guardians plus the Slan are just too strong to take down. And the Elves are too weak. I'm too weak, Anakin. So Dragon Princes and Spears moving in to do battle with the Saurus. The Saurus, negative 15 leadership, they will be going here. Other Solar Engine probably will get rode down as well. Xiphos probably will get his princes over there and take down that Solar Engine, which is nice. The other one I think must have gotten routed. Yeah, the Spearmen are still battling Gary there in the distance. So, yeah, Gary in a little bit of trouble. 3 leadership. Might actually come back again, which is really funny. If he came back, he could also outrun the Spearmen. Gary's got 40 speed, and the Spearmen have, what, 33 or something like that? So yeah, I mean, potentially that Solar Engine could be a player again in this game. So right now, yeah, Dragon Prince is getting edited once again. Solar Engine blasting one model at a time, which is pretty hilarious. Their leadership is 26. And it looks like the Bastiladon's going to be going in like a true champion of the old ones, and should be able to get some decent damage. It's still an armor-piercing beast with 250 weapon strength and really good AP values. Here it comes. Oh, yeah, get in there, baby. Bastiladons are such cool units. Blood Statute of Spite, broken and terrified. The heavy cavalry are going to be pushed off the edge of the battlefield. Zyphos showing that he's truly a tenacious player fighting to the bitter end here, but I think it is all for naught, as there is no way that Lizardman box is going to be cracked. The Skink Chief here is also pretty healthy on ammo. So, A-Move Hacker could honestly just get a Solar Engine and a Skink Chief, and yeah, look, even the other Solar Engine's back. So Gary is back in the distance. He's going to be waddling across the map, and eventually he will be able to drop some decent shots here and do some good work, so we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes indeed. So where is Zyphos going? It looks like Zyphos might be moving up to go get his Bolt Thrower back online. It's a little bit hard to tell. A-Move Hacker setting up his Solar Engine here, sending out the Skink Chief, and now the Lizardman army is just moving slowly, and that's the right play. Let's see. Yeah, we got Spearmen attacking over here. So yeah, just if you guys were wondering about the attacking rules, Zyphos is attacking because his Spearmen are attacking this Bastiladon here, which looks like it might break again. 740. Gary's in a little bit of trouble. The Solar Engine for the Lizards is blasting away at the forces of Zyphos. And yeah, I think it was a Lizardman, not a box, but it was a very defensive build. Double Solar Engine with Temple Guard. And, Barona's Time Warp to make the Temple Guard very cost effective. And that's pretty much the whole picture. So here comes the Dragon Princes, going to be riding down the Solar Engine. I think just kind of delaying the inevitable here, though. I just really don't think Zyphos can win this. Try, though, he may. God, I forgot to put the time on infinite. So, well, actually, I'm not hosting the lobbies. The players are this time around. So hopefully we don't actually run into a time issue. If we do, I mean, I'll just make a judgment call at that point. But, yeah, this Bastiladon is waddling back here. 13 leadership, trying its best. Spears are on the way, going after him. And where are those Dragon Princes? Why are they not coming in here? I thought they would come and pin in this Bastiladon. They certainly could. What are the players saying here? The Bastiladon shouldn't have come back. I was chasing it with 12 units, and he's saying, yeah, that was weird stuff. Yeah, the players just having a little bit of a discussion here. Lizardman army, very smart here by A-Move. If you guys are in this situation, you can just walk your army. You don't need to run it. If you can't catch your opponent, really, you're being kited or whatever. You don't have to use all that. So the Bastiladon should be going down here. Zyphos going to be getting the princes in on it. He had that nice catch earlier. That might have actually given him a chance to potentially win this game. Yeah, here comes the princes. A 1, a 2, and a 3. Maybe the Bastiladon will be able to get a nice little charge and take a couple princes with him. Rips a shot. Oh, actually kind of hits Teclis a little bit. And now he's going to charge. And that was pretty heavy metal. No princes do go down to the charge, but the Bastiladon does indeed break, and it's going to be shattered. So I will give them now a warning to attack. So Basti is shattered. Must attack now, Elves. Cool. So we gave them a little bit of a warning there just to make sure they actually both attack. Not sure where this Bolt Thrower crew is going. The Lizardmen are obviously moving towards them to attack, and the Elves are going to have to do the same thing now. So you can see the Spearmen are moving back, and it is going to be time for the final showdown. So a little bit of lag here, but oh my god, not like this. Not like this. Who is it? Come on, Potato. Push it. Okay, that's good. That is good indeed. God, it always stresses me out. It always stresses me out. No, Andy, it doesn't. No, I don't see it in my daily life as much. Yeah, I don't. Skink Chief is going to be moving up. The darts are going to be a player. They could sit on Teclis, and each of those darts actually does have pretty high missile strength. So you can use those darts to just pick off these Dragon Prince models and things like that, right? So the Spearmen getting ready. I don't know what chance the High Elves think they have here. This is like a pretty powerful box. We got 49 Temple Guard, 75 on the Star Chamber Guardians. Also providing Guardian. We have a terror-causing monster, which is going to rout off so many of those units. No more crashing. Don't put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. All right, Teclis, as far as his HP goes, he's at about 1,300. Now he's at 1,200. So the little Skink Chief definitely getting some work in. And A-Move just kind of pushing forward, trying to, get as close as he can here. But Teclis is getting picked off, which might actually trigger army losses soon. 1,100 HP, 1,165. Skink Chief going to be falling back. And the dreaded infinite ammo Bastiladon there, able to get some poison shots here on the Dragon Princes, who might get some damage in. A little bit hard to say, but yeah, in general, it looks like the High Elves are trying to get like a full surround here. You can see there's some Dragon Princes lurking in the back. And yeah, I just don't see him doing it. I appreciate the effort for sure, but there's just no way. Like, I feel like if there were only the Star Chamber Guardians left, so let's say there was no Slann, there was no Skink Chief, no Temple Guard here, I don't think the entire high elf force that you see could even beat the Star Chamber Guardians. I really don't think so. So it looks like there's some witchcraft going down. I could have sworn I saw an ability. That was the Guardian Aura. What is that little drum icon? I don't recognize that off the top of my head. The War Drum of Zwaahatek. Oh, leadership. Look at that. Charge bonus and speed. Kind of cool for like that type of an engagement. So the Lizardmen moving forward. These spears are going to need to move up here, as are the Dragon Princes. Not really sure. It looks like Zypho's trying to get on the Bolt Thrower crew back here, which is pretty hilarious. And yeah, Teclis getting caught with the Net of Ammonchok. And the Temple Guard are now moving in. And yeah, the Bolt Thrower crew actually found a way to get around here. But yeah, these Spearmen are basically going to be sacrificed here to the Star Chamber Guardians. And there's the fight. So Spearmen immediately taking massive damage. Spearmen will 100% get wrecked here. Might kill like 2 or 3 of the Star Chamber Guardians, but the Bastiladon coming in also rams Teclis. And this is Foot Teclis, so he is not going to be able to get away here. Aura Pretzel going down. Teclis at 1300. The Bolt Thrower actually comes back, which is super hilarious. But yeah, Teclis is wavering, and that's probably going to be army losses, as the Star Chamber Guardians took no losses, just crushing a Spearman unit, really showing how elite of a unit they truly are. Here comes the Dragon Princes. Yep, trying their best. Bastiladon's just hot on the hunt here. Teclis going to be dropping a regrowth, I think, on the Princes, who are going to charge the Bastiladon. But there is a... no, I don't think there's any nets available because he just used one on Teclis here. But these Dragon Princes should pay the price. Despite a regrowth, there's a ton of Temple Guard nearby, and that's going to be a lot of damage. I'm really surprised army losses hasn't kicked in yet. I feel like this High Elf army really has no options whatsoever here. Shield of the Old Ones plus Cold-Blooded, actually keeping that Bastiladon alive is pretty gangster for sure. It means the Dragon Princes have to stay in combat longer, and they potentially get crumped a little bit longer. Ammunition about to run out there, and that's I don't know why he's still fighting, honestly. I mean, I guess, you know, there's a whole ideology to the never surrender, but in this case, it's just like, how do you plan on killing those units there? Okay, Bolts is out of ammunition. Zypho says GG. Looks like he knows it's over. Teclis shatters, and that is going to be a victory for the Lizardmen. An A-move hacker. Zablasky says, Zyphos gave me a lot of time to check my internet. I'm glad to hear that, man. Hopefully it'll work out this time. All right, so as far as value accrued, 1,700, 1,300. Solar Engines did great. Star Chamber Guardians were perfect health. And yeah, I mean, there were some options against the armor, but the High Elf Infantry really got bullied by the Lizardmen Infantry for sure. And honestly, the Bolters did okay. They traded pretty decently with the Bastiladons, but yeah, it was a good game. All right, so to the bracket we go. Zyphos will be eliminated, A-move hacker, and the Lizards will be advancing on. And now we have Zablasky versus Happy Puppy. Round 2, running it back. Let's get this party started. All right, so here we go. The bracket is all good. And let's go ahead and load into this battle. Where is this? Here they are. 1, 2, 3. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right. How are we supposed to? Yeah, the Temple Guard ROR, quite scary indeed. All right, ready. So we got Zablasky versus the Happy Puppy. A run back of a game earlier. It looked like a pretty even game, maybe a slight advantage to the Wood Elves in terms of at least the balance of power and state of the battlefield, but certainly a game that could have gone either way. So in a way, we've given the players an opportunity to both change their armies. And so, you know, it should add a bit of a fresh spin onto this battle here and give the players a little bit of a do-over. So by the time this is over, we will all be Tomb Kings, perhaps so. Faction War events are always quite long, but it is best of one. So as we do get to the later stages of the event, it does go a little bit quicker. Because let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's only like 8 or 9 games left in the stream in total. So really, it'll go by pretty quick. Yeah. Usually Faction Wars are about 4 hours in length, which is, you know, pretty normal for like a good old juicy stream there. All right, so Zablasky, I think, was on this side. And Happy Puppy is on this side. And there we go. All right, guys, give me 1 second. Our dogs, we put them in the other room, and they're like scratching at the door, and I don't want them to like scratch the paint off the door. So just give me 1 second. I'm just going to move them real quick. All right, guys. The pigs, as we call them, the dogs, have been satiated. Their bloodlust knows no bounds. So here it is, my friends. If we take a look at the forces here of the hardwood, the Wood Elves, we got a Dryad front line backed up by Wild Hunters of Khurnes and Wild Riders, double Sister of Thorn, triple Wild Rider actually, with a couple Spearmen, so much less infantry focused. More cavalry, less War Dancers, still has some Dryads, and an Ancient Tree Man is going to be the lore change, so no Way Watchers and no Prey of Anathrema. So for Happy Puppy, not given any trouble here, just going with the exact same build. So we do see Skeleton Warriors with 1 Tomb Guard, a bunch of Nagarythe Horsemen, double Ushapti Greatbow Chariot to do well against the infantry, and a Screaming Mame Catapult just to give some ranged prowess here to the army. Ark and the Black on foot with Buna and Spirit Leech. Yeah, that is it indeed. That is it indeed. I'd let the dogs out. The dogs have been let out. Yes, correct. They have been. They have been indeed. So predictions, guys. We're here. It is round 2. Wood Elves or Tomb Kings. Who do you guys think is going to be winning this glorious battle? We, of course, got a little bit of a preview earlier. The players got a warm-up match, and now they're both here with their final form. And they're going to be going in to do battle. It's okay. No problem. Oh, so Happy Puppy, I guess, didn't see the message I said about making a different army, but it's okay. Honestly, I think this army is actually pretty good against what the Wood Elves have here. The Greatbows will really, really pound the cavalry as well as the Ancient Tree Man. The fact that there's less infantry pressure, I think, gives a little bit more of a sustainable presence to the Tomb Kings with just their weak front line. And they can contest the cavalry game pretty efficiently with the Horsemen and Greatbows. So I honestly think that the army here for Happy Puppy is pretty good against what I see from Zablaski's. Not to say Zablaski can't win. It's all going to come down to micro and execution and, timings and buffs and healing and all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, let us know your predictions, guys. Let us know your predictions indeed. Yeah, no War Dancers this time. Perhaps had a little bit of a rough experience with them against the Skeleton Archers. Good luck, have fun. Up to you too. All right. But seems all good here. Yeah, we'll just let them decide here. I mean, if they want to load out and, make a new army, that's fine if they both want to. But, yeah, we'll check and see what they want to do. Okay. Looks like they're good to go. The game is upon us. This is not a replay, Ice Power. This is live. This is a live one, yeah. Faction Wars are always live. Correct. Faction Wars are always live. Zablaski, I will change my build and try and predict what the change is. Puffy, I only have one build, I know. I actually like this. I like this Tomb Kings build. I think it's good. I think with proper execution and control, it should be very, very strong here. Because basically, you can just sit one Ushapti Greatbow on top of the Ancient Tree Man the entire battle. You want to use the non-Chosen to the Gods. Chosen to the Gods, you want to shoot cavalry. And then in doing that, what happens is the Tree Man's going to be forced to heal himself instead of healing the cavalry in those other engagements. So I think you predict a draw. Yeah, a draw. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen like a draw in one of my tournaments where like it actually, well, because we have unlimited time, so somebody always wins. Yeah, no. Somebody always wins. I mean, in the early days, I used to have a timer on my matches, a 20-minute timer, but then there would actually be draws, like in like kiting matches and things like that, and it was like really awkward. So we kind of changed that. So the Chosen of the Gods shooting into the Dryads. Looks like the other Ushapti Greatbows are shooting into the Tree Man, immediately accruing some pretty decent value, putting that character down. Chariots can scream forward and start shooting. Not shooting, but rolling into these units. And also the Skeleton Archer should be able to pepper into the Dryads and help the Tomb Kings win the frontline fight. We will see. But man, oh man, those Dryads getting wrecked pretty good. Zablaski coming around the flank here with the Sisters of the Thorn, the Wild Riders. It's so funny. Up from like a super high distance, it looks like they're like two-legged, these bipedal like deer. Just because like the way the graphics look. This all honestly feels like a replay of the last match in some way. Spirit Leech going down to the Sisters as the Nagarythe Horsemen do charge in. Liber Mortis active as well, I think. Yeah, Liber Mortis plus Curse. Oh, and a really good Skeleton Summon there by Happy Puppy on top of the Sisters of Thorn as well as the Wild Riders there. And that's going to actually help the Tomb Kings potentially win that fight. Now, as far as the frontline scrapping goes, the Dryads in the front have been busted down. The Ancient Tree Man with Shield of Thorns is holding okay. There are a couple Wood Elf units kind of leaking into the back line, so the Skeleton Spears are going to have their hands full. It looks like here the Spears are going to be rushing over to try and protect the Catapult. We'll see if they can kind of stabilize that. But in the meantime, the Archers and the Horsemen really are doing a number on the front line. And, some of the Sisters of Thorn are in a relatively rough fight, to say the least. So Ushapti Greatbows still shooting in to the Ancient Tree Man, I believe. And it looks like the Chosen of the Gods were able to completely finish off one unit of the Sisters here, or at least doing some really, really big damage. Yeah, they're quite low, actually. But again, just like last game, we see the backline pressure coming in from Zablaski, the Wild Hunters of Khurnes, on top of the Screaming Skull Catapult. Though there are Skeleton Spearmen back here, and the Skeleton Spearmen are doing some, relatively substantial damage in tandem with the Chosen of the Gods. So the catapult is offline for now. As far as this pit fight goes, some skeleton spearmen chasing off these wild riders, it looks like, but they probably want to pull back in here and make sure to stay in combat. Ark in the Black recharging his Tomb Blade here. Balance of Power is a little bit Tomb King favored, and it looks like there is going to be a new Ushapti summon here in the backfield on top of the Wild Hunters, who are getting the Scroll of Shielding, but that was actually a Fade Buna, a very good one, mind you. Fade Buna onto the very expensive unit, although arguably for like 45 model count units, Spirit Leech is a little bit more cost effective, but if you're just like banging out magic, going crazy, then you know it is what it is. So yeah, Tomb King's pulling ahead. The Carrion here chasing down the Sisters of Thorn. The frontline fight actually not going bad for the Tomb Kings, considering the Skeleton Chariot has been kind of running rampant through the front line, and the Nehekar Horsemen trading surprisingly cost efficiently with a lot of the Wood Elf cavalry. However, though the Balance of Power is Tomb King favored, you have to remember that now the Wood Elves kind of are in the backfield, and much of the power of the Tomb Kings does lie in the backfield. So it's going to be really important here for the Tomb Kings and Happy Puppy to try and stabilize the Ushapti line. And here are some Skeleton Archers bravely sacrificing themselves against these Wild Riders. The Carrion maybe want to come in and just screen out these guys. That would be pretty strong, although it looks like they're going to be intercepting the Wild Hunters here. Also a good choice. So Ark in the Black and Company still finding here. Ushapti summon holding back the Ancient Treeman, as well as his Eternal Guard here. In the front, Dryads breaking down here. Nehekar Horsemen battling Eternal Guard. Obviously a bit of a losing fight for them. But still, the Wood Elves are taking a bit of damage there. But as the Ushapti summon does kind of wax and wane here, the Balance of Power will go back towards the middle, and we'll kind of resume our course on a very even game. And yeah, losing the Chosen of the Gods here is pretty rough for sure. Looks like the Wild Hunters really got in there and did some brutal damage. Though they're going to be kind of forced off here, that's a really, really nice catch. But it's crucial for the Tomb Kings here to actually try and keep the Ushapti alive. So we'll see what those Ushapti can accomplish. And how they're being rode down, this could honestly potentially be, if there's no salvation for the Ushapti, if the Tomb Kings can't send over some spears or defend them in some way, I think that actually might be the game, and the Wood Elves might end up winning it. Because yeah, you really need these Ushapti Greatbow in the fourth quarter. Wild Hunters of Kurnus down to 11 models, negative 16 leadership. They are broken. Liber Mortis used back here, but it doesn't quite hit the Ushapti Greatbow, and now there's another unit of Wild Riders coming in. That's quite devastating for sure. And you can see Zablaski and the Wood Elves are slightly pulling ahead in the game here, despite the early lead that the Tomb Kings did have in this match. There was a couple situations where the Greatbows got isolated, and Ark in the Black doing his best to fight over here, but yeah, it's rapidly slipping out of the favor of the Tomb Kings because all their Balance of Power was tied up in the Greatbows, and there wasn't much left to kind of protect those bad boys. So a little bit unfortunate. A couple of the Nehekar Horsemen over here did kind of get trapped up fighting Eternal Guard for a long period of time. But yeah, Tomb King still scrapping. Nice little summon there by Arkin. It's the maximum range, so probably just using it to try and come help. And a Spirit Leech going down to the Wild Riders to try and peel as the Carrion do fly overhead, and will do their best to lend their aid to this fight. But yeah, the Wood Elves have too much left. There's Eternal Guard. There's 75 models here. There's 54 right here. And there is also 11 Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting ready to kind of scream back in there and do their piece. So we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes indeed. Wild Riders, 19 models, 13 models should be enough to finish off the Greatbows. That's a pretty common situation with Tomb Kings where like you're winning, or you feel like you're winning, but then your Greatbows get caught by like some haggard like skirmish cav unit, and then you lose the game. That's a very, very common thing for the Tomb Kings. Looks like GG going down here. Charge coming in from the Wild Hunters. Eternal Guard also bumping and grinding. Ark in the Black about to be taken to the tree zone. Taken to the forest here by the Ancient Tree Man. Should be able to slap him up pretty good. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, all Tomb Kings really have left is Ark in the Black, and the Tree Man should be more than enough to handle it. And that's going to be a Wood Elf victory indeed. GG, well played to both players. That was a great match. Very evenly done, I would say. Yeah, it just came down to a couple little positions with the Ushapti Greatbows and things getting stuck in combat. But yeah, that's going to be a Wood Elf victory. As far as value accrued, 33, 700, 1100. Wow, really crazy Wild Rider value. Look at that, 1380 plus 1780, 1168. And yeah, I actually like this Tomb Kings army. I think it has had the ability to win. A couple little things, but yeah, it was good play on both sides. Good play on both sides. So let's go update the bracket here. Zablaski will be advancing. We got Lizardmen versus the Wood Elves there. I feel like we see that matchup all the time too. So now we go back up to the top side of the bracket. We see Anticity versus the dreaded Potato Sauce. So that should be a fun one as well. GG, well played. All right. Cool, let's go ahead and load in. The Tomb Kings tried their best and they didn't do bad, that's for sure. So now we have Potato Sauce versus Anticity. So let's load in and get that game. I believe Anticity is actually streaming his games, which was quite cool. Also, Anticity, if you're watching this, when you're not playing your games, I hope that, you know, if you're streaming, feel free to like come onto my channel and just watch the stream, and you can like give your own commentary on the games. Like, seriously, totally fine with that. since you're playing in it, and obviously I know you're a great commentator and a good dude, so if you want to, feel free. All right, so let's get the blocker up. Looks like we're all set. We have Anticity on the left, and we have your boy Potato Sauce with a pretty impressive victory earlier over the Warriors of Chaos. Start when ready. All right. Very good indeed. So how is everyone doing on predictions? We've had 8 matches so far. The round of 16 there is concluded. How is everyone doing on predictions? I see that Hank has 4 of 8 right now. We got 6 of 8 for KD. Do you think that Anticity will boil him, mash him, and put him in a stew? Or do you think the potato sauce will spread over the world and bring the apocalypse upon the old world? Let us know. Let us know. Yes, yes. Cyber Pansy, yeah. Well, if he's playing in it and he's streaming, I'm fine with that for sure. And, you know, obviously not to everyone, but I know Anticity, and he's a pal of mine, so I'm fine with that. Boil him, mash him, stick him in a stew. Guac, you're 0 of 0. Oh, you didn't play. I thought you were going to be 0 of 8. I was like, holy shit, that's a record. Yeah. Real human being. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, all the schemes. All right. So let's load into the battle, my friends. It is upon us. Potato Sauce versus Anticity. The Vampire Coast versus the Empire. The Sons of Sigmar did win the first faction war. They've certainly done it before. Will Potato Sauce be the surprise champion? Who knows? Who knows indeed. Your brain says Anticity, says Curtis Wilson, but your heart says Potato. Which factions are still in it for round 2? Theo, the hand's doing okay. It's a slow process. Yeah, I have to get my other hand fixed too, so I'm going to be getting surgery over the summer because I have the same issue in both hands. So I have to get my other one kind of worked on too, and then hopefully we'll be on the path to success. All right, guys. So for Potato Sauce, a Sigmarite front line of state troopers. You don't really need much more against Vampire Coast. Swordsmen beat deck and mobs. And we got Huntsmen mixed with Crossbowmen, mixed with Silver Bullets, just a ton of powder. We got some Empire Knights. Really important to deal with the Scurvy Dog push. We got Marcus Solfart and a Bright Wizard. Pretty good. Flaming Sword of Ruin to deal with, Sirens, Ethereal units. Very, very important, and that is it. So now for the Kraken King, Anticity. He is certainly the Kraken King. King KDI, thanks for becoming a new member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. May Chuck Norris bless your sacred entry into our glorious mullet squad. Anticity coming in with Count Noctilus. We got handgun mobs. We got deck gunners, very much going for a coast gun line. We also do have a couple bombers. Bombers pretty good for flanking. What Anticity will do is he'll flank with the Sirens and then use the bombers to support them and push through the flank and try and get into the archer line most likely. And 2 Scurvy Dogs. Obviously, very, very essential here. And that is it indeed. All right, guys, and this is it. For a second, I thought I saw a bloated corpse hiding in the trees, but alas, our hopes and dreams were crushed. There is a very wild-ass Empire Vanguard. Like, up here in the corner of the map, there's, I think, a Pistolier or something. Oh my god, the Zentler's Reichsguard, just balls deep Vanguard. I mean, I guess, yeah, you could have gone back here, maybe. I'm not sure, but that Vanguard's going to take so long to get here that it might actually catch Anticity off guard. That's the one advantage that the Boil and Mash 'em, Stick 'em in a Stew has going for him, is that, yeah, the Zentler's Reichsguard are so far away, and they're not very fast. So it's gonna take some time. Devin, thanks for the donation. Hey, Legend, I was wondering why isn't Tesla in the Lord bracket? Because he had the drop for personal reasons. Yeah, he said, like, I don't know, something was going on in his life. He didn't have time to play Warhammer right now. So that's why. But I'm going to try and figure out a situation to get Morker back in the event. So don't you worry. So nice bomber play here on the flanks, although the bomber bats are also taking quite a bit of damage. And the Zentler's Reichsguard, the dreaded Vanguard, is on its way. Definitely need to get a Flaming Sword of Ruin over here on the Empire Knights and Spearmen and just kind of try and melt those Sirens. But the Estate Trooper line is advancing. And so far, Count Noctilus is getting sniped pretty efficiently by Marcus, although a nice summon here from Noctilus. You got to be... Potato Sauce has to be mega careful with his Bright Wizard. If he overextends even an inch, Anticity is going to just get all of his buttons and just basically focus down the Bright Wizard, which would probably be GG. Flaming Sword of Ruin used over here on these Empire Knights as they ride down the Sirens. Anticity does pull back there. And it looks like maybe there's going to be an attempt. Wait, Flaming Sword of Ruin here and... Oh, did he miscast? Oh, I think he cast the Flaming Sword of Ruin on himself. That's really unfortunate. Count Noctilus is actually really getting super beat up, though. And some of the Huntsmen are focusing down the Deck Hunters in the back, which are breaking. Empire Knights pushing. And the dreaded Zentler's Reichsguard flank is almost here. I really think Anticity is going to be super surprised when they get there. He's going to... Because it's such a slow, delayed Vanguard. Oh, the Burning Head, though, coming down. Okay. Hunter's Snare. Plus Burning Head. Takes out Scurvy Dogs. Takes out the zombies. If the Bright Wizard can survive that situation, that might be pretty good. Yeah, we'll see. So will the Reiksguard make the difference? I don't think so. I think that Anticity has enough crossfire in the backfield via the handguns and the deck gunners that as soon as he sees them, he's going to be able to just switch all his firepower. Now, typically, the Reiksguard should go after the deck gunners because they'll die much quicker. And the Empire currently trying to snipe Count Noctiluss, which isn't a bad idea, considering I would say Coast is getting the better engagements here. You know, if you could take the head off the snake, that'd be quite strong. But Reiksguard Knights do get a nice charge. 2 handgun mobs do get crumped there. And suddenly Anticity is probably like, what the hell is this? And all of his units are going to be switching. The handgun mobs, I'd love to see his reaction on the stream right now. But, yeah, the deck gunners are just blasting into him. And the Reiksguard Knights are not going to last much longer. That is for sure. Empire Knights making their way back in. Count Noctiluss into the gun line. Balance of power is in the favor here of the Kraken King. But we got to give big props to the Potato Sauce. He had a very nice win against a great Chaos player in round 1. A great player in general. And, you know, he had to fight, you know, one of the Faction War all-time greats here, and Anticity, who's won, I think, 2 or 3 times. I think it's 3 is what the number was. So, yeah, it looks like the Empire is going to be broken. I loved the Haggard Zintler's Reiksguard Vanguard, but in the end, it was just a little bit too slow. If that Reiksguard had kind of collapsed as the rest of the Empire army did, it could have been much more devastating. It would have taken pressure off other assets. And the Flaming Sword of Ruin misclick was also a problem, because then the Syrenes just dominated the Empire Knights, who didn't then have the Flaming Sword of Ruin, right? So some Empire Knights do get into the backfield. On top of these guys, Zintler's Reiksguard do get broken down. They took out 2 handguns with them, though, which really isn't bad. I mean, 2 handgun units outright for a cav unit. Not a terrible trade, but Sigmar is going to have to go back to the drawing board as the Kraken King claims victory here, and it looks like the old Marcus Wolfhart going to be getting chewed on. GG, well played. GG, well played. That was a good scrap. A good scrap indeed. And, you know, I like the build. I think the Zintler's Reiksguard is a little bit ambitious, for sure. I think you just go more Empire Knights. And, yeah, like, the build's fine. You just need better engagements, better Flaming Swords, better Burning Heads. The Burning Heads need to be more on point, for sure. Like, you can Hunter Snare a Sirene and Burning Head it and, like, take it out. There's a bunch of combos you can do. But it's easier said than done against someone like Anticity when he's on Vampire Coast. So, the Faction War bracket. Anticity does advance past the Potato. The Potato has been boiled and mashed and stuck in the stew. And now we have Tank on the Vampire Counts against Dactyr on Norsca. GG, well played. All right. Well played, Potato Sauce. Great games today, man. It was a lot of fun casting your games. All right. Yeah, the sword thing was a little bit tricky, for sure. So next up, we have... Here we go. They got the right password. They did it. Daniel, your bracket is dead. I'm sorry. All right, guys. We are here. It's going to be Dactyr on the left. Good luck, have fun. Start. Or start. Yes. Dactyr on the left. So this is going to be Vampire Counts versus Norsca. I feel like this one always happens too. So Dactyr versus Tank is this matchup here. Which is perfect. Yeah, for sure. Those Zintler's Reiksguard, even though they only got like 400 value, they did kill 2 handgunners. A lot of the damage was crumbling on those guys. So that was part of the factor as well. Yeah, it looks like both players are ready. Good luck, have fun to both guys. We're going to do it. Tank always ends up fighting vampires, I feel. Or you mean Dactyr? Yeah, he probably does. So Daniel has 6 of 9 on his bracket, but guaranteed that I lose one more game. 11 of 15 is the best of mine. The last Faction War bracket prediction we had was won by 2 ties that had 11 correct guesses. So that's not bad. Yeah, this is going to be double mammoth probably. Yeah, there's actually more ways to play this. You can use javelins and go super wide, and sometimes you can catch vampires off guard with it. But generally, the more meta way is double mammoth with a Warshrine mammoth. And basically, you just get like crazy leadership and try and outgrind the vampires, which we've seen it won. There was a really amazing game we had in a faction war. It was actually between Tank facing off against Valkanos. And Valkanos was Norsca, and he actually defeated Tank's vampire counts using the dreaded Condom Wolf Werekin. Yeah, the Skin Wolf Werekin got like 4,000 value. It was something insane. So for Norsca, yeah, we got 5 Berserkers, 2 Mammoths, and a bunch of Marauder Horsemen. Very simplistic, and it's effective. It's what works. So for the forces here of Tank, we got a Blood Dragon Lord, double Vargulf. We got double White King on foot, and it looks like a Corpse Cart, Zombies, Spears, and Blood Knights. Yeah, again, very, very meta. Should do the trick. No Mortis Engine. Sometimes you see Mortis Engines here, but not today. So the Norskins will have a little bit of a better time in the infantry fight. But let us know your predictions. Are you rooting for the Norskins, who are being led by Dactyr, aka Mammoth Condom for my monster dong? Or are you, I love that so much, are you rooting for Tank, the Dark Lord of the Vampire Counts, a champion of Clan VM? Let us know. Let us know indeed. Should be quite a bit of fun. You're hoping they can resolve this conflict peacefully? Yeah, I don't see that happening with these two factions. I feel like maybe if the High Elves and the Empire like had a battle, they could maybe like have some diplomacy and just be like, all right, maybe we could just like, or yeah, probably not the Dwarves, because like even like going to war with them is a grudge already, so they would just like, you know, not be willing to make peace. No Vlad, Blood Dragon Lord, pretty good. Vlad is not very good here in my opinion, because Mammoths will just annihilate him. He is a foot character, so despite his tankiness, it's not a super cost-effective trade. So not a cost-effective trade. Yeah, a very small percentage of the Norscan roster is prevalent here. Just a couple Berserkers and Mammoths, basically. And right now, he's trying to get some freebies on Tank's Blood Dragon Lord, which is good. It gets a really nice volley right there, actually. Yeah, taking quite a bit. And I mean, that damage actually really matters. As the game does progress, you get into the later stages. Being able to whittle down a character and, you know, with that much HP off of big, powerful characters is super big value for sure. So something that's going to be really nice too is if Dactyr can make sure to use both his Mammoths to kill the White Kings, that would be super smart. Like in the early game, really focus on that. Find the White Kings, get rid of the Scab Scrates. White Kings will die super fast to Mammoths in sustained combat. And Scab Scrates are very devastating against Berserkers and lightly armored infantry in general, so yeah, Heinrich Kemmler is good in this matchup too. Yeah, the Vampire Counts have a lot of options. And here comes the Mammoth going in, trampling a couple of Berserkers, and it looks like it is going to get some good damage on the White King. We do get a response from the Blood Knights, but with Berserkers nearby, the Blood Knights probably aren't going to want to stay in combat there. Granted, they might still charge. We'll see, but this is really strong. This is like an amazing start here. Scab Scrape going down does almost nothing. So yeah, good start so far for Norsca here, as that White King and the freaking Blood Knights are getting shreked super hard. As long as he doesn't overextend that Mammoth and allow Tank to pull in the Blood Dragon and the Vargulfs and get a full surround, he needs to just rotate the Norscan army to kind of support it. Over here, Wulfric going after the Blood Knights. It would appear he's done some decent damage as the Blood Knights are being kited, but now the Empire will strike back. As you can see, the Vargulfs are going to be collapsing on the Warshrine Mammoth. So yeah, there needs to be like a burning head or something to maybe try and liberate the situation, maybe just to scare Tank off. Yeah, because this is probably like a game-losing situation. If he doesn't like quickly act to save this Mammoth, he will lose the game, especially if it breaks away. Burning head does come down. Maybe kill some of the zombies and supporting chaff units, and Wulfric over chases here on the Blood Knights. But yeah, Tank definitely gets the better of that engagement there. All those Blood Knights are at like half health. Dactyr might have a chance to save this Mammoth, which is very, very important here. Berserkers, of course, bumping and grinding. The Bale Fiend might get pimp slapped here by the two Vampire Gorillas, which is a little bit unfortunate. Berserkers, of course, will win many of their respective fights, but he needs to get all these Marauder Horsemen and Horse Masters and just pick apart these Blood Knights. If he's going to lose this Mammoth here, he needs to make sure to force Tank to pay for it. Like, he needs to chase them. He needs to just pick those models and do his business there. So Wulfric's coming back, and Tank did accidentally send some Blood Knights to the corner of the map, which does give Norsca a little bit of a better fighting chance here. And the Marauder Horseman, yeah, good play. He also baits out a zombie summon, which isn't going to do that much except trapped a couple zombies here. And yeah, just keep chasing those Blood Knights, man. That's the play. Just keep chasing, keep poking, throwing at the Blood Dragon Lord, because Blood Knights are very, very pricey, right? Now, back in the main battle lines, Berserkers cutting through all the chaff here. Berserkers, of course, winning their fight against Skeleton Spearmen, and the Corpse Guards going down. So yeah, the Vampire Counts are losing on many of the mainline infantry fights, and the Blood Knights are quite damaged here. And also, the Blood Dragon Lord is relatively beat up as well. So just, you know, keeping this pressure from the Horsemen, I think, is quite crucial. And it looks like the Warshrine Mammoth will actually rally here. I don't know if there's going to be any way to truly save it, but at the very least, the Mammoth will have the opportunity to do a little bit more damage, especially if the Blood Knights decide to charge in and do their thing. Condom Wolves aren't terribly common in this matchup. You do see them occasionally, but I think they get wrecked by Blood Knights so hard. So we do get the Giver of Glory. It charges in, and it's going to kill a couple of these. Yeah, it does like 400 or 500 damage against those Blood Knights. Might actually get one more attack animation. We'll see. Looks like it does. So the Blood Knights do take some heavy casualties. So in the end, Norsca did somewhat salvage that situation. Looks like there's going to be a fireball coming in from the Bale Fiend on top of the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. It kind of looks like that's what wants to be going down here. Marauder Berserkers just chewing away at the Skeleton Spearmen here. And Norsca is now kind of tightening up its belt straps here as the Premier Bale Fiend is pulling back here and getting that fireball. And yeah, this is actually a really close game. I mean, these Blood Knights are really, really low. The Vampire Lord is also quite low. Wulfric is in good shape. Norsca can get a little bit disconjointed because of the Berserk mechanic. But I mean, these Berserkers are actually not in a bad situation. Like, they're going to kill a bunch of stuff by themselves. And yeah, they're going to fall eventually, but they're gonna get some value over there, which isn't really going to be bad. So Here comes a big Marauder. Oh, it's not Wulfric. What the hell? It's a Marauder Chieftain. That's weird. But the Marauder Chieftain going after the White King here. Hunter of Champions is pretty common here. But yeah, might actually kill this White King. We'll see. Looks like the Blood Dragon Lord and the Gorillas are nearby, trying to get ready to party. The Berserkers are rapidly approaching. This White King should die here, for sure. You know, the Mammoth has got to go in there and finish that. I always forget what the Marauder Chieftain brings. I know he has a unique item. He does have the Flaming Sword of Cormac. Okay, that actually gives fire damage. And yeah, it gives him melee attack and some other decent stats there. So that's not terrible. Definitely not terrible. Yeah, this White King needs to pay the price. Looks like the Berserkers over there did get shattered and kind of run over, but not before they got the Skeleton Spheres quite low. Very, very close game here. Marauder Horsemen, a little bit low in ammo as well. We have about 20 to 40% depending on which unit you're looking at here. And now it looks like they're going to be throwing into the Blood Knights. Blood Knights do have shields, armor, and missile resist from their Banner of Red Keep, I think is what it's called. So they can actually be surprisingly tanky, and I think this is a summon of zombies. So yeah, probably just want to like forget that thing and leave it alone. But it's a close fight. This is where like a Condom Wolf would be pretty scary, like a Skin Wolf Werekin. We've seen them be pretty successful here. Another Fireball going in. Fireball does miss the Blood Dragon Lord just narrowly. That's a pretty painful situation for sure, but you know, it is what it is. It's a flying monster. Berserkers piling in. Wulfric, quite happy. Not Wulfric, but Sirtha Mammoth. Quite happy to get in there and use his bonus for his infantry to really wreck this this White King here, and it seems like he's doing good damage. Blood Dragon Lord probably looking for a breath attack. He's kind of flying overhead like he wants to get it. HP at 10.1, and the breath attack by tank is canceled there at the last second. Berserkers being charged by Blood Knights. They're not going to be too happy about the shock damage, and now we do get the Mammoth fighting the Vargulf with Berserker support and a Flaming Sword of Ruin, which is going to be quite good here actually, because it hits the infantry, also hits these guys, and now they're really hunting down this this Blood Dragon Lord up in the sky. See what kind of damage they can get. Zombie Summon is used to kind of muck up the skirmish cav here. Berserkers bumping and grinding. And it looks like the big Mammoth is moving in to go in once again, as a Burning Head does tear through a lot of the zombies and chaff units. Not like crazy value because they're all cheap, but still removing the the screens for the Vampire Counts is a really, really strong play. Both Blood Knights were healed up quite well. Marauder Chieftain is now embroiled in combat with a bunch of Blood Knights and a little bit unsupported too. The Marauder Horsemen probably going to start throwing in. They can go after Vargulf, they can go after the Blood Knights here. But yeah, I think Tank is going to go for the throat here. Probably going to get that Blood Dragon Lord and the Blood Knights and just kind of surround this Marauder Chieftain. And there's a Fireball on the Blood Dragon Lord. And yeah, it's looking to be pretty spicy indeed, my friends. As the Marauder Chieftain moves back in, Balance of Power does ebb into the favor of the Vampire Counts, as the Berserker Corps is slowly being ground down by the White Kings and just the hordes of haggard chaff units. Also, Dactyr is slowly running out of ammunition here on the Marauder Horsemasters. Despite them doing some good damage against the big gorilla. I think, yeah. Ooh, Downtown Breath Attack. That probably did like over 1,000 damage, if not more. Negative 37 leadership. Army losses will be kicking in any moment. And Tank will be advancing. The Vampire Counts, man. They're here to stay. Yeah, it was a good scrap, though. Honestly, I think if Dactyr hadn't let his Warshrine Mammoth get separated and picked off, he was doing really well. Like, the Vampire Army's super beat up. And if that Warshrine Mammoth had been here in the late game fighting, very different game. That was really the big misplay that I think cost him the game. Yeah. GG well played. GG well played there indeed, my friends. And now we prepare for the next battle. I think, I'm trying to remember who's up next. Can't remember off the top of my head. I think we have Greenskins versus Dark Elves here, which should be interesting. It's on a big map, so that certainly does do some work. But yeah, it just was the Warshrine Mammoth getting caught, really. Blood Knights got some good value, 23. Gorillas did okay. Blood Dragon Lord was fine, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, when the Warshrine Mammoth got caught, that was pretty much game blouses. I mean, still had an opportunity to come back, but that really, really hurt quite a bit. So we have Vampire Counts versus Vampire Coast. We have the Undead Scrap on the top side of the bracket, the winner of which will be going on to the grand finals. And now we have Ice Powered Total War against Void Lulls. And we'll do it to it. All right, all right. Let's party, man. Let us party. All right, let's find them. This is going to be one. Let's see if they got the password right. Should have. Ah. Oh, no, they didn't. It's okay. Simple enough. Yeah, Tank's very good at Vampire Counts. Dactyr played very well, though. It was just that one misplay with the Mammoth, letting it get caught. Okay, guys. So we have joined the lobby. Make sure not to forest camp here and obey attacking rules. Good luck, have fun. This map has issues with those effects. All right, so just letting the players know. No forest camping will be tolerated. Who's on what side? Looks like Void Lulls is on that side. And then we have Ice Power on the other. Very good. So now we're just hanging out, waiting for the battle to start. Start when ready. Cool, so we got Greenskins versus Dark Elves. Certainly a matchup that's Greenskin favored. Not to say Dark Elves can't win it. I've seen Dark Elves win it. It's like that meme in Artosis' stream when he talks about like when people are like, oh, you can't win that matchup, and everyone's like, oh, well, that pro player could. It's like, it's kind of like the same thing here. It's like, oh, I've seen Felcon win this matchup consistently, but you know, it's Felcon, of course. But yeah, so it's Ice Power Total War versus Void Laws. Ice Power has done very well in ECLs and my tournaments, and Void Laws just won the qualifier for this with his Greenskin, so clearly he's had a very good track record of success. Almost actually fell to the Greenskins, though, in the first round. Deadly Bunnies almost got in there with the Beastmen and really did some devastating damage and almost won with the Beastmen against Greenskins, but he was just barely able to pull it out using his giant River Troll Hag. Certainly a very, very scrappy affair. Come on, Dark Elves, bring Shades. Shades are not very good against Greenskins in my experience. Not very good against those bad boys. This map is really quite good for the Dark Elf kiting. They can do some serious work here. However, Greenskins have great anti-skirmish too with their Spider Riders. It's like you can't even really contest them with Dark Riders. Michael, thank you for the 1999. Thanks for being you. Hey, man. Thank you for being you, and thank you for that donation. We need to add that Artosis thing to turn bingo. I don't say it that much, though. I don't know if it deserves a spot on the bingo chart. Yeah, I don't know if it does. How's it going, Wicked? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, but this is a map I've kind of had mixed feelings about, because in the early days when we used to use it in like Everchosen and there weren't strict rules about forest camping, people would actually just forest camp. But since there's been new rules about forest camping, then you know, I think it's become a little bit more of an acceptable map for me. Because like one of the worst things ever was like you would see someone, they would hide their army in the forest like this, and they would send like 2 skirmishers out to obey the attacking rule, and they would just sit there with their whole army, and that's probably one of the more like obnoxious play styles to watch and to play against. So yeah, we'll see. You're back from work, Wicked. All right, on, man. Enjoy this time off. My smoking hot wife here in chat, Lady Turin. She's here to party. Just in time for Nagarythe, one of her favorite characters. Nagarythe's certainly the best Dark Elf Lord in my opinion. Nagarythe's so scary. Big soul stealers and just all sorts of nasty follow-up here. Yeah. Void Laws does have a bit of a slower computer, they were saying, so this load-in time is actually normal here. So no need to panic yet. I think we're still in the danger zone, or out of the danger zone, as they say. Yeah. Killerino says, I hate this map so much. All your finals are lost on it. Yeah, it's a good map. It's fun. It's got, like, the terrain can be fun, cool, too, because, like, you can use it to advance on your opponent without taking, like, missile fire. So it can be used in a relatively safe manner, for sure. But, yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's check something here. Just checking my stream to make sure everything's good. And, yeah, it looks fine. People are playing the bingo, which is hilarious. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, we've loaded in. The dreaded potato has finally done it. Oh, Romulan dog. I mean, everyone has played that way probably at some point or other. Yeah. All right, guys. So, for the Greenskin army, you guys ready for some really surprising picks? We got Stone Trolls. We got Grom the Punch. We have a River Troll Hag and a shit ton of Spider Riders and Spider Riders. Pretty much every, like, you could bring this build in every matchup and probably have a decent chance of winning. Yeah. A good chance of winning for sure. So we got an Orc Shaman with Brainbust and Vindictive Glare. We got Spirit Leech and Aspect of the Dread Knight to give immune to Psychology. And that appears to be it. And for Ice Power Total War, going full Dark Elf Kite. Yeah. Brutal stuff. So check this out. We got Nagarythe, double Manticores, quad Scourge Runner, a metric shit ton of Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, teamed up here with Slaanesha's Harvesters and Dark Riders. And oh my god, I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually deploy over here on this map. Like, this is a first for me. Probably pretty good too. It's going to make the Greenskins a little bit safer against the skirmish. So basically, what Ice Power is going to have to do here is he's going to say and take out the Greenskins here. Is he's going to have to you know, whittle down this army here and basically get a big Soul Stealers. You know, that's it. He's going to skirmish, blob, Soul Stealer, pull out, skirmish, blob, Soul Stealer, pull out, and that is going to be all she wrote. Yeah. Should be fun. Should be fun indeed. Honestly, this Dark Elf build can work. On a big map, if this were like a small map, the Greenskins would be able to corral this force, but on a map this big, I think the Dark Elves have a little bit more of a fighting chance with a build like this. I'm trying to think of like more infantry-focused builds that could work. I mean, I've seen weird Dark Shard variations try and do well against Stone Trolls, but typically I find it doesn't work too well. Ice Power Total Kite, yeah, I know. He kind of has to, though, you know? Alright, so... yeah, he's going to have to move through the forest, but both players will have to attack, basically. You can see he's deployed over here. Looks like the skirmishers for both sides are going to be marching up. I think, yeah, we got some Spider Riders moving to attack here, so the Wolf Riders charge forth to do battle. We will see. Yeah, so basically if players are in forest, you're not like obliged to attack them, but like the army is largely out of the forest here, so he would need to attack unless it like moved into the forest, but I mean the Greenskin army is moving up ever so slowly, so we will see what happens. We will see what happens. I don't have to under the rules. I think his army is mostly out of the forest. But if it does move into the forest, that changes it. Cool. Yeah, and the Greenskins are coming up to skirmish as well, so the Dark Elves will need to engage them in the skirmishing element, but it looks like there's going to be an Orc Shaman blasting the Vindictive Glare there. Yeah, no, I mean, if he does force an engagement in the forest, the Dark Elves can move out here. Like, they can move around. They have plenty of angles to move in. I don't know what he's worried about here. Like, he should move up and start skirmishing with the Greenskins at the very least. But regardless, we'll give him, if he chills here for too long, we'll give him an attack order, and we can go from there. So, so you can go around it, engage in skirmishing, and if he ends up in the forest, you don't have to engage. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we'll let him know. I mean, yeah, just start engaging here. You don't have to worry too much here, but yeah, just start skirmishing, start doing your thing, fly up, engage the archers. This is fairly normal in these type of maps. Yeah, like I understand he can attack, but like I said, if the Greenskin army like moves up into the forest, he doesn't have to. He can just like pull back at that point and like disengage. Yeah, there's plenty of options for sure. So Scourge Hunter's doing some decent work, shooting into the Goblin Wolf Riders, and it looks like, yeah, the little Orc Shaman a little bit exposed as well. I mean, if the Dark Elves wanted to pull their Manticores up, I honestly would probably do that if we were Ice Power. Take Nagarythe, take your Manticores, go after this little Orc Shaman. He's pretty exposed here, and, both players are playing just a normal skirmishing game here. Goblin Wolf Riders kind of getting poked a little bit, and Scourge Hunter's definitely getting the upper hand in that particular trade. But again, you want the Scourge Hunters to deal with the Stone Trolls as well, but, for that, Ice Power has, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 repeater crossbows, I think, or only 2 repeater crossbows. I could have swore I saw more. Nonetheless, Manticores and other units can do their part, and yeah, both players just kind of playing that skirmish game here. So that is that. The orcs are moving up slowly, although they're attacking with their skirmishers, so technically speaking, they don't necessarily have to move up in that way. Repeater crossbows moving in, but I definitely think Ice Power should probably save the ammunition. I would definitely get aggressive with Nagarythe and the Manticores, because if there's one slip up from Void, he could definitely just pick off that Orc Shaman and things like that. So, but if he does, if the Greenskin army does move back and, try and force an engagement here in the forest and, play it that way, he doesn't have to engage in accordance with the banner rules and things like that. So, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky for sure. Like, the whole forest situation, there's a reason why there's a lot of rules, like, towards the forest here, but repeater crossbows moving in. The Greenskin skirmishers are getting a little bit worn down, and, I really think Nagarythe should be more activated here. There's a lot of exposed elements. Like, the entire Greenskin army, like, with the exception of some Spider Riders, is back here. Like, if Nagarythe and the Manticores flew up, I feel they could just goon the Hag, the Shaman here. There's not enough support nearby. And so far, Ice Power is getting the edge in the skirmish game. Like, the 2 Wolf Riders are getting picked off here. These other Wolf Riders are in a little bit of trouble. I definitely think this is a lot of free real estate. Like, if the Greenskins want to just chill back here with most of their army, you gotta move in. You gotta move in and just go for this. Like, that Orc Shaman is fresh fish right now. Manticore, yeah, they could countercharge you with some Spider Riders and mither you and Grom, but Nagarythe and double Manticore would certainly win that engagement, like 100%. So, yeah, I just think he should definitely get a little bit more aggressive here. But the Scourge Runners, again, doing well. Spider Riders getting broken off, a couple of them breaking over and over. Looks like we do have some basic Goblins moving in, and this is the thing. If Nagarythe and company were here, yeah, he take the fight here. This is smart. Those Goblins are going to lose that fight, because if Nagarythe and the Manticores come up, or any other supporting elements move in. Now, there is a Brainbuster. Like, he's probably trying to bait, like, a big Brainbuster or something, but yeah, just moving those characters. Brainbuster goes down. Honestly, it does more friendly fire damage on those Forest Goblin Spider Riders. And now you can see the character Goon Squads coming in, and that is going to be a good engagement for the Druchii. That's a Spider Rider off the battlefield, and again, the other ones are quite damaged at this point here, so We will see how this unfolds. Repeater crossbow is pretty good on ammunition. And yeah, definitely want to shatter those little spider riders. Looks like they are indeed shattered. Yep, they're broken off. And now the Dark Elves pulling back a little bit. Still some decent ammo here on the Scourge Runners. There's a couple tactics you can use to prolong the skirmishing phase. Obviously, if you want to obey the attacking rules, you can basically use the only like 2 Scourge Runners to skirmish and keep the other 2 back, and then come forward and use that ammunition later. That's a very clever tactic if you're in like a very prolonged engagement like this, where it's like cat and mouse. But yeah, Nagarythe and the Mansquers pull back once again. The Greenskin skirmishers are back at it. Quite damaged for sure. The Scourge Runners getting some decent trades. Ammunition is yeah, running very low for the Dark Elf skirmish corps here though. And the Greenskin army, I mean, he could also move around here. Like if Icepire wants to, he could have had his repeater crossbows over here kind of pushing. But again, the Greenskins will need to move through the forest if they actually want to do some of that juicy fighting here. They can't like camp in the bushes and things like that. So Scourge Runner chariots once again being shot. Scourge Runners do have good ammo or good armor though. They have 80 armor, so a lot of the Greenskin skirmishing elements actually don't do that much against them. And it looks like an overcasted Spirit Leech, or is that going to be a Gaze? Yeah, it's a Gaze of Mork. It doesn't do that much damage. It did like a couple, and that was an overcasted. Probably not the most efficient usage. Oh no, not like this! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Those Dark Rider repeater crossbows need to come back. They're super essential here for the late game. So Stone Trolls are moving out. The Greenskin forces advancing through the trees. And yeah, now he's coming out. It's like totally fine. It's like, it's just been a skirmishing phase, basically. Yeah, good thing we have the 60-minute timer on. I know. Well, this is, you know, fairly normal. Dark Elves, in the early days of the Dark Elves, used to kite quite a bit. This was very, very standard, especially when Scourge Runners first came out. They were quite overpowered and had to be retuned a couple times, and you guys get the picture. So it's been a little bit tough. Ammunition on the Scourge Runners, running a little bit bare bones, but nonetheless getting some decent firepower. And it's not like the Greenskin army hasn't taken a bit of damage here. Stone Trolls are an open target. Grom the Paunch moving up. Maybe trying to bait a fight with Nagarythe. And honestly, I feel like a Nagarythe engagement wouldn't necessarily be terrible here. Like, if they could bait an engagement, make sure you don't blob up your repeater crossbows, and then Soul Stealer them, could be pretty good, honestly. Looks like we do have some Doomfire Warlocks here in the back as well. And yeah, Dark Elves have some options, man. It's a little bit of cat and mouse here, basically. 45 models on the repeater crossbows here, so they're still at their maximum fighting capacity. The other repeater crossbows, I'm not sure where they went. Over here, they still have 42. So yeah, plenty of options there. Also, when Icepower does run out of ammunition on his Scourge Runners, what he could do is he could like posture them 1, 2, 3, and 4 across the whole front line and start charging in. And I don't know if the Greenskins would have enough to stop all the chariot charges at once, and it would allow the Dark Elves to reposition and get some good dives here and there. So it could be one of those really, really long games for sure. Greenskins have more ammunition, so. But there's still so much on the repeater crossbows that I think, you know, either player could, you know, dictate the terms of the engagements. But Scourge Runners are just about out. There's a couple left here. And, yeah, now the Dark Riders and Harvesters and company, we might issue a warning for him to move up a little bit because it is kind of forcing some sort of forest treachery. But for the most part, I think it's kind of clean. I'm not sure about the specifics of the banner rules on that, but yeah, it seems okay. Goblin Wolf Rider Archers getting blasted here. Yep. They're taking some shots, but they're shaking, and they're quite happy about that. Manscore does Rampage, which is really unfortunate. The Rampage, how long does Rampages last? But this might actually force Nagarythe to do the big blob time, right? So now you can see the Dark Elves are preparing for it, because with the Manscore landing, there's going to be some counterplay from the Greenskins, and it is an opportunity for a Soul Stealer, right? You don't want to just throw away a Manscore for free, but I'm not sure how that Manscore got caught and rampaged. I guess Spirit Leeches and Gazes and things like that. So looks like Nagarythe does get hit with a Mither, slowed down. The Manscore is fighting Grom the Paunch. A Doombolt also being popped on the Orc Biggins, and now the Stone Trolls are piling in. Repeater crossbows need to be parked right here, and they need to be sitting and getting ready to shoot. But nonetheless, that Frail Manscore does get destroyed pretty badly. That's a pretty catastrophic loss for the Druki here for sure. There was no Nagarythe follow-up, there was no repeater crossbows, and a lot of the Dark Elf units are sitting kind of idle back here. They could be pressuring or doing other things or helping in this fight. But yeah, I definitely think there could have maybe been some sort of a Dark Elf response to that fight, but yeah, like the Stone Trolls, you can shoot them with the repeater crossbows. You can dive with Nagarythe and the other Manscore. Another Vindictive Glare on the Shaman here. Certainly not bad. And it looks like the Scourge Runners may be thinking about diving in. But the Doomfire Warlocks are also sitting idle. There's a lot of stuff here that could be coming in and getting aggressive. But again, you know, obviously playing against the Greenskins can be quite stressful. So there's probably a lot that he's trying to manage here. Firepower going into the Stone Trolls. The other Stone Trolls thinking about engaging here. One Manscore is down for the count. The Greenskin Daka line is running a little bit low in ammo as well. And now the Doomfire Warlocks and other units are finally activating. And it looks like Nagarythe is looking to take a fight, which I think should have been done earlier. But, you know, she does have anti-large. And good armor piercing. So yeah, she's going to get in there with the Manticore, but she needs the support. She needs the Dark Riders. She needs like some, Slaanesha's Harvesters, popping Soul Stealer, all that kind of good stuff here. So the Forest Goblin Spider Riders do get popped pretty good. And yeah, just the firepower continues to exchange here in this situation. And it looks like, yeah, another sniping attempt is going to be coming in, which is smart. Rampaging the Manticore. Manticore is rampaging. Now it forces the hand of the Dark Elves. And this time, I don't think Ice Power can afford to not support it. So he needs to pull in, force a Blob, and Soul Stealer. That's the way here, for sure. So here comes the Manticore, landing in the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers. Mrathi's mithered up in the sky. That's really, really strong play there by Void. Basically, every time there's a Blob engagement, he mithers Mrathi to keep her from getting there. But now there needs to be a follow-up. There needs to be at least a Soul Stealer to try and nail those characters, but that Manticore is just kind of rampaging into oblivion and certainly taking quite a bit of punishment. So here comes the Dark Riders moving in with the rear charge. Mrathi diving as well, awaiting the mighty Soul Stealer from at least the Slaanesha's Harvesters. But it's the Manticore is already broken at this point. That's the thing. It's kind of like losing more value over time. Perhaps if the other one had been... oh, it looks like a Brain Buster going down. Oh, man, and it nukes the Doomfire Warlocks. Nasty, nasty stuff. And again, the Druki getting a couple picks over on the high ground against the Goblins. But yeah, Fanatics going down. And man, oh man, definitely some brutal stuff. As Mrathi does get a good Soul Stealer, which hits most of the Greenskin army. But I think too much damage at this point. And yeah, the Troll Toll hath been paid here. Hath been paid for sure. Mrathi pulls back. Doesn't break any of the Stone Trolls. The Dark Elves are skirmishing a little bit here. And, they still have the capability of skirmishing. They're down 2 Manticores. Stone Trolls did take some damage, but no models were lost, so they still have plenty of healing that they can potentially do. And where's Mrathi going to go? Is she going to pull back? It looks like there's going to be a Doom Bolt on those big ones. Oh, okay, one Stone Troll was actually broken, so he can probably get some beat-up Dark Riders and, try and hunt them down. And the Scourge Runners are doing a decent job, actually. Could this be, a surprise comeback? Maybe. Bounce Power's kind of creeping back to the middle. If only, that engagement had been forced earlier, and then, the other Manticore would have been alive, and it would have been, a better fight with 2 Manticores supporting. A little bit hard to say. But yeah, Ice really needs to get these Dark Riders and route those Stone Trolls, but now it's a little bit too late. The Stone Trolls actually coming back. Here we do have these Scourge Runner Chariots battling into the Goblins and all these different troops here. And yeah, I think that's going to be probably a nice little pick here. But yeah, letting those Trolls come back is a pretty big mistake. That was a big advantage that Ice Power did actually get. Because the Greenskin army, aside from that, isn't that scary. It's just... Look how bare bones this Greenskin army is. And the Dark Elves still have 4 Chariots active on the battlefield. Repeater Crossbow is going to be ripping shots. If that other Stone Troll had been chased off, he maybe could have forced a Soul Stealer fight, routed all this other stuff, and maybe actually won the game. Yeah, but I don't know. It's going to be a little bit tough now. Repeater Crossbow is just kind of moving back and forth. The Greenskins are pushing and just, waddling after whatever they can. Obviously, they need to attack here, and they're trying to. And the Repeater Crossbow is going to be moving in and going after the Trolls. He needs to get the route on the Trolls. Ice Power can still win this. I actually think he can, because Mrathi can dominate the paunch in combat. And there's another Soul Stealer. There's another Soul Stealer indeed. Oh, the Fanatics being loose. Check that shit out. Fanatics getting in there and taking down a ton of those Dark Riders. And now he's going for an attack on the Trolls on the flank, which is smart. He's going to go in, he's going to break them, and he needs to make sure to follow up and chase them off this time. Ice Power, again, I still think he can win this. So they're broken. Just grab any of your skirmish cav, these low beat-up skirmish cav units, and just escort them off the battlefield. And again, coming in for an Alpha Strike once again. Mrathi maybe dropping a Soul Stealer? No, it looks like Aspect of the Dread Knight going down, giving a leadership boon. Not sure why he sent in the skirmish cav here. I think maybe he was trying to get on top of the other Stone Trolls here, but he needs to chase those Trolls down, man. It's a big misplay not to. That Soul Stealer will be good. It'll hit most of the infantry. Not going to hit the Trolls, though. But these Trolls are actually wavering. They're at 3 leadership here, and he needs to chase those Trolls. Okay, looks like the Dark Riders do go after them. Mrathi does get away. And these Stone Trolls are pretty low HP. Scourge Runner Chariots finishing off the Goblins here. And yeah, this is looking like a game the Dark Elves could potentially bring back, which would be very, very impressive. Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. So Scourge Runner Chariots, again, pulling back. They're just kind of hitting the weak side of the formation every single time. A little bit of ammunition left on these Dark Riders. And they're going to rip some shots here as the Stone Trolls are chased down by these Slaanesha's Harvesters. Here comes the volleys, blasting into the Stone Trolls. And now it's going to be time. Yeah, he's going to chase down this unit. And then basically once that's done and they're shattered, he'll have to push into the rest of the army here. But this is strong. And this is a close battle, honestly. This could definitely go either way here. So not sure where this army's going. Looks like it's kind of trying to reposition over here, maybe getting some more time for Winds of Magic. I'm not 100% sure, but nonetheless, it should be moving towards the opponent here. Although I guess these guys are engaged or whatever. It's just a tricky situation. But Yeah. He's chasing the trolls. Trolls are down for the count. Okay, so both armies must fight now. Both armies must fight. Greenskins must move towards Dark Elves. All right, so we'll give him a little bit of a warning here. He can't run to the forest. He can't go camp in the forest. He has to attack here. So, all right, so he's moving. All right, hopefully he read that warning there. Because if he's in the open, the Dark Elves can still surround him and do the business. All right, here he comes. Grom the Paunch and the trolls getting ready to party. And let's see here. So Greenskins need to attack. Greenskins need to attack. So do Dark Elves. Obviously a contentious game. There was a couple points where both players weren't fully attacking per se. So we'll do our thing here. So the Greenskins are now moving away from the bushes, which is good. The Dark Elves will get us around. A little bit of regeneration going down. The trolls obviously have, some regen left, but the Dark Elves are going to be able to get their full surround, and it's not going to take place in the forest, so should be fine. Chariots moving into the big uns here on the far side. Nagarythe moving in as well, and looks like the Harvesters and the other units moving in. Here comes the Chariots from the Scourge Runners, and he got the full surround. He got the full surround, so there's no issues there. Soul Stealer going down from Nagarythe does hit the entire blob. He really needs to break the leadership of these trolls. Scroll of Shielding and the Grey Duns is here. Grom the Paunch also, of course, quite a presence there. But he does get the rear charge. Trolls might break. I mean, if Nagarythe cycle charges, the Greenskin army actually is more or less in shambles now. I mean, a lot of their stuff is broken, but effective cycle charging is going to be essential. If the Stone Trolls do get broken off, I think that might be enough for the Dark Elves to win with their Chariots and Nagarythe, because that is a lot of Chariots. The Trolls are wavering. They're at negative 21 leadership. And it looks like the Dark Elves are going to potentially get this, as the Stone Trolls are broken. And now what Ice Power can do is he can just charge. He needs to route the Trolls. If he doesn't chase down the Trolls, he's going to lose this game. But if he can route off the Trolls and just keep attacking with his Chariots in the meantime, like Nagarythe can maybe escort them. It's a little bit hard to say. These Goblins are broken here. Now he can pick on these big uns back here. Nagarythe, I think, flying overhead over the top of the Trolls will do the trick. And honestly, getting the fight closer to the edge of the battlefield wouldn't be a bad idea for the Druchii. But he needs, again, to keep these Trolls off. If those Trolls are able to come back, that's going to be a disastrous situation. But Scourge Runner Chariots really showing their dual purpose here. Really, really proving to be incredibly powerful. Nagarythe attacking the Trolls. Looks like jumping on that bad boy. Might be able to shatter them here in a second. And does he have another Soul Stealer, though, is the question. Yeah, Nagarythe riding quite ferociously after these beasts. And I would imagine a shatter is coming soon. And maybe another Soul Stealer, we'll see. So some of the Scourge Runners pulling back in, going to be hammering into the Greenskin Force once again. Nice damage there from Ice Power Total War, but he's got to make sure not to overstay his welcome. And Nagarythe needs to come back in, because Nagarythe does debuff the blob. Scourge Runner's getting a little bit low. It looks like we have 3 models here, and the other ones do have 3 indeed. But they should rally as well. And yeah, I think Nagarythe can probably abandon the Trolls at this point, just make her way back. Balance of Power is a little bit Greenskin favored. So we got 3 models and 3. These ones are broken. Nagarythe escorting the Trolls off. This is a really, really close game, though. Like, super close, man. How's the HP on Grom? Grom's healing. Of course, Grom is a factor that he's going to keep going up. If Nagarythe has another Soul Stealer in the back pocket, I think that might do the trick, for sure. If there's one more Soul Stealer, I think they can get it. But if not, it's going to be tough, too, because there's still a Hag, a Shaman, plus Grom. There's a fair amount of, like, strong characters there. Nagarythe is obviously quite a raid boss, but, by debuffing all their stats and whatnot, the Chariots are trying to get around the Hag and charging in. They could, obviously, there is a little bit of a leeway in the rules. He could reform ranks right now. He doesn't have to charge in until, he could, kind of go here and then chill out. But he does get through and get some decent free damage, and the Chariots don't take too much in response. Yeah, Nagarythe needs to get her hands dirty, though, for sure. There's hidden foes in the forest have emerged. I'm curious what she'll go after. Is she going to go after the Giant River Troll Hag? Is she going to go after the Orc Shaman? There's a couple choices here as the Chariots do charge in. It looks like she's going after Grom, believe it or not. Grom does pop the Lucky Banner. And it looks like, wow, there is another Soul Stealer. Holy shit. What is it going to hit, though? I think it might, is it going to be enough? Oh, it does get the Hag, actually. Okay, so it gets all those units. That might be enough to break the Shaman. Then the Chariots can come in and trigger the rear attack penalty here on these big uns, who are still sitting at 40 leadership. We do also have the 8-peak loonies, the Unbreakable Goblins. Nagarythe with her Enchanting Beauty attempting to fight here, but Grom is not a bad combatant. He can definitely do some work. A very, very scrappy game for sure. So here it comes, Scourge Runner Chariots. Moving back in, Nagarythe as well, preparing to move in as the other one does kind of cycle back. Here it comes. The battle is upon us. Yeah, Grom is definitely Super Saiyan. He's very tough. And that Soul Stealer is kind of the last trick in the bag here of the Greenskins. Here comes Nagarythe again, going after what appears to be the Paunch. Leadership is debuffed on this Greenskin army, but there's only one Scourge Runner Chariot left, and I think that's going to be GG. Yeah. No matter who wins. Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game. I mean, obviously a little bit touch and go with some of the rule stuff, but it can be. I mean, it's a really tricky thing, but it was a good game. It looks like Nagarythe might have been able to pull something out there. It's hard to say. 4,100 value on Nagarythe. It's crazy how well he did too on the Dark Elves, considering that there were some slight blunders with the Manticores early. Like, I think if the repeater crossbows had been in better position and he had some follow up on there, because he eventually went in after the second Manticore got rampaged and actually had a really good engagement. Didn't quite chase off the trolls there. Like, those little things, if they had been done earlier, I think he would have won the game actually. So just small. Obviously, the Greenskins have much more cushion there. Like, they can make more mistakes than the Dark Elves can in that matchup. The Dark Elves have to pretty much play like a flawless game. But those little mistakes will cost you, unfortunately. You can only make like one mistake with Dark Elves, and if you do, you lose against a Greenskin army like this. But yeah, it was a good proper scrap. GG, well played. Torsten, for clarification from Tabletop, all Night Goblin units could hide Fanatics. The Fanatics are the ones with the ball. Got it. GG, well played. And now, my friends, we'll move on to the next match. Ice Power, absolute champ, for sure. I'm sure we'll see him back in future events. Yes. Tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard matchup for Dark Elves, for sure. All right, so next up, we have Greenskins advancing, and then we have the Lizardmen and the Wood Elves there as well. Nagarythe got 4,100 value. Scourge Runners got about 600-700 apiece. Repeater Crossbows got 700 to 900. Little things like that. So yeah. Yeah, that is that. That is that indeed. Yeah, and the little Greenskin skirmishers didn't do too much. It was a close game. Honestly, really, really close game. All right. So one sec, guys. Going into this. All right, here we go. Perfect. And let's set up this next match. Okay, multiplayer battles. Next up on the bottom side, let's see who we have. We have A-Move Hacker versus Zablaski. Now, this is probably just going to be your typical Solar Engine, that kind of business. Replay a 30-minute game. Yeah, it was a little bit tricky for sure, but I don't think it was like there was moments where neither player were attacking. Obviously, like there's ways of you can deploy behind. It's just a weird situation all around. But yeah, that part of falling back was a little bit precarious. There was a lot of things. I mean, I can review it later, or have Aerocrastic or someone look at it. But when I'm casting, it's very hard to review that and do that all at the same time. Yeah. All right, so we got Zablaski versus the Lizard Folk here. So let's go ahead and do this. All right. One moment, guys. One sec. Got to get the scorecards updated. Who is on what side? Zablaski is on the left. Lizardmen are on the right. And Zablaski. And A-Move. So we got some more potato loading time. See if those bad boys can get in there and do it. All right. Good luck. Have fun. So we still got the Wood Elves and Lizards. Both are factions. I think every faction that's here has... Although Greenskins have actually never won a faction war before. Ever. Yeah. They never have. Vampire Coast has won several. Greenskins have never won a faction war, which is really surprising. Lizardmen have won one, and Wood Elves have won one. So all the remaining factions... Vampire Counts have also never won a faction war, so that would be an interesting one. Yeah. That would be an interesting one as well, to see how that unfolds. You guys want to see Grimgore? Oh, man. Rough stuff. Okay. Zablaski appears to be ready. A-Move Hacker. Will we see some sort of a box? Probably we're going to see double Solar Engine. I would imagine that would be the case. And for anyone just joining today, here is the summary of the players. These are all the champions who we've had in today's event. We've had some amazing games for sure. Amazing games. Some good upsets, some good back and forth battles. And now we are approaching the top four. Why are you counting out the counts? That's a nice little pun right there. I'm not, though. I think Vampire Counts can certainly beat Vampire Coast. And then Vampire Counts against Greenskins, honestly, isn't a bad matchup. It's one of the few matchups I think Greenskins don't have like a massive advantage in. I think it's maybe an even one. Maybe even, some people consider it count favored, but I don't know. I feel like a good Greenskin player can definitely do well there. They just have so many tools. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of options. There are a lot of options. Feels like, yeah, Scourge Runners are good. They got nerfed pretty good, though. They got nerfed pretty good. They got nerfed a little bit indeed. All right, one sec, guys. Checking my internet, making sure this is all good. We can load into the battle here. Then we have Zablaski versus A-Move. All right, one sec, guys. Oh, man. Oh, God, my old hands. You guys hear the bones cracking? Jeez. It's brutal stuff. So how do you guys... A quick question. I think that... hold on a sec. God damn. This like stupid pop-up keeps happening. What the hell is that? Is it like antivirus or something? God, I thought antivirus stuff stopped trolling computers like 10 years ago. I guess it's still going down. All right. Yeah, A-Move is in this faction war, correct. So basically the Lizardman player who qualified couldn't make it, and I let him nominate his champion. So he nominated his champ. Yeah. And that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. Hey, welcome, Eros, to the stream. Can you guys see everything? Looks like it's good. Okay, perfect. I had the fear of the internet drama in me. I had the fear. Do you guys remember the day of, like, back when, yeah, like, the antivirus shit would just, like, crash your games and just, like, oh, my God. It was horrible. All right, so here we are. Let us know in chat, are you rooting for the Lizardmen here in this faction war, or are you pulling for the hardwood? Is Zablaski your boy? Let us know in chat. Zablaski has been in several faction wars. He's done very well for himself. He's gotten to the top 4 a couple times. But Wood Elves have won before with Falcon. He was able to beat Vampire Coast in the grand finals of a faction war, actually, using his beloved Orion Rush, which was crazy. And this was like pre-buff. This was pre-Wood Elf DLC. So that was a very, very long time for sure. So if we take a look here at the forces of the Lizards, we have a bunch of Saurus Spears, a couple Skink cohorts with Javelins. We do also have Lord Mazda Mundi, and on the flank we do have the double Skink Chief. So, you know, a fair amount of anti-skirmishing. Mazda has nets, he's got healing, he also has the aura of the Sunburst Standard of Hexwaddle to good missile resist. So basically, you put Mazda Mundi and potentially the Legion of Chaqua near these solar engines, and you can get some pretty crazy missile resist on those bad boys. Skink Chiefs on the flanks, and that is it. That is it. And now if you take a look here at the forces of the Wood Elves, we have Dryads and Eternal Guard here into the sunset. We do also have a bunch of Glade Guard. Yeah, 1 million of them. Holy shit, that is a bunch. Yeah, Glade Guard spam is one way of approaching this. Some people use Way Watchers, but I think this is good. It's a little bit... Like, you can make more mistakes by having this many missile pieces. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, you can have this many Glade Guard as long as they're different variants. So Starfire Shafts here. Starfire Shafts, Hagbane Tips, all that sort of good stuff. So we got a Glade Lord. We do also have a Spellsinger of Life. And that appears to be it. That appears to be it. And yeah, I think he's got Praven Othrema and a Life Caster. I'm curious if Life is the best choice here. You know, with like a force like this, there's nothing really worth healing. Like, I almost feel like, yeah, I guess Lore of Beasts kind of sucks for Wood Elves now because you basically can't use Manticore summons. They summon Eagles, I think. Or did they revert that? Yeah, did they revert that? I can't remember. I cannot remember that. Anyways, something to think about. So the 2 solar engines standing ready. I'll let the players know they can start. Good luck, have fun to both of these fine gentlemen. And we will unfurl here and do our thing. Do our thing indeed. So usually this matchup, I actually feel like this is a matchup that a lot of Lizardmen players like. I feel like Lizardmen are often picked against Wood Elves when Wood Elves are a first pick, because I'm trying to think what the main Wood Elf bands would probably be. Probably Bretonnia, although some Wood Elf players do have some really cheeky builds against Bretonnia and things like that. So, yeah, Ashley JG93, we've had some really good games so far. Yeah, you can go back and check them out. But yeah, there was some upsets in the first round for sure. They're still Eagles. That's what I thought. Yeah, only Dearth who has the Manticore. Because that would be a viable choice for sure. To get like a Manticore summon, just send it after the Bastillodons or whatever. Shadows is okay, but like there's so many skinks that it's not really worth it in my opinion. It's hard to say. Anyway, Zablaski pulling back. The Glade Lord are going to be retreating. And what's cool about the Glade Lord here is you can actually use Pravenoth Rhema on the skinks here and then just like insta-kill them with your massive amount of archers, which actually can be a decent cost-effective option as the solar engines really do start blasting in. It's really important if you are the Lizardman player here in this matchup to make sure you don't overextend your Bastillodons. Otherwise, you're going to pay the Troll Toll for sure. So the Chameleon Skinks are getting blasted here. Massive amount of firepower. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can just methodically use the Pravenoth Rhemas to take those little bastards down because Chameleon Skinks are certainly the scourge of this. Yeah, the Eagles, I think, did get a cost reduction, so I think they're a little bit more viable now. But nonetheless, the Chameleons here really do get shattered and kind of punished down. So more Glade Guard Starfire Shafts doing their thing. Going to be shooting into these Chameleon Skinks. Spears on the flanks, screening out. They do have these silver shields, which is quite nice. And it looks like the Glade Rider is going to be engaging against the cohorts. And if they do get the charge without taking the spears, it could be a good engagement. So now where are the missiles going to be shooting? It looks like they're actually going into the Saurus with shields here. Ruination of Cities from Lord Chungus there does a little bit of damage against Glade Guard. Not too bad. He does get at least one favorable kind of arc of fire. But for the most part, all the archers are in okay shape, and they're starting to wear down the Saurus. The solar engines haven't taken any damage yet. There is a little bit of a hill here, but I suppose it's not an issue. I think the solar engines are able to draw some decent line of sight. And there is a big old banishment right there as well. So the banishment does go down the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts, and they continue to just, unleash on the Saurus, who do get shielded the old ones, giving them 22% ward save. The Lizard army certainly has a lot of shields as well. You can see here we do have, 60 armor with shields. I mean, I think there are Starfire Shafts mixed with Hagbane tips. So yeah, it's a combination of armor piercing and basic variant. So net of Amachok going down here on the Glade Lord, actually. A little bit problematic here for the Wood Elves. Man, A-Move Hacker with a massive amount of firepower coming in. The Skink Cohort Javelins blasting into that Glade Lord. And also, the Solar Engines are going to be shooting now too. Zablasky might actually be losing his Lord here. Or at least getting it broken or shattered or something. Yeah, this is a lot of damage, and the net is just now going to wear off. The Solar Engines might even be able to rip one more shot before all is said and done. Now, Zablasky's Archer line's still in good shape. They haven't taken too much damage. They're all still more or less functional, but it seems like A-Move does indeed have quite a bit of infantry left on the battlefield, and they are shielded. There's still Chameleon Skinks, double Skink Chief, and losing the Glade Lord there is quite painful. But the Glade Lord, I mean, is there a regrowth on the table? Just Earthblood, so maybe an Earthblood plus something will bring it back. Good Earthblood there by Zablasky. It hits both of the archers, so the Starfire Shafts here, as well as the Glade Lords, kind of get poked, and that is a little bit tricky indeed. Solar Engines moving up. Looks like they might have an attack order on the Glade Lord, which means since it's over the hill, they're going to like march and try and get closer to draw a line of sight. And Zablasky still does have his spears, the Glade Rider spears, riding around the backfield. Good Pravenoth Rhema, and that's the real value of that character coming back. But look at this hero Skink, the hero of the old ones, moving in. And he darts the Glade Lord twice and actually breaks the Glade Lord. Oh my god, that is a beauty right there. That is actually a really, really big play. Will it run off the battlefield just from that little hero Skink? It might, because there's a ton of ammunition on that Glade Lord. It could still make a pretty big difference. Now, Zablasky's firing line still, doing its thing, blasting whatever gets through, basically. And the Solar Engines might come to a position where they kind of get, like, crossfired pretty heavily. Yeah, now it looks like a couple of the Starfire Shafts, at the very least, are going to be switching onto the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine. So we'll see how this all unfolds here. And, yeah, really nice Earthblood right there. Heals up all three of those archers. The Glade Rider Spears able to push down these Skink cohorts. This is a really, really close game. I mean, Zablasky has more or less had his Lord very badly beaten up, but it has rallied back here in the fourth quarter. And the Lizardmen infantry, we do have 111 Skinks back there, 61 Saurus, still some Saurus here and here, which are grinding against the Eternal Guard. But now that one Solar Engine, the one with better ammunition. So I don't know if that was intentional or just good kind of awareness here, but basically the Bastillodon is getting blasted by all the archers. Ammunition for Wood Elves is pretty good too. It's not like they're in a position where the ammunition is very kind of crucial, and they have plenty to spare, at least on a couple of the archer variants here. The Glade Lord up on the hill, kind of just posturing, probably just ripping some shots wherever it can. I would imagine it probably should just be shooting that Solar Engine. Looks like the players are saying something, just saying good luck, have fun. Always a good time indeed. But the Elvish Archer lines, yeah man. Elvish Archers, 2-1s with first strike, still going pretty strong. And how are they doing? Yeah, Skink Cohorts obviously doesn't feel good using ammunition on Skinks. There still are Chameleons too. Lord Mazdamundi with his Sunburst Standard, super cost effective. Really saves a ton of damage overall if you look at it from a multiplicative perspective. He does give that 12% ward save and an aura against missiles and also melee defense. So Sunburst Standard here is very, very strong. Also Nets can do its thing. So the Elvish Archers shooting in again into the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine. Looks like there is going to be an Apotheosis going down. That is quite a bit of damage. A banishment from Mazdamundi. This could be a little bit of RNG, but if it does rotate this way and goes into the other archers, that could be Bread City. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Flavor Town, baby. Right up on those Starfire shafts. But the Solar Engine is broken. And Balance of Power is still Lizard favored, though, as, look, the Solar Engine blasts and actually shatters the Glade Lord. So the Wood Elves are leaderless. And though there's ammunition on 1, 2, 3, 4 archers, there's still 2 Skink Chiefs. A fair amount of Saurus still fighting, although let's go ahead and take a look at the Saurus here and see how they're doing. Yeah, I guess they're doing okay. Dryads might be able to pull some magic over there, but this is the second round, basically, so the last round. So the winner of this match will be going on to face the Greenskins. Lizardmen probably have a better matchup against Greenskins, I think, than Wood Elves do. Wood Elves kind of just get countered by Big In spam as well as Spider Rider spam. It's hard. I've seen Wood Elves win it, but it can be very, very tricky indeed. Bread City, indeed, I know. Oh, was that... I feel like Flavor Town. Yeah, Flavor Town is a new thing because basically Lady Turn and I have been watching like all these Haggard shows on like Discovery Plus, which has like 90 Day Fiance and like all these ridiculous shows. And Guy Fieri has a show on there. So the Flavor Town, we hear it a lot when we have to watch the advertisements. Something to think about. Anyways, Archer shooting in, Zablaski falling behind a little bit, and I think this is the death knell here for the Wood Elves, as these Saurus Spears with shields do advance through, and they really start to push onto the Archer line. There's going to be massive casualties on the Archers, and it looks like Zablaski is opting to keep them in guard mode and just trying to rip those shots, which, you know, isn't a bad idea, trying to get what value we can here in the fourth quarter, but it's going to be tough to kill those little Skink Chiefs. We do have some Eternal Guard in the distance. I mean, could there be a wild comeback? The Archers are really, really low on ammo at this point, although it looks like the Bastillodon Solar Engine is wavering. And actually broken. Are there Glade Riders nearby is the question. Skink Chief number 1 here has pretty good ammo. Skink Chief here number 2 has good ammo. Mazda Mundi on his toilet seat is also going to be a pretty substantial threat for sure. So he's going. He's got 5,000 HP. He is a thick toad, and he is certainly quite proud to be one here. So Saurus with shields, 60 armor, of course, helps against the basic Glade Guard, not the Starfire Shafts so much as they have majority armor piercing. But it looks like the Lizards are simply going to win this one because as ammunition is used, the Balance Fire is affected, and the Skink Chiefs are both healthy. There's still Saurus on the battlefield kind of chasing and rampaging, and there's Skinks, and the Archers can't beat those guys in melee. And the Archers definitely cannot beat the Lord Chungus in melee either. So it looks like A-Move Hacker is probably going to be pulling ahead in this game. The Bounce of Power does kind of ebb back towards the middle for a hot second. But it looks like it's just going to be going to army losses. It's a little Skink Chief that could. The little Skink Chiefs were absolute heroes this game, man. Masterful little sniping power going on those bad boys onto the characters, which was pretty awesome for sure. Hey, Drew saying QSA forever. Yeah, yep, A-Move is in Clan QSA, is he not? And it looks like Zablaski will be eliminated from the tournament, but a very good run here for the Hardwood. He had some good matches, and I always feel like that's a bit of a tricky matchup. But I've seen some interesting variants of like using Wild Riders, or not Wild Riders, but Wildwood Rangers to like kill Saurus and things like that. But that is it. GG, well played. The Lizardmen march forward. Once again, the Battletoad coming in to try and reclaim his throne. Yes, we will see. Yeah, the Skink Chiefs were pretty gangster. Yeah, they did some work, man. They did some work. Let's look at the value on all these guys. Yeah, this is like, if you guys are playing, this is cookie cutter. This is cookie cutter. The Skink Chiefs are maybe a bit of an option that aren't always brought, but the Skinks with spears and like this is cookie cutter. This is also fairly meta. A little bit, sometimes you see a different caster, sometimes you see different infantry variants, more Dryads, less Eternal Guard, maybe a couple Wildwood Rangers to kill Saurus. There's levels to it, but for the most part, they're both very meta builds. And yeah, the Skinks did okay. Solar Engines both got, you know, about 700 value. Nothing crazy for anything, although a couple of the Glade Guard did get over 1,000 value, which is really nice. But that will be it for that. So let's go ahead and go to the bracket. Now we go to the top side. We will have the... Oh my god, his name got flipped upside down. I don't know how to fix it. Okay. Oh god. Oh god, Anakin. It's out of control. So we have Lizardmen versus Greenskins and Vampires versus Vampire Counts. It would be really interesting. I don't think we've ever had Vampire Counts make it to the grand finals of a faction war. We've had them in single faction tournaments. We actually had a mirror match between Evenstar and Reginald Puggington. GG, well played. All right. And now let's go to the top here. How's everyone's brackets doing, by the way? Is everybody doing all right? I'm curious about the scores. Zablaski's build is close to what you should play here, but not quite there. Okay, says Zyphos, certainly an authority on the subject. And we got Anticity versus Tank. So A-Move, if you could get in a lobby with Void, that'd be great. Fact War. All right. A-Move is out of control. I'm curious to see what he's going to do against the Greenskins. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. All right, so we got Anticity here. Anticity, the Pirate King. So in the finals of the qualifier for this, we actually had Anticity face off against Void. and Void 1-2-1. So could perhaps be setting up for a rematch, or Tank could come in with the steel chair and get it. You know, Tank obviously is a very, very solid player. So this could be fun. 8 of 12, not bad. Okay. You're certainly in the runnings. Good luck, have fun. Yeah, let's see how this goes here. Anticity, it was a 2-1 series. It was very, very close, actually. Very, very close. Yeah. And I've seen Anticity has won with his host against Greenskins in single faction tournaments. I think he was against Evenstar, though. No, wait, no, it wasn't. Evenstar was host in that. Yeah. I'm not sure. Reginald Puggington, how could I forget, man? You're a hero. That was an amazing series. It was one of my favorites to cast of all time. Yeah. Yeah, Wood Elves have very little chance against Greenskins in my experience. In the early DLC days, before Greenskin players figured it out, I felt like it was like, you know, a little different, but yeah, so we will see. All right, so here we are. We got Anticity versus Tank. The time is upon us. All right, 1 second here. And just 1 second. So players are going to set up. Here we go. Just give me 1 moment, guys. Cool. All right, guys. It is time. The battle of the Vampire Coast versus the Vampire Counts. The two cousins go into battle here. Should be quite a bit of fun, man. Should be quite a bit of fun. So for the forces here of the Pirate King, the Kraken King, he goes by many names. We have Anticity with double Terrorgeist. Oh, is that Aranessa? Oh, I got so excited. Oh, it's not Aranessa. Okay, Vampire Fleet Admiral with the polearm, double Gunnery White on the Crab, and double Deathshriek Terrorgeist. Wow, very, very different variation from what I've seen in the past. No magic damage, so if there had been some, you know, some ethereal witchcraft here for the forces of the Vampire Counts, could have been a little bit tricky. But he's got bombers and then deckhands. Basically, it's the Gunnery Whites and the Crab, and then the Deathshriek Terrorgeist. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but the Crabos do not count as rare single entities, right? It's like the same as like a Bonebreaker for Skaven. If somebody could check that in the banner rules just before the match starts, so I could warn him and then we could restart if we need to. But yeah, let me know if somebody could. So we have double Vargeist up in the sky. We got zombies. Vargeist Air Force plus this. I mean, triple Vargeist plus the Blood Dragon Lord or Lamian Lord. Okay, that might actually be able to win the Air Force fight against Anticity, which is a little bit problematic for the forces of Coast. Zombies, Crypt Ghouls, Skeleton Warriors. On the flanks, we have Black Knights and Black Knights. And we do also have some Black Knights over here as well. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one indeed. So the Lamian Lord preparing to do battle. Flying forward, moving in with his Vargeist and all these other creatures of the old world. Yeah, for you, somebody's typing it. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, thank you, Ben the Barman. Appreciate it. Yeah, I wasn't sure because I know Bonebreakers have that, but like, you know, Nobles and Chariots for High Elves do count as rare SEM, so it's like different. So the Gunnery White's immediately going for the Vargeist. Tank, if he's gonna commit to the Air Force fight, needs to do it all at once. Like he needs to get his whole Air Force and collapse and really goon out the gooses here. Vargeist have 92 speed. The Dragon does, so he should have the speed advantage. And honestly, I would just take the fight. Yeah, the Vargeist pile in. They have good AP. We have the Lamian Lord, who of course is pretty good in combat and does have some combat tricks. And we'll see what kind of damage the gooses do end up taking. Now, Vampire Coast does have the advantage of having a ground force that can help. Apparently, the Lamian Vampire Lord has found a way to seduce the Deathshriek Terrorgeist, but man, how is this going so badly? Jeez. Looks like Invocation does go down to the Vargeist, but barely any damage so far on the Gooses. That's probably because of the Invocation, of course. But now the rest of the Undead army is going to be pushing in. Crypt Ghouls getting into that fight there. And it looks like the Lamian Vampire Lord pulling back for a hot moment. Interesting. Yeah, man, these Gooses are taking like no damage, despite enfeebling foe and all those kind of tools here. Lamian Lord now going to be cycle charging back in as the rest of the Vampire Count army. Ooh, nice Scab Scrape there by Anticity. Really wrecks those Crypt Ghouls. Yeah, brutal stuff. Yeah, the Vamps really need to start getting more damage in the air here. This is not going terribly well for the Counts. It looks like the double Gooses with the ground support are actually holding very well. Because basically, the two Gunnery Whites on the ground are picking off a Vargeist model, probably like every shot or every other shot, which is pretty substantial. And it looks like one of the Gooses is attempting to land here, which is a smart play. It'll pull the Vargeist and other units onto the ground, at which point the Crab characters can support. So Tank needs to be careful. Tank needs to pull back his Vargeist, gather them up, use another Invocation, and go in and do his thing. So it looks like a Breath Attack from the Lamian Lord doing some solid work. Will there be a Zombie Summon? He's actually going in for it. Okay, so he's going in after this Goose. The one goose being attacked by the Lamian Lord, taking some big damage. The Vampire Count's very heavily blobbed up here, so this is a bit of a misplay here from the tank. He needs to get the Black Knights and all these units around the flank and, you know, push into the bombers and do his business there. But it's not going to cost him the game at this moment, but over the course of a long game it could. A good Scab's Graith as well, right there from the Vampire Counts. It hit some of the pole arms. But did he get the goose for his efforts? The goose is very low, it's crumbling, but it looks like it's going to stabilize. So the Vargeists so far have been struggling to an extent. Maybe grab the Vargeist and honestly just go for some flank engagements and try and get some like low-hanging fruit. Because so far it seems like the efforts to dive in have not been working out terribly well since the fight has gone onto the ground here. So we got the two White Kings moving in. Lamian Lord looked like it wanted to land there, but now it's going to be pulling back. White King's got to be careful. Anticity does have 3 crab characters here, and those crabs actually can do some decent stopping damage here against the White Kings. Both factions, of course, have Invocation. Pretty fun stuff. And these Vargeists actually decide to land here on some deckhand mobs and then just get countercharged, but maybe it's a little bit of a distraction. You know, he's holding the shiny object in front of the gooses here, and yeah, I don't know, doing this thing. Van Horseman Speculum. Perhaps some Game 3 stuff. But it looks like Anticity's pulling ahead. His Goon Squad seems to be getting the better of the trades here, and the Lamian Vampire Lord's really getting the dirty here. The double gooses pushing it back. The Vargeists, though I liked the idea of it, it seems like they just didn't work that well. Lamian Vampire Lord going down here pretty much seals the deal. And, you know, Anticity's 3 crab characters, the Gunnery Whites proving to just be MVPs, man. Yeah, just nasty stuff. And the Pirate King showing why he is the king of pirates is going to be advancing on most likely to the grand finals to face the winner of the Lizardmen, which, if Anticity gets Lizardmen in the finals, he is going to just be so excited. But Greenskins isn't even, like, scary fight. Like, Greenskins is not an easy fight. They're going to have to scrap to the bitter end there. So that is something to consider as we do get into this Royal Rumble here. Vargeists with 8 models. Down goes the zombie. Scab's Graith tearing into those units, doing a little bit of damage, but that's got to be it. Anticity has won the game. It looks like that is going to be it. But well played to tank. He made it to top 4. Brought the Vampire Count some glory for today's stream, but there's just no way. The double gooses. That's a cool build, man. The geese. The geese are here. Yeah, weird battle indeed. I'm curious why the Vargeists like just were not making contact with the gooses. I'm really genuinely curious about that. I mean, maybe the Invocation was just outpacing their damage, but I felt like they should have melted them. Like with the Lamian Lord there too, but they just didn't. And yeah, the ground, I guess you also have to consider the ground support was pretty big. Like the Vargeists were being picked off quite rapidly by the Gunnery Whites, and we will see the value of those Gunnery Whites as we get into the game here. Yeah, GG well played. GG well played. And the Kraken King, no Krakens pull this game, but we might see it in the finals depending on who he plays. But the dreaded Tactical Knight Reserves, yes, they came in a little bit late. Well played to Tank. Tank is a great guy, really awesome sport, and put up a good fight. It was a good fight. Yeah, it was. That build by Anticity, I've never seen it before. 1400, 1700. The Gooses both got over 1,000. It was good across the board. And the Vargeists, yeah, Vargeists, well, one of them got 1,400 value. I guess they did do damage. It's just, yeah, Lamian Lord only 1,100 value. All right. It was fast. Best Undead fight ever. That's true. Usually they're very long. And if we go to the bracket, we will be moving up the Pirate King into the grand finals. Now, I would pretend to be surprised, but Anticity is so good at Vampire Coast and Best of Ones that, you know, I just, you know, I come to expect it. He's the safe bet for guessing to the finals. Tank says, I misclicked pretty bad. Good luck in the finals. Hey, no worries, Tank. I'm sure we'll see you back. GG, well played. And now Anticity will prepare. He can watch his opponents. He can study their tactics. And yeah, do it to it. All right, so we got Zablaski versus A-Move. I'm trying to find their lobby. Maybe it's in this lobby here? I think so. Let's see if they're still in there. Yeah, Helm of Discord gives negative stats to melee attack as well as... Okay, so I don't know why Zablaski is in the lobby with... Hold on a sec. So, looks like I'm going to just host the lobby because I don't think they figured out how to do it between the two of them. So, let me just set this up. Turin... Okay. Cool. So this is a spectator, and we'll get this going. All right. So let me tag them in the Discord. Sorry about the delay, guys. It happens. All right. So we have A-Move plus void lobbies up. I'm hosting. Password. So we have the battle of the two potato computers. Hopefully we can handle it here. You never know. You never know. It could be a bit of a problem. It could be a bit of a problem indeed. All right, where are they? I have to hunt them down on my friends list. Yeah, Anticity's very good with Vampire Coast. He did lose the single faction tournament. He got to the grand finals and actually did play Void, who is still in the tournament, of course. Okay, so we got A move is in the lobby. Now we can go ahead and get Void in here. I'll find him. Go from there. Although, is he not on my friends list? Does he go under a different name here or something? Let me go ahead and check. I think he goes under a different name. Damn it, people. Can't you just play with the name you sign up with? Gotta be so difficult. Okay, both players are in. We did it. Oh, that's right. He's playing as Be'lakor right now. So the map for these two, if we go ahead and check the maps, is going to be the Carrick Buffdar. Yes. Let's find it. Hey, Carrot Shell, I'm betting on Potato for the win then. All right, man. Thank you for the donation. Thank you, thank you. All right, so the players can pick their armies. Looks like, oh man, A-Move Hacker was ready in like a second. He just readied up right away. We'll see if that can send a message of intimidation to his opponent as we prepare for the next battle. So now we're just hanging out. So what do you guys think? Who do you think's going to win? Greenskins or Lizards? This used to be a matchup that pre-Greenskin DLC, the Lizardmen used to just cackle and run them over. But of course, things have changed. Stone Trolls are now a thing. I feel like Stone Trolls could do for like a bit of a cost increase. Not that big, but like 50 or 75 gold or something. Maybe even 100. I don't know. They're really good. And they're useful in like every matchup. Magic resist, regeneration, missile resist. It's like, oh man. With that Anticity win, your Lizardmen dreams are crushed. We have had Lizardmen do okay against Coast in the finals once, but they still lost 2-1. I think Felcon was on Lizards and he might have lost 2-1. It's a really hard matchup. Yeah. Toxic insta-ready? No, Ben. Thankfully not in this. Because I'm the host, so it doesn't matter. So I can ready the game up when we're good. Honestly, I feel like Greenskins like can win this one. And I believe Void actually played against 2 Greenskin players and defeated them both in the or 2 Lizardman players, good ones actually, and was able to pass them. But we'll see. We'll see if A-Move can do it. You think Lizards are favored a little bit? Okay, fair play. Still think they're favored? Okay. Yeah, you guys probably know more. I don't play these factions too much, so I don't really play Lizardman. But yeah, I'm curious to see what A-Move brings. We are in Carrick Buffdar, a fairly open field map. Solar engines are very viable. Lizardmen can beat Coast, but it's always going to be more brutal. Yeah, it's going to be hard. Yeah. I feel like Coast is very favored against Lizardmen. I feel like it's a hard matchup. Like that's like a ban for Lizardmen, you know, that they'll usually try and ban. Morn coming in singing the Star Trek Enterprise soundtrack. I love it. I've made Lady Turn listen to that many times as I watch that show. That's probably like one of the only Star Trek intros. I used to like skip it instantly, but then after time I was like, I started like letting it play and I was like, hey, this is kind of good. Oh, that's very cool. Swan Senho, yeah, very cool. Oh yeah, his channel's pretty big though. I think he's got like 350, 400,000 subs, yeah. Yeah, so it should be fun. Stormrunner says Greenskin favored. Since they have 0 bad matchups. I would say the worst matchups for Greenskin, like that aren't even bad really, are probably probably Vampire Counts and Vampire Counts and maybe Lizardmen, but even still. Yeah. They're not like that hard of a bad matchup though. Like they can still win it with good play. You know? Like some factions have like hard counters where it almost feels unwinnable. Holy shit, what is that thing? What the hell is this? Okay. All right, guys. So, having seen Void play, I don't take him as someone who likes the meme, right? Like, I feel like that's not his style, but he has a Rogue Idol biggin. He has the biggin. And I think maybe he's doing this to potentially, like, counter a box. Okay, so we got the biggin, which he's going to throw over this boulder, which is pretty funny. People often do that with, like, a rock lobber or, like, you know, any sort of artillery here. So we got the biggin, we have the Goblin Great Shaman, Giant River Troll Hag, and aside from that, it's some Orc Boys and Goblins, like... And then 1 million Spider Riders. That's okay. I don't know. You guys are gonna have to explain this to me, but there is a big biggin back here. Wow. Okay. Maybe he knows A move likes Temple Guard. Because if you bring Debiggen, it could theoretically be very good against the Temple Guard box. Are you happy now, guys? Yeah. Lord Mazda Money here for the Lizards. A little Powhawk Sentinel squad. Pterodon Riders. Skink Chief up in the sky. And it is going to be double Temple Guard with some Horned ones. Whoa! What the hell is this game? What is this shit? We got frickin' the Biggin here. We do also have Horned ones for the Lizardmen. That's some crazy shit. All right, I don't even know, man. I don't know. Both of them are bringing some weird shit. Honestly, like this Greenskin Biggin, I feel like is actually good here because of the Horned ones and the Temple Guard. Yeah. The Biggin is Shaver Crosm says the Biggin is 200% competitive in OP. I don't know, man. Dude, this is some weird shit. I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone. A move has the Temple Guard, but Temple Guard are going to get wrecked by the Biggin. Maybe. It depends on the RNG of the boulders. Yeah. That's pretty funny, Carrot Shell. I don't know, man. I don't know. Zypho says, my god, this reminds me of my last match in the World Cup that killed me off. Debiggen and a Spider Lord. Yeah, I guess maybe it's making a comeback. Lord Mazda Monday moving in. This is going to be awesome one way or the other. This is going to be awesome one way or the other. So, yeah, the first boulder's from the Biggin. You can already see the bounce power ebbing into the favor of the Lizardmen as it misses. So ammunition does count on the bounce of power, guys. So, like, if it uses its ammo and doesn't accrue equivocal value, or equal value, excuse me, you know, it can actually tank on the bounce of power. Oh, my God, this is so funny. Holy shit, and Horned ones. Looks like a little bit of sniping going down. The Skink Chief being targeted by what appears to be a Vindictive Glare. He's going to have to juke this, or else it's going to be really bad. Oh, he takes it all in the face. But Mazda Money does have Apotheosis, which can kind of counter that a little bit if he wants to. Yeah, it looks like an Apotheosis is going down, so no harm, no foul. In terms of Winds of Magic trading, the Vindictive Glare Overcast is quite a bit more expensive. So yeah, the Big Chungus is just throwing its boulders here. 100% needs to switch onto those Temple Guard, though, because the Temple Guard aren't going to be able to dodge its shots pretty well. We'll see. So there it goes, and a boom! Takes out 4 Temple Guard as they move forward. Could potentially wither those guys down to a pretty manageable amount of health. A-Move Hacker and his cohorts moving up. The cohorts are pretty decent at actually fending off like things like Mangy Marauders. But yeah, I mean, I guess the Spider can fight Mazda Mundi. The one thing about A-Move's armies, there doesn't seem to be a ton that's great against the Spider. I mean, the Temple Guard, I guess. But yeah, ooh, another direct hit on those Temple Guard. He like tried to dodge it by going backwards, but the dreaded Rogue Idol, man. Yeah. He tried to juke it, but that shot did indeed connect very, very well. So Cohort's getting a little bit of damage on the Hag. Honestly, pulling the Skink Chief over here to poke the Giant River Troll Hag might not be a bad idea. Another shot on those Temple Guard. I feel like the Lizards need to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe, but I guess they're just cautious. There is a net going down? A net of Amatoch on the Mangy Marauders? That is a very strange cast. They might take a couple Cohort volleys, but like... Okay, there's a banishment going down. The cohorts are going to unleash a volley here, but I don't know. A little bit on the fence about that from a Winds of Magic usage, although it is the armor-piercing skirmish cav unit. So killing that certainly does have some teeth, but also a banishment going down on it. I guess there's not too many banishment targets. Yeah. Yeah, the Vindictive Glares are very hard to dodge. Very, very hard to dodge. Greenskins definitely have some very powerful tools with that. So now the Horny Boys are moving in. And honestly, you could get the Horned ones and just go kill these Night Goblins. They would be eliminated in like 10 seconds. There's a lot of, like, not freebies per se, but things that the Lizards could be pressing on, maybe. But I also understand the slower approach here. So Vindictive Glare going down, Shaman takes Overcast damage. It won't do much against Mazda. And, oh, look at that. The Vindictive Glare actually hit the hill right there. It looks like, no, wait, did it just disappear and then reappear? Anyways, it did about as much damage as the Apotheosis is going to be healing. So the Big Chungus hitting the Temple Guard. Again, very, very good damage here. The skirmish game is underway. And yeah, this is a wild ass fight, man. Some weird shit. I can't believe we're seeing him bring the Rogue Idol. But I guess a couple of you in chat, from the reaction I got from some of the regular tournament players, is that this big boy does make a relatively not relatively common appearance, but he has been appearing, I guess, in a couple games. Zypho saying he faced him. I think I saw the Viking saying something about having seen it or used it. So, you know, I've used it against High Elves to actually okay effect. I brought it as a meme, but it ended up doing okay for me. Because at the end of the day, it's still a huge beat stick that you have to deal with. And the Rogue Idol can also pull more ammo out of itself. So if A-Move Hacker wants to be really cautious like this and just not advance and just kind of play the skirmish game, I think the Greenskins are going to win. Because this thing is just going to keep bombarding the Temple Guard back here. Although it misses that shot, which is very, very lucky. So the Horned One's hiding behind the rock. The Lizardmen attacking very loosely with the Powhawks as Sentinels here. And yeah, we got the Skink Chief. Oh, Vindictive Glare going down, and it hits him pretty good. Winds of Magic, probably not super crazy. And the thing is about trying to snipe the Skink Chief, the thing about that is that if you don't finish it off, and it's sitting there with like 25% HP in the late game, it's going to just sit and use all its ammo. So like, it's a little bit of a tricky investment. Horned Ones looking like they wanted to get aggressive here, but the Wolf Riders kind of forcing them back. Got to be careful. Horned Ones can rampage, which I feel like they could just get rid of that. Okay, this could be a good net. If he had netted both of them down, that could have been strong. But it looks like it was an overcasted net, and he is just going to get one Spider Rider here. So the Horny Boys should charge in there. But, oh man, he like delayed his attack order or something? I don't know. Yeah, the Horny Boys might get out. No, it looks like they're going to get run down. So yeah, the Horned Ones should be able to just massacre these Spider Riders like super hard. They're like an elite cav unit, right? So yeah, the Forest Goblins get punished. It looks like the Fanatics or just basic Goblins are here as well. Horned Ones could bounce over there. Like, the Greenskin army is very immobile. You know, it's just, it's static. It has the Shaman, has the Rogue Idol. Like, the Lizards could be pressing with their cavalry. And it looks like a Mither's going down here to kind of slow down these Horny Boys. But not before they are able to break one of the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Zypho saying the only difference he saw in the tournament was when he was facing off against a build like this, it had 2 Blackworks instead of a wider army. So, yeah, the Rogue Idol is a big boy. He's out of ammo now. So the game is going to be much simpler here. Greenskin Skirmishers are almost out of ammo, and the Horned Ones might be able to chew down some of these bigger targets. It looks like Wolf Riders may be looking to charge cohorts. I think this is just a mistake here, because the cohorts will defeat these Wolf Riders in combat, no problem. Yeah, they're probably going to drag a couple down on the way out here, but Emu Packer does have some ammo left via his Skink Chief as well as his other Skirmishers, so the Skink Chief doing a pretty good job. Maybe he's just trying to run the Greenskins out of ammunition, so he can just sit the Skink Chief on top of the Shaman. Okay, looks like Void did decide to use the Biggin's extra ammo ability, which does do about 300-400 damage to it. And now he's throwing boulders at the cohorts again. Bounce Power is becoming Greenskin favored. Probably, yeah, a lot of ammo has been done to the Lizardman force, but really it's kind of like deceiving. Nothing terribly significant has happened yet, aside from just, you know, the skirmishing, obviously. So here comes the Horny Boys pushing in on top of the Goblins. Vindictive Glare does blast that little Skink Chief into the Shadow Realm. Might actually shatter him. Coldblood tries to stabilize him, but I think it's going to be too late. And the Horned Ones do push in and, you know, get a couple Goblins, but they do get dragged down by the Giant River Troll Hag, who obviously did a pretty good job there. Mazdamundi going to be using a Ruination of Cities. Maybe? I'm not sure what he's doing here. Yeah, okay, so there's a net going down in a Ruination of Cities. So attempting to get lucky with the RNG. If it goes right down the pipe, like with one of the shots. Okay, 1, 2, and yeah, that was like literally the worst Ruination of Cities I've ever seen. That was terrible. And it's not bugged anymore. It's actually random. So that was just really unlucky. Like literally just went all in the wrong direction here. Horned Ones on the flanks. Still chilling. Maybe the Lizardmen need to like form a Death Star type blob situation because, man, oh man, those Temple Guard are getting punished so badly, dude. And the bounce power is really starting to be evident now. I think that he should have pushed in with the Temple Guard right away. Like during all this, when this guy ran out of ammo, get your army moving forward. I don't know why he's playing so cautiously here. I think it's going to cost him the game, to be honest. Anyways, Horned One's here, getting shot by some skirmishers. With a little bit of skink support, they might push in. Like, now he's running with the Temple Guard. Just move them in. Like, get them busy. Let them fight something, because they're just losing value right now. Just losing value hardcore. Little Fanatics there, dropping some balls, taking out the skinks. And it looks like the Horned Ones are going to be moving in on the Night Goblins finally. But again, there's a lot of infantry here, so I don't know what the Horned Ones can really do. Mazdamundi and the boys finally getting in. Temple Guard finally have come out of the bushes, and they're going to be getting ready. Yeah, that was a really, really rough Ruination of Cities. Really, really rough. Like, just brutal stuff. Mazda getting hit with the Mither. You know, we could go for the gooning attempt on the River Troll Hag, although there is the big Queen Bee over here, the Goblin Great Shaman on the Spider. So yeah, I mean, you could have gone after the Hag here. Honestly, this is a good pick. I think you just take the Horned Ones and go after the Hag and chase with Mazda, and that's free real estate. Like, that's off the battlefield. So again, a little bit of a misplay there, in my humble opinion. There are some Goblins and Orc Boys, and oh my god, someone's car alarm's going on outside. Yeah, just going crazy. Going crazy indeed. But the balance of power is ebbing more and more into the favor of the Greenskins as this overly conservative play, I think, is really starting to punish the Lizardman army, and I think they're starting to feel it. Horned One's getting really aggressive, but Rogue Idol's going to pimp slap these things. Look at that. 31 models. They do charge into the Orc Boys. Might actually take down a couple of them. Pulling back, though, before the big Rogue Idol can respond. Certainly not a bad idea. Mazdamundi, it's like he's trying to waste all the ammo of the Greenskins before fighting. Like, he's just trying to waste it all. And the Rogue Idol just keeps pulling ammo out of its hide here, which is hilarious. And if, depending on the outcome of this game, it looks like we're going to have a rematch potentially between Anticity and the Greenskins here, and Void, who, of course, I'm sure have had time to scheme on their matchups. So here comes the Horned Ones blasting into the Wolf Riders. Finally, a good engagement here for the Lizards as they do wreck these skirmish cav units, and definitely going to want to pull back. And now they're moving in. But I mean, like, look at your Temple Guard at this point. They're just, like, literally out of the picture almost. Mazdamundi gets hit with Don't Even Try It, which does add to his cooldowns. It's like the Walmart Arcane Unforging. And Horned Ones are trying to pull around the back, but they have been slowed down by the Mither from the Giant River Troll Hag. Should only be a couple more seconds before that goes down. The Hag is the way. Lord Mazdamundi battling the Goblin Great Shaman. This could potentially be a good banishment as well, hitting the Orc Boys there. And the Horned Ones were able to pull back, actually looking to chase down the Rusty Arrows there in the backfield. But, like, you know, Mazda's not going to do well against an anti-large character. I mean, he'll do okay. He's a good duelist because he's just powerful in general. But, like, the Temple Guard could have been up here fighting a long time ago. There could have been so much pressure for sure. So much pressure. And, yeah, the Horned Ones, again, swarming the backfield, trying to shut down the Rusty Arrows and these different units. And the banishment ended up being okay. Mazdamundi's going to withdraw, but, like, you still have to deal with that freaking biggin back here. Like, that thing is actually hits pretty hard in melee. Probably could defeat Mazdamundi at this point as well. Yeah. Looks like the Lizardmen really didn't want to fight vampires. Could be the case. That would not be a fun situation. A-Move typically plays more elite builds and like stationary builds too, which the Vampire Coast really hard counter. So you need more of like the Felcon style of play of like swarming Lizardmen to maybe even have a chance against Vampire Coast. In my 2 cents. Mazdamundi though, he's here. He's rolling dirty, man. Rolling all over them Orc Boys with the last of those Temple Guard and the Powhawks of Sentinels. The Horned Ones, I'm not sure how well they've done this game. I would imagine these guys are probably about 500-600 value. Yeah, about 526 when we take a look at that. So that's not that lovely. Yeah, and they're at negative 51. Army losses kicks in. And yeah, the Rogue Idol, ROR, I mean, shit. That thing did well. Yeah. The Ruination's really unfortunate. Not that it lost him the game. He still would have lost even if those were good Ruinations, just based on the engagement angles and things like that. But, yeah. Ruination needs a sad trombone effect. I love that, Adries. Yeah, I don't know. He needed to push, like, look at this. You can't have 2 1100 gold units getting, like sub 50 value, you know? The Horned Ones are a very odd pick, too. Very, very odd. Yeah, against Greenskins, like, even basic Coldwind Riders would have done fine. It would have served the same purpose for, like, not half the price, but a lot cheaper. Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah. We saw the big end get 2200 value. GG, well played. GG, well played indeed. So, we go to the bracket. It is going to be the dreaded Vampire Coast versus Greenskin finals. Greenskins have never won a faction war before, ever, which is surprising. I feel like they should have won one a long time ago, but yeah. Here we go. Let's get this next game going. Let's do it to it. Okay, so now we can get Void needs to come back. Let me go ahead and tag them. Void plus Anticity. Grand Finals. Same lobby. All right, we'll get him in there. I don't know why my hands are cold right now. People just see the Rogue Idol and they're so taken aback by it. They're just like, what is that thing? What is that cursed monstrosity? So this is it. This is for all the marbles, baby. Yeah, the Rogue Idol really actually did very well. And the thing is, like, even like, yeah, it got, okay, it didn't quite pay for itself, whatever. Like, it still had full health and would have had to have been dealt with in a very grindy match. Yeah. Hey, take care, Hadris. Thanks for joining. It's good seeing you as always, my friend. So we got Anticity back in the lobby. He is going to be on the left-hand side. And yeah, let's update this and we're just about good to go. So for the first map, we can go ahead and do... We'll go with the Old Faithful. We'll go with Ye Old Oaken Hammer. So this is best of 3. This is best of 3, remember. So the players will have an opportunity, much like in StarCraft or other esports, to, like, you know, play the same faction and also, you know, change their builds. Anticity is already ready, dude. Representing ODM. I don't know if Void is in a clan. I know a long time ago Void Laws used to be in clan ODM. I don't know if he's in one now, but I don't know if we have like a clan war or anything like that. Vicious Atuma says A-Move had the tools here but didn't use them. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's understandable. It's you know, it's a stressful situation, but yeah, for sure. So it is time Anticity, the dreaded Kraken King, answering the call. I remember like months ago when we had Faction Wars. It was always everyone was always shitting on the Vampire Coast. Like, everyone in chat was like, "Oh God, someone take out Vampire Coast! Like, please, no more Vampire Coast." You know, and now it's like the Greenskins are like, they've switched places. People are like now rooting for the Vampire Coast. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, Void is clanless. Okay, got it. Yeah. All right. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. So we'll see what kind of builds they do. The times are changing. Did you guys see the statistics actually from the... So we can actually take a moment to do this. So let's go here and let's add this. Stats. And come on, let's find it. Okay, where are you? So these are actually the stats from the round 2 of the Warhammer World Championship, which is ongoing. Pretty interesting stuff. I know a lot of people on the other stream saw this when we had this yesterday during the Legendary Lords tournament, but yeah, look at the win rates for Vampire Coast. I was really shocked to see this. Although, again, round 2, this is from the second stage. It's good players who got past the first round, but it's not quite top tier yet. So this is like a good assessment of, you know, what, 385 participants here, right, or in this this sample size. But yeah, and you also have to take into account the pick rate too. That's a big variable when it comes into looking into like you know, the analytics of this all. But yeah, Vampires with a 37% win rate. The lowest win rate overall is Tomb Kings actually. Dwarves actually rocking a nice 53% win rate. Pretty interesting little stats here. Yeah, I was surprised, and I've kind of felt like Vampire Coast isn't as strong as people say. But again, I think they're hard to play also. I think they've become hard to play after their nerfs. But Anticity, someone like Anticity obviously is a specialist with them, and he really knows how to work them in and out. Yeah. Greenskins have also never won a faction war tournament, so that would be a first for them. And it looks like both players are ready. We'll be loading into Oakenhammer. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I didn't expect Tomb Kings to be so low, but what's going to be really, really interesting, guys, is once we get to the not grand finals, but round 3, which is happening right now for the Warhammer World Championship, it's going to be really interesting to see how these numbers change when it gets to the highest level of play, which essentially is going to be round 3, because that's like the boss hogs. Yeah. Greenskins for sure are one of the most commonly picked factions. I think the highest of everything. Empire's pretty popular as well. Empire's a lot harder to play than Greenskins, though. A lot harder. And I think I can say that with some, substantial confidence. Anyways, so there you go. Let's load into the battle here. We have Anticity versus Void, the rematch. These guys played in the finals a couple days ago to qualify for this event, so pretty fun stuff. Pretty fun stuff indeed. Empire is just harder to play for sure. In like round 2 of the World Championship is good players, but not like, some players may be a bit newer too, like newer tournament players. So the round 3 will really show you quite a bit. Yeah. It's time, man. Dwarfs doing pretty good there. Yeah, Bretonnia is really strong too. Yeah, Beastmen at 52%, but also Beastmen don't get picked at all, so the sample size isn't very good. If Beastmen were picked as much as some of the higher other factions, I think you'd get a little bit of a better kind of source from that. By the way, how are you guys all doing on your brackets? What is everyone looking like right now? I'd be really curious to kind of see that. And also, let us know your predictions. We are here in the grand finals of the Easter, April 2021 Faction War. This is a best of 3 in the grand finals. Same factions. Who do you think is going to win? The Kraken King, the Dark Lord, the Pirate King of the Vampire Coast, Anticity. He, of course, has won Faction War 3 times before. I believe this would be his 4th strap, really proving that he is truly the Pirate King. Or is it going to be Void? Void is a newcomer here to the Faction Wars, and he's coming in with the Greenskins. Greenskins have never made it to the finals, even despite having been played many times since the DLC. They've never quite made it to the well, I think they made it to the finals, but I think they lost. I can't quite remember, but nonetheless, let us know where your allegiance lies. Let us know. So, for the Greenskins, Savage Orc Biggins and Goblins, a Daka line, and then a million Spider Riders in the Squig Hopper. This is actually the same build that Void had used against Anticity in the other qualifier. Orc Shaman and Grom the Paunch and a Hag. Very, it's like the same build we see in, other matchups, right? Yeah. I feel like if we had a tournament where players could only bring one build, the Greenskins would, easily win it. Yeah. But yeah, for Anticity's build, he's got double Sirens. Sirens are pretty good against Greenskins, does allocate a lot of their magic to deal with them. We got a Gunnery Wight, Count Noctilus, a shit ton of Deck Dropper Bombers, which can benefit from the double extra powder, which is really strong. So if Anticity is very careful with the extra powder, he should be able to drop some serious bombardments. And 2 Scurvy Dogs as well. That appears to be it. And that appears to be it. I never would have thought I would hear people saying that Anticity is the underdog here. The dreaded Greenskins have earned quite a reputation lately, doing very well in most tournaments. And I have noticed that when I've been casting a lot of Warhammer World Championships, like almost every series has like 2 Greenskin games in it. Yeah, it's very, very common. All right, guys, and here comes Count Noctilus, going to be blasting downtown into the Goblin Wolf Riders. That's kind of how I approach the game. Whenever a faction is perceived as very strong, I kind of stop playing it. So then when it gets nerfed, I'm not disappointed. I just play the Empire. Nobody ever changes anything about them. So Sirens being blasted right here by the Sirens. Not by the Sirens, excuse me. The Sirens are being blasted by the Spider Riders. And over here in the hills, we got Goblin Wolf Rider archers kind of circling about. The Gunnery Wights certainly give you some decent sniping against both the Hag and Grom the Paunch. And immediately Anticity gets some really good value, actually. Grom the Paunch taking a pretty big shot right to the dome piece. And Count Noctilus also does have the extra powder, and he's shooting into the Greenskin skirmishers quite happily. Basically, Anticity is just parking the Siren over here. It might look like it's exposed, and it's kind of a strange choice, but the reason why he's doing this is just basically to force these skirmishers into an awkward position. And the Bombers are getting some really good work in. Noctilus also dropping a summon on top of the Savage Orc Airboys while using the Deck Dropper Bombers to go after the Savage Orc Biggins. Very, very good choice. If you could get all 4 Bombers to just nuke these Biggins into oblivion, this one and this one, then his whole frontline situation is going to be exponentially safer, which I think will be quite good indeed. Siren's moving in, going to be attacked by the Squig Hoppers. Really good usage there by Void Lols. He gets the Vindictor, or the Fist of Gork, imbuing magic damage, and suddenly the Sirens are getting karate chopped. Anticity does respond by using an Invocation of Nehek, but those little Squig Hoppers are just buzzsawing through. Their stats are insane right now. 40-42 for Squig Hoppers, that's really, really good. And that is a devastating loss for Anticity. However, on that same note, the Deck Dropper Bombers annihilate the Rusty Errors, and on that same note, the Savage Orc Biggins do overextend and get feasted on by the Scurvy Dogs and Count Noctilus. So there's like trading back and forth. It's not like Anticity just lost something and didn't get something in return. He was able to butter some bread and do very, very well for himself. These Sirens still in good shape, just kind of chilling out here, just watching the skirmishers, making sure they don't, get a little bit ahead of themselves. Looks like Wraithstorm's going to be going down for Count Noctilus, and both the Crab characters are getting in for a good old proper circle beating on Grom the Paunch, but he does have the Axe of Grom as well as the Lucky Banner Pop, so currently his stats are just like absolutely insane. Brainbuster going down, and the Halberds in the back doing a little bit of work. 2 Bombers sticking onto the Night Goblin RORs, and the other 2 Bombers are now moving forward to finish off the Savage Orc Biggins. And Anticity's dog play is really good. You'll notice he's not trying to dive the backline with the dogs, but rather he uses them as a really, really good like backline sweeper unit, much like if you're playing soccer in America or football as it's called in the rest of the world. They're like your sweeper in the backfield, and that's kind of how Anticity's using them, because eventually the Greenskins will get through. Now, Grom the Paunch taking some damage from the Crab characters, also Count Noctilus on his big Colossus doing a little bit of okay work. This is a very close game, though. But again, Void Law's rinse and repeats. He uses the juicy Fist of Gork, but this time he doesn't quite finish off the Sirens, which means... oh, actually, he does get it off. Okay, so yeah, the Sirens are going to get finished here. I thought I clicked on the Spider Riders and didn't see it, so... Yeah, Anticity actually kind of won the front line, which is something you don't see terribly often. He still got all of his Bombers. Ammunition for the Greenskins is doing pretty well, but Balance of Power is pretty much dead even here. If anything, this is actually a little bit coast-favored, but the Sirens are down. The Night Goblin Squig Hoppers did finish them off. That's a very, very good usage for sure. Just having this one unit that's like dedicated to finish them off and just kind of following them around the battlefield. But now the Greenskins are standing in the Death's Creepers actually in melee. Looks like Grom the Paunch is going to be going after the Gunnery Wights, but Gunnery Wights are super tanky. They have 120 armor. Grom has pretty terrible AP values, so he should be totally fine there. The Bombers are getting extra powder. I believe it looks like this one got extra powder. I don't know if the other one went to Noctilus or these other characters, but... Ooh, and Anticity's got to be careful with the Scurvy Dogs. Piling in like this is very risky because if a Brainbuster comes down just like that, he can get punished. But thankfully, he's got that lightning fast StarCraft 2 reflexes right there, and he does pull that bad boy back and really doesn't take that much damage in the process. So really beautiful micro from both players. Anticity obviously very familiar with playing against Void and clearly... wants vengeance for what happened in the qualifier when he did lose in the finals. But this is obviously for all the marbles, right? This tournament does have a bigger prize, and of course there is more on the line here. So Grom the Paunch does get broken off. The 2 Gunnery Wights able to really give him the dirty. Count Noctilus also in good shape as well, and the Deck Dropper Bombers in the backfield routing off all the Greenskin archers. And it seems like the Vampire Coast is rapidly pulling ahead here in this game as Grom the Paunch is blasted into another dimension by Count Noctiluss, who can keep shooting him. Scab's Wraith going down as well, which does tickle those Savage Orc Airboys. Okay, Grom's at 548 HP. He's healing, obviously. Is Noctiluss going to line up the shot and get him? He's broken again. Here comes the shot from Noctiluss. A 1, a 2, and a 3. Down to 453. Probably enough to keep him broken. Nagarythe's taking some big damage, though, but the Giant River Troll Hag is kind of wavering on leadership. Noctiluss probably has an invocation here. Maybe an opportunity for a potential Greenskin comeback. I don't think so with Grom being gone and with the Bombers all being super healthy. It seems like the Deck Dropper Bombers are going to be getting extra powder, really nuking here into the Savage Orc Airboys, and that probably will be a little bit of a tricky pickle. Yeah, here it comes. Here it comes indeed. And the Gunnery Wight, very beat up, but their armor holding quite firm. They are taking the crumbling damage, which is 10 HP per second, so that's not the worst thing in the world. And from here, it looks like that's going to be GG. No GG has been dropped yet. I was just checking to see. And it seems as if army losses will be kicking in for the Greenskin soon. The double extra powder, really strong with Bombers. One of their big issues is that they run out of ammo, but man, with that extra powder, that's really good. So the Pirate King wins the first game. The Kraken Lord going up 1-0 in this best of 3 here in the finals. And yeah, beautiful play. Beautiful play on both sides. Void had amazing usage of his Fist of Gorks, but Anticity's backline control, using Scurvy Dogs to Alpha Strike things and his Bombers to sweep up the infantry was so good. So good, man. Always a pleasure watching him play. And yeah, the Bombers didn't get crazy good value, but, you know, they chased things off. Sirens got destroyed. Grom the Paunch also got karate chopped pretty good there. Squig Hoppers got about 1,200 value, and yeah, it was a good match. Savage Orc Biggins got limited to sub 500. Nasty, nasty. I love this build. Both builds are really good, honestly. I think that next game, Void will probably go wider, maybe cut the Savage Orcs. Yeah, I don't know. So that is game 1 going to the Kraken King Anticity. And now we can go on over here to the intro graphic while the players set up their next army, so there's no screen sniping going on. Yeah, GG well played. GG well played, dropped by both players there. For the next map, we will do... Let's go ahead and find it. Where is that? Where art thou map? Where art thou? That was wild. What was cool about that Anticity build is it like didn't really care about the map. Like it could have been a hilly map. It could have been... It wasn't like dependent on all the powder and, you know, having line of sight and all that stuff. We'll do Galbaraz. Yeah. We'll just do fair maps here. Yeah. Stallion Tomb's another good one. We could do a Stallion Tomb. Yeah, it's fine. All right. So the battle is upon us. Here we are in the grand finals. The Kraken King up 1-0 here. Beautiful game indeed. Thanks again for sticking around today, guys. It's been a fun stream. We've had our ups and downs, but, you know, we've gotten here to the end together. Yeah, the finals are always best of 3. So the players will do it. I'm going to change the time limit to unlimited, and we'll be good to go. Leviathans are good here. Yeah. Freaky, for sure. Who is the best Empire player today? No, not me. No, I'm not the best Empire player. No. I'm not the best at anything. I'm a mid-level tournament player. Maybe right now like a mid to lower level tournament player. Yeah. I would say mid. Probably mid. But the best Empire player, I don't know. Who's playing a lot of Empire? I don't know who the best Empire player is. I mean, you could always just go with Soothsayer. Like, you know, he's just so good. And he mains Empire. It's one of his main factions, so... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Are Tomb Kings the worst faction? I don't think they are. I think Tomb Kings are a good faction. I just feel that they're harder to play. In Burning Head, it just like owns them so hard that like for mid to lower level players, it's like hard to kind of, you know, counterplay that. Yeah. No, Vernon, I have a Cities of Sigmar Force, yeah, but I haven't played it. I'm playing 40k. My 40k league is actually starting up soon because most people are vaccinated out here, and yeah, they're getting back to that, which is kind of cool. Turin noob, yes. Scale Singer, correct. Yeah, Sooth is really good at Empire. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm a little bit rusty. I haven't been playing as much myself, just because I've been getting settled back in and streaming. But I do plan on the next couple days playing, and then perhaps next weekend I'm thinking about playing in my son Herbert Walker's tournament. I wanted to start getting back into it because I was playing a lot of tournament stuff before our move disaster, but I want to get back into it and kind of get the old grease in the wheels once again. Yeah. Yeah. It should be fun. I'm excited. That's one of my favorite things about watching Anticity stream is like he plays like these balls deep like 5-hour streams and tournaments, and you know, keeps really good positive energy the whole way through. And yeah, Ged, I'll take that. I'll take that compliment. Thank you. So yeah, we're on a map that does have some hills and terrain for the Greenskins to kind of hide in if they want to take that approach. But I don't think it'll matter. I'm curious if Anticity will even change his build. That's like the whole mind games of this. Like, it's the same if you're watching like a StarCraft 2 Best of 7 or a Brood War. Like, are they going to do the same opening and build? Like, it's scouting. It's a little different with scouting, but in this, it's like there's a lot of mind games to this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the wrist injury is definitely holding me back because I can't practice that much. I either stream or play myself that day. If on days where I stream, I can't really play that much myself. So it's like, you know, yeah, it's tricky. I can't get as much practice as other people. That's my biggest problem. But I do watch a lot of games, which gives me a lot of knowledge as it pertains to builds and strategies and things like that. So, yeah. Yep. We'll get a mullet. I was actually talking to some people in the community about starting my own clan, because there's so many clans here. You know, we got ODM here in the finals. We see VM in the finals all the time. And I was thinking about starting my own clan where it's a mullet clan where all participants have to have tournament experience, and they also have to actually have a mullet in real life. They actually do. So they would have to send like a selfie like in the application with a mullet. Yeah. Wouldn't that be crazy? Like if everyone actually had one in the clan? So there would have to be like a condition where you like keep it for at least a month while you're in the clan. Yeah. Lucas, never. You're just going to keep it there forever. That one looks really cool anyways. Yeah, so right now the players are making their armies. So just hang tight. And yeah, they're just getting ready. How would you do that? Well, the players would have to send, they would just have to send a picture with a mullet and they, you know, yeah. Wouldn't that be funny? Like that way, you know, when you're in a tournament playing someone in the mullet clan, you know that dude or lady across the screen from you has a badass mullet and it's coming for you. Like you would know that. You would know that shit was coming for you. Yeah. Professor Pone says, boom, 0 members. Well, there would be 1 at least. Dude, what if Falcon got a mullet and joined the clan? Well, Falcon's the clan leader of XMT, I think. Gokthim says I would join, but yeah, for that, yeah. Well, dude, it's not a thing yet. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, and it has to be a Haggard one too. Oh. I'm the Francis Ngannou of Total War. I don't know about that. Francis Ngannou, man, holy shit, that fight was crazy. Yeah. If you can't grow a mullet, Reginald Puggington, like, yeah, then we can make exceptions. If you have a mullet in spirit, if you're balding or, you know, not, I would make an exception for that because that's not fair. Yeah, if there's like an actual reason you can't grow one, yes. But as long as, you know, you rock it in spirit. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. Then we could have like, you know how like in esports they always have like those super cringy like photos. Hold on. Let me see here. Like the esport athlete photos where their like arms are crossed and they're just like all haggard looking and just like, you know, trying to look all hard. We could do that for sure for our clan. That would be so funny. Psychological advantage with mullets. That's right. I think Friar Tuck earns you an entry too. I used to have one 4 years ago. Does that count? You know, maybe we could. Yeah, maybe. No wigs. No wigs. Wigs are bullshit. No. Unless of course, you're in the... If you can grow an actual mullet, the wig doesn't count. But if you can't grow a mullet, then the wig is totally fine. We respect that. For the picture, at least. Yeah. That's my 2 cents. If you can't actually grow a mullet, then yeah, the wig is perfect for your profile picture, right? So yeah, Anticity doing something very similar. Your girlfriend would be so mad. Oh my god. All right, guys, back to Warhammer. For Anticity, he's got a whole front battle line of zombies, double gunnery white count noctuals, but this time he also brought a rotting Leviathan. So somebody in chat was asking about the Leviathan in this matchup, and if Anticity's bringing it, it's clearly good. For the forces of the Greenskins, looks like a pretty similar build. 2 Scurvy Dogs for Anticity, quad bombers. Clearly he's had success with this build. He's putting the pressure on on Void to try and beat it, right? So yeah, looks like honestly an identical build, really. Like, yeah, like, dude, it's the same build. Both players brought the same build. They did not change anything. Yeah, okay. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, man. Spartacus with a mullet would be pretty great. Lady Turin with the comments there. I love it. Oh, man. Smoking hot Wi-Fi up in chat. Lady Turin says that she won't be interested in me when I get a mullet, but just wait till I ride up on a 1980s motorcycle with my mullet flying in the wind, just dropping the most corny 80s pickup lines on her. We'll see how that goes. We'll see. So both players here with the same bad boys. Same builds. So again, I think the greenskin build we saw before wasn't deficient in any way. I think it was very capable of winning. Actually, okay, no, my prediction was correct. The Greenskins just did go wider. So they cut the Savage Orc Biggins for Orc Boys and more width. Okay. So yeah, and Anticity cut the Sirens too. He cut the Sirens for the Rotting Leviathan, basically. And then the changes for Void, now that I'm actually paying attention, it looks like he did cut his elite infantry because he didn't probably want to give Anticity so much value with those bombers. Which is, you know, makes sense. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine indeed. So right now, a big overload going after those Savage Orcs. Going to be a quad bombing run, but there's going to be a lot of returning fire here. I don't know how long he's going to want to stay the course. Although I love that Anticity uses, it's like almost watching someone play chess when you watch him play Vampire Coast. He blocks the Savage Orc Airboys who are kind of covering here and also pulls in the Scurvy Dogs. Then he dives the Scurvy Dogs in the front line to Alpha Strike the Orc Boys here. Michael, thank you for the $50 donation. Appreciate that, man. Super generous. We're going in. This is the finals, baby. And here's the Rotting Leviathan pushing in, going after some of the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, it would appear. Count Noctil's friendly firing his crab, which is a little bit unfortunate. And the Scurvy Dogs able to break up the Orc Boys here on the front line. Once again, Anticity using his Scurvy Doggos very efficiently. And a brutal Scab Scrape as well actually makes it so the zombies defeat some Orc Boys. You see, that usually doesn't happen, but with those Scab Scrapes, man, thing of absolute beauty. Look at this. It's like watching an NFL quarterback weaving through a pocket. He pulls back the Scurvy Dogs through the center formation, and now he's going to kind of collapse this side. And all the archers and skirmishers for Void Lulls are kind of out of position on this side, right? So the rotation is just a thing of beauty. There's really only two archers here, one of which is about to be attacked by a bunch of Scurvy Dogs. Count Noctil is just kind of moving and grooving, using summons to screen. Looks like the Night Goblin Squig Hopper is going to be bouncing in this time. Bombers rotating over to this archer position while the Scurvy Dogs chase down these Orc Boys here. But yeah, good play so far. I mean, both players in pretty good shape, but I would say, though the bounce power is even, I would say Anticity is getting the better of many of these trades. He also does have Leviathan in the backfield, which is probably going to be able to punish these Savage Orcs. Noctilus is in pretty good shape. And yeah, the Scurvy Dog collapse here quite strong. However, he's got to be careful with these Scurvy Dogs. Doesn't want to lose them this early. There are a ton of Spider Riders here who could bounce in, and I think Anticity does see this. And he pulls back the Scurvy Dogs, and he is able to get them away. Might even use an Invocation, although I think Invocations are probably reserved for the Bombers more or less. But they are really doing a ton of splash damage to these Greenskin Infantry units. And yeah, look at that. I predicted it. He uses the Invocation on the Doggos because they're so important to his strategy and his playstyle. I love that, because normally you would see people be like, oh, let the dogs go. But in this case, with his playstyle, he knows how important they are. And the Bombers able to really clean up the Savage Orc Airboys. Yeah, this is surely potentially some vengeance here for Anticity. In the backfield, Scurvy Dogs appear to be chasing down Savage Orc Airboys. The other ones might even collapse here and go after these Orc Airboys. Although Grom the Paunch and the Hag actually potentially getting back in the game here, as the Count Noctilus is being dragged down a bit by Grom the Paunch and some of these other elements. We do have the two Gunnery Wights who are a little bit trapped up in combat with chaff units. So, okay, this is actually becoming a pretty even game. If Count Noctilus does get picked apart by the Poncho, yeah, looks like the Rune Axe is off cooldown. And another Scab Scrape just decimating those Night Goblins. Brutal, brutal stuff. And yeah, there's still a Rotting Leviathan too. There's a fair amount of monstrous threats. Bomber's really just doing some nasty work though. Like those archers are just getting pushed back super hardcore. And ammunition running a little bit low for the Greenskins. Granted, we do have some ammo here, here, and here. These Savage Orc Airboys probably would be the next target here for the Doggos. It looks like the Doggos did chase down some archers, but Count Noctilus, the Hard Knock Life, is in some trouble. This is a good catch here by Void. Invocation going down, trying to kind of save this bad boy. Giant River Troll Hag moving in, and Brainbuster as well going in from Void Loss, who's actually getting his way back in this game. Okay, it looks like he was in a lot of trouble. Anticity getting many of the better early engagements, but now Grom the Paunch and the Goon Squad was able to do some good work. Now, there still are two crabs. We have two Gunnery Wights plus a Leviathan. Bomber is pretty active here for Anticity. And the Scurvy Dog play is still very, very much on point here, as the Scurvy Dogs do stay in combat with the Depths Creepers. Anticity is going to be pulling the Bombers to go after the Depths Creepers. Now for Void Lulls, he does have Orc Airboys here. He's got a little bit of a rally of some Savage Orcs and different Archer units in the backfield, including Squig Hoppers, who could come back in and make a bit of a difference here. Rotting Leviathan and Gunnery Whites, though. A lot of it's going to come down to the RNG of this engagement here. So Noctilus is generally pretty terrible at dueling foot characters. He almost never hits them. He has very strange attack animations and usually doesn't do too well. So it makes sense that Grom would be able to do a little bit better in combat there. And again, Michael, thank you so much for that donation. Really do appreciate that. So here comes the Rotting Leviathan, fighting the good fight. Void doing a good job getting back in this game, sending in his Forest Goblin Spider Riders. That's a beautiful play as well, because that is going to be applying poison to all these units, and poison is super effective against elite units like this. Not elite, well, anything that has super high weapon strength. If it takes a percentage hit to its stat line, that's going to be really good. So, man, I can't believe it. He was able to get back in this. So many engagements were rough, but the gooning of Count Noctilus proved to be really good. And it makes me wonder that if we do, ooh, nice Scab Scrape right there, picks those goblins, might actually break them. It makes me wonder if we do end up going to a game 3, which it looks like Void might actually be pulling back in this game. Beautiful stuff. I think that we might see a change up on Count Noctilus as a pick, or maybe a Foot Noctilus, but Foot Noctilus is too risky against Greenskins because Grom of the Punch basically just destroys them. Would we then see like a Wild Luther Harkin pick? So there we see another Scab Scrape on the Savage Orc Airboys, who are sitting at 7 leadership. Now that there's no invos, a little bit dangerous here in regards to the Jack Dropper Bats. It looks like they're all going down, but the last couple bomb volleys do break off some of those units, and then the Balance of Power pulls back to the Vampire Coast a little bit. This is a very close game. I think we need to see some extra powder being used, and yes, we do. So we see the more powder being used on the Jack Dropper Bombers, who are now going to go in and make sure those archers don't come back. And now the Balance of Power is going back to the middle again. It was looking Greenskin favored. Then we get some terror routes. We get some good bombs. The Giant River Troll Hag gets broken off. And the Gunnery Whites are still here being raid bosses. 840 HP, give or take, on the Leviathan. It gets one more Crab Slap. Leviathan probably should just go for the Orc Shaman at this point. Just try and take out whatever heroic characters it can. But down it goes. So the big Crabbo Stabbo is gone. We still have the 2 Gunnery Whites. The Giant River Troll Hag is still running, which is really unfortunate for Void. Yeah, looks like it's going to come back right now as I say that. And yeah, we have the 2 Gunnery Whites, but I think Grom has got this. I think this game probably is going to go in the direction of the Greenskins. Although these bombers really will do an excellent job of cleaning up all the infantry here. And those crab characters are fairly armored, but Void Lulls does have a lot of stuff around the battlefield. And this proved to be a very, very even scrap here as this Crabbo is crumbling. Negative 53 leadership. That's GG. Well played to Void, man. He was behind in that game for sure. But the gooning on Noctilus and the follow-up engagements and swarming with the Spider Riders, poisoning that blob, he was able to pull out the victory. Dude, these guys evenly matched here. Evenly matched indeed. Loving it. And guys, we got a rubber match, baby. The best way to have these tournaments end is with a glorious rubber match as we approach the 4-hour and 30-minute mark. Yes. I thought Vampires had it in the beginning too. Really, really good hound play initially. The Bombers, of course, got great value. 900, you know. Yeah, pretty good. The Crab, I feel like the Crabbo was kind of the weak link. The Rotting Leviathan just seemed like awkward. Yeah. Well, how are they going to change their builds here for Game 3? That is the question. Very excited to see this. I have a feeling Void is just going to keep the same build. Or would he come in with like a wild-ass like Stone Troll thing? Oh, man, that would be super crazy. GG to those guys, man. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. I think Mortis Waste is a good map. I can't remember. We'll just do the Iron Sand Desert because I know that one's pretty good. Yeah, map set. All right. Austin, no, the Crabbo, Stabbo. The Crabbo did not Stabbo. He got Stabboed himself. 4-hour streams are back in the menu. Hell yeah, they are. Zebedee, on the tiebreak. Thanks for the stream turn. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, my friend. Watch any Anticity tournament. You will see Coast in every single best of 3. Yeah. Okay. Maybe so. I feel like not that many people play Coast these days, though. I feel like they're less common. But yeah, I don't know. For me, I considered myself a Coast main for a long time. And then I started losing a lot with them. Maybe I just started sucking with them. That's probably what the reality is. But yeah. Tricky stuff. Fly on Bread, happy Easter turn. Haven't been in the Warhammer loop for a while, but thanks for the great content. Hey, Fly on Bread, yeah, no, it's been a while since I've seen you, man. Oh, that's right, we need to get the stream blocker up. Well, thankfully, it's not too late. We got it. You think it's time for Queen Best? No way. Not with the Giant River Troll Hag. She'll just like spam Spirit Leech on it and kill it. Fly on Bread, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome. I think we could see a Luther Harkin pick. I think that could be the X factor, like a similar build, but one less gunnery white, Vampire Caster, Luther Harkin. I think we could see that. Wouldn't it be wild if we just saw like Aranessa on a crab? Holy shit, that would be interesting. I'm just amazed that the DACA line has not... Yeah, it's very good, Samurai. It's very good. No way he's bringing Aranessa. No way in hell. Because Aranessa will just get Spirit Leash into Oblivion. Oh, okay, Ice Power. Got it. Understood. Understood. Yeah, Ice Power and I had a pretty fun series a couple weeks back in Anticity's Ladder. He got me 2-1 there in that series. Yeah, very, very, very good performance. I think you got me with your Dark Elves too. Yeah, you beat my Coast actually. I think that was what it was. We were in the rubber match and I think you beat my Coast. That cursed burning head killing all my cannons. How dare you? How dare you, man? So, this is it. This is for all the marbles, man. Austin Condon, welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. The Dukes are certainly growing today. We have 3 new Dukes of Haggard, or Dukettes, or Duchesses, as it's actually called. I think Dukettes is funnier. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. Welcome, Austin, and hopefully you enjoy your glorious emojis, my friend. Yeah. Aranessa isn't like terrible. Like if the Beastmen had Aranessa, they would be stoked. If you had Aranessa on a crab for Beastmen, they would just be so excited. Like, they would have a net, they would have a tanky lord, they would have, like, an AoE anti-large buff, but, like, Vampire Coast just kind of scoffs at it because they have better lords, but, like, if the Beastmen had Aranessa, they'd be stoked. They would be mooing. There would be no sad cow noises. There would be happy cow noises. But instead, they just get freaking Morgar and, like, shitty-ass Kazarak who just, like, loses games. Roma Carroll, yes, this is game 3. In the grand finals, actually. Right now, we're just kind of sitting with the screen blocker because the players are picking their armies. Although, oh no, we don't need a screen blocker. Yeah, because I'm the host of the lobby. Okay, hold on. So yeah, unless I click on them, it won't show their builds. Yeah, so it's fine. Yeah. We're going, man. We are going indeed. Definitely Dukettes. I know. I feel like it's funnier. Went to a Lizardman versus High Elf game and I had no idea to play against him. We had that matchup today, Thienvu. Yeah, you can go back and check that out if you want to see the builds. I mean, there's a couple ways. Usually solar engines are involved. Yeah. High Elves are an interesting one. I don't know. I like them in a couple matchups. I actually like High Elves against Vampire Coast. They have like Tempest. You have pretty cost-effective archers. Shadow Warriors can be okay. And I have to go just for the last game, but GG. Hey, take care, Joe. Take care, my friend. So here it is. Do we have a rules question for the players? Doesn't look like it. Good luck, have fun being said by Void. Anticity, probably fine-tuning his build. And we're going, man. I would love to be woken up with bagpipes at 3 a.m., says Nickelback. Are you looking at that photograph over there? I love it, man. Yeah, Nickelback's got some jams, dude. I know people like to shit on them, but I know they're like super generic, like processed, like stadium rock. But dude, I loved me some Nickelback when I was a kid. I'm trying to think what my favorite. Morn, dude, the silent one from Deep Space Nine has finally become a member. Thank you. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. All right, guys, we got a flash question here. You guys ready? What is your favorite Nickelback song? I'm curious what you guys got. For me, I don't know. Let me think about this. Favorite Nickelback song for me. Photograph is funny, but it's actually not my favorite. Probably when I was a kid, my favorite one was the Hero one that he did for Spider-Man. Although I don't think that was Nickelback. I think that was Chad Kroeger as like a standalone artist. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Probably the Hero song. Someday is probably my favorite. Yeah. There's no good Nickelback song. Come on, man. You know, in the guiltiest, deepest parts of yourself, you enjoy a Nickelback song here and there. This is how you remind me of who I really am. How do you not like that? Come on. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you now. Now that you've reminded me, How You Remind Me is actually probably my favorite. Oh my God. There's like this really was it? I don't know if it was an SNL skit or something, but there was this like skit where these two guys are like hanging out and like neither of them will admit they like Nickelback, but they both start like slowly singing like the Nickelback lyrics until it reaches like a crescendo. What is that skit? Yeah. They did a good Metallica cover. Holy shit. Look, Lady Turin dropping some dank lyrics here. Never Again is your favorite. Rockstar. Yeah, Rockstar is fun. Everyone will admit they love Nickelback, but not right now. Look at this graph. They say that a hero can save us. So good. All right, guys. We're in the finals of a big tournament, and we're just singing Nickelback lyrics. This is how we've devolved. I feel like Nickelback should be on the bingo card too. Yeah. Yeah, Nicolas Cage is like Nicolas Cage is like Nickelback. Yeah, I feel like they kind of like click. I think that's a really good analogy. Yeah, look at that. Our prediction is right. It was a Deadpool skit. That's right. It's so funny. I wish I could show you on stream, but I would get copyright slammed. Look at that. Nickelback even is a member on our channel. How could you not like them? We have the actual band. Chad Kroger is here. And he is a member on the channel. Nickelback, thank you, and welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. You truly belong. All right, guys. Time to focus. We got double Gunnery White. Same style, right? He's got 1 Scurvy Dog this time, 4 Bomber Bats, 2 extra powders, but instead he's got Luther Harkin. So, yeah, like just like we predicted, we brought Luther in. Luther is a good countermeasure against like Grom and those different characters, and we'll see how it goes. I actually have a giant poster of Nicolas Cage here in the room. Yeah, I wish I could show you, but I haven't set up my webcam yet. Yeah, Nicolas Cage lyrics. Nickelback and Mullets. Yeah, that should be the name of this channel. I should just stop calling it Turin. For the Greenskins, same build as last time. Yeah, obviously it works. He doesn't want to, change up too much. It looks like it's the exact same. He's got Grom the Paunch, and also he's got the Hag with Spirit Leech and Blasting Scroll, and the Orc Shaman with Brain Busta and Scroll of Shielding and stuff. Yeah, so it's more or less identical. Anticity's build has changed a couple times. The Greenskin build did change after their loss in the first game, but yeah, it's Luther, man. This is how you remind me. Yeah, when I was in like a freshman in high school, so like 13 years old or 12 years old, I remember I liked Nickelback, and at that age, and there was like a bunch of cool kids in my high school who just shit on Nickelback, and they're like, oh yeah, Nickelback's so stupid, and I was just sitting there silently like, this is how you remind me. Yeah, pretty ridiculous. Anyways, guys, the battle is underway. Here you can see the Savage Orc Airboys are advancing, and the Colossus is taking some pot shots. Anticity's Luther micro is pretty terrifying for sure, especially when Luther has extra powder. He can be really, really nasty. He can do some serious work. And here comes some shots again. A Savage Orc Airboys down to 53 models. Pretty good Colossus value so far. The Gunnery White's probably going to start sniping the Giant River Troll Hag. Honestly, I'd probably do that. Just snipe with Luther, snipe with the Gunnery Whites, or Gunnery White, because he did have to bring a Vampire Fleet Captain of Vampires, actually on the Crabbo, so very, very cool stuff. Bomber's getting some good value, honestly. Free Orc Boys over here. It's back on the menu. And they're getting in there, and they're dropping some bows here on these, and it looks like the Scroll Blasting does miss Luther Harkins. That's pretty lucky there for your boy Luther, who is now going to be pulling back. And the rest of the Undead Army advancing up to meet the dreaded Greenskin Horde. Goblins, I believe, do lose the polearm. I don't know, they might beat the polearm variant, but I think the other deck droppers they probably lose to. And that's why the Vampire Coast typically has to use like the supporting units like the Bombers or their Scurvy Dogs to win their frontline fights, because they pretty much lose all the frontline matchups. Yeah, I used to think Puddle of Mud and Nickelback were the same thing, yeah, for the longest time. Yeah, crazy stuff. Luther Harkin, just kind of sitting, not sure if he's going to be landing. It looks like he's like eyeing these Orc Boys, maybe thinking about it, and it looks like there is also going to be a summon. A basic summon here in the backfield, which is just going to push into the Daka line. Only 1 Scurvy Dog here, and it looks like Anticity may have not forgotten about it, but it looks like he hasn't really activated it quite yet. Luther Harkin getting hit with the Spirit Leech, just flying overhead, maybe looking like he wants to go in on Grom. He's got to be careful, though. Grom can pop all of his buffs, and then from there can get the support from the Hag, who's nearby. But he does jump in, and then Grom immediately pops all of his buffs. But Grom is also taunted. There's a couple debuffs on him. And, yeah, the Colossus in the back, it appears to be shooting the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, and the Bombers have now rotated across. As long as Luther doesn't die to, like, some silly engagement, I think this isn't going to be too bad here. It looks like Invocation going down, healing up all the characters, and Luther is actually helping to break the Orc Boys, who are currently buffed by Grom. But Grom's Lucky Banner makes him very scary, and as a matter of fact, he seems to be outdueling Luther to an extent, but it's not just that. You have to take into account also that the Giant River Troll Hag there is also laying a bit of a beating, so something to consider. And yeah, there's so much DACA in the back too. Yeah, so that's not really just it. Luther getting just pounded by the Orc Airboys, and it looks like he finally does escape out of the backfield. And there are going to be some Squig Hoppers jumping onto the Colossus, and they don't have anti-large or anything, but still, of course, are pretty substantial. And yeah, like sitting there, that was probably a misplay by Luther, sitting there that long and getting blasted by the Orc Shaman's gaze and the DACA. He's at -40 leadership. I don't know if he's even honestly going to be able to stabilize, and that might be an early loss there for Anticity. It's hard to say because there's still so much health intact for the Greenskins. He might be able to salvage Luther. Yeah, and look, Anticity's forgot about his scurvy dogs, it would appear. That's really unfortunate. So a couple missed micros here in this game have certainly put him in a bit of a precarious situation, but now he remembers them. He pulls them in, and he is going to be pushing in after the Squig Hoppers, which then countercharge the dogs. Luther might get the terror route to finish them off, but we will see. So the Jackdropper Bombers doing a good job. The two Krabos are into the Archer line with their Scab's Grace, and they seem to be doing some functional work. Luther is back up at 1800 HP, so he has kind of healed to an extent, but the Squig Hoppers have dominated the Scurvy Dogs here in the backfield, and the Colossus is stuck in combat with Orc Boys, which is super cost inefficient. However, the Jackdropper Bombers still doing a pretty good number here on the Greenskin Archer line. If not for that Luther Harkin misplay, if he was still like full health right now, I think Vampire Coast would be in good shape, but he's really going to be on the back foot at this point, and is going to have to scrap his way here to this victory. Another gaze going down takes him from nothing to nothing because it misses, and Luther Harkin able to kind of survive that for now. Anticity with the Jukes, and here the Jackdropper Bombers working on the Arrow Boys, but of course Void in here with a very nasty force of the dreaded Goblins. Giant River Troll Hag is going to be a problem as well. Looks like Spirit Leech going down on Luther. Of course he does have healing, so he can heal up a little bit from that, but yeah, appears to be diving in for the Hag there, but mithered and slowed. Man, the mithers from Void have been really on point throughout the day. Deckdropper Bombers still just working on the Archer line on the flank, now going to be switching on to the Savage Orc Airboys, and Luther Harkin once again getting another Invocation, putting him back up over 1,000, but it's looking really touch and go here for the Vampire Coast. Honestly, I think if he can just keep Luther alive, and maybe if the Greenskins over-investing trying to kill him, there could be a recipe for success there, right? Because we still have the Gunnery the Crabcaster. He actually goes in for Gromma there and does use a Power Siphon and a Hornswoggle, but he has taken a lot of focus fire. Every time he lands, it's a pretty substantial risk, but it looks like he is able to get away before the Hag and company close in. The Bombers do not have the double extra powder this time, so I think, yeah, just using Luther's pistol is probably the safe bet. And for Void, probably just using Gromma and just cycle charging these crabs or the Colossus. And the Colossus is definitely a good target to focus down, but it looks like, ooh, this could be a little bit dangerous here. Nice catch here by the Greenskins potentially, as the Forest Goblin Spider Riders do go in after Luther Harkin. He's forced to pull back into the main epicenter of battle once again. He's also being attacked by the Orc Shaman here, who gets a nice club right on the head of your boy Luther Harkin. That's actually not Vindictive Glare, that's Gaze of Mork. It's nowhere near as strong, for some of the folks in chat who are wondering. But terror routes could be a factor as well here. Luther Harkin obviously causes terror. Ammunition's pretty good for the Greenskins though. Void still has plenty to kind of shoot with. But yeah, a lot of it, again, is going to come down to Luther surviving and kind of squeaking away. And he still has 17 ammo. Obviously, he wants to use that ammo. And it looks like Invocation is not going to be used on Luther because he's at his healing cap. Rather, it's going to be used on the Gunnery White, who's trying to take out Grom the Paunch. But Scroll of Shielding making the Paunch very tanky. And Spider Riders are being Spider Riders. Probably one of the best light skirmish cav units in the game. Applying poison, able to trap in Luther and keep him from escaping. And that is a very disastrous situation there. It looks like we may be on our way to a 2-1 victory here from the Greenskins. And, you know, the Greenskins have never won a faction war before. So, you know, they're getting their day in the sun here, it looks like, as Vampire Coast kind of falling apart. There's Greenskins everywhere. And, yeah, I think that's going to be it. You know, interesting, the Sirens, though, they got killed super early in the first game. Like, maybe they were enough of a distraction that forced the allocation of resources and allowed other things to work in the Vampire Coast army, right? I wonder of all three builds that we saw, which one was the best. I think the first one with the Sirens, probably. But that is going to be GG, and with that, the Greenskins are going to be claiming victory. Well played to both of those fine gentlemen, but in the end, the Pirate King hath fallen to the massive mushroom, Grom the Paunch. He is a big, angry mushroom, and he will be advancing on in the bracket. Yeah, Luther getting caught in a couple bad situations. Luther is certainly a good tech piece. I like him against Grom, but he got caught taking arrows to the face, like, super hardcore. And Grom being able to duel with those big lords, very scary indeed. He's not like a typical chariot character with his Lucky Banner and his Axe of Grom. He can really destroy people. Yeah, well played. Well played. And there you have it, guys. The Faction War bracket. It's going to be won by Void. The Greenskins getting their first victory. Which, yeah, again, we've had this DLC for a while, and we've seen them being played by amazing players, too. So take that with a grain of salt, right? We've had some amazing top-tier Greenskin players in Faction Wars, and they all fell. But today, despite them being a very strong faction, Void did tear through some pretty strong competition to get here, and almost lost the first game, actually, against Beastmen. The Dark Elf game was also very close. The Lizardman game was probably a little bit more one-sided, but yeah. There you have it, guys. The Dawi had a good game, too. Despite going out early, the Dawi had a really fun match with Ice Power. That was a great one with the Iron Drakes. It was very close, very back and forth, and that was that. GG, well played. Thank you guys all again for joining. If you did enjoy the stream, please do drop a like on the way out. It helps quite a bit. Also, let us know your predictions in chat. Not predictions, but your brackets. I'm really curious to go follow up and see how those went. What can Anticity do against such reckless Greenskins? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was good. I mean, he won the first game. He came out with a bang. Definitely did some very, very good work, but Grom was too thick. What factions that have won the Faction Wars and how many? Okay, so we can break it down real quick. So, going to the Faction War Hall of Fame, if we take a look, we can see the... Hold on. 1 second here. All right, 1 sec. Okay, looking. Faction War Hall of Fame. Yeah, so now we have Empire. So here's the list of all those who have won the Faction War before. Empire with Talaxlan Soothsayer, Lizardman with Felcon, Skaven with Hadries, Anticity with Vampire Coast, Felcon with Wood Elves, Skaven with Hadries, Vampire Coast Anticity, Skaven with Hadries, Vampire Coast Anticity again, and now we have Greenskins winning for the first time. So Vampire Coast has had 1, 2, 3 wins. Skaven have had 1, 2, and 3. So Hadries and Anticity are tied for the most wins of all time in the Faction War. Yeah. Skaven and Vampire Coast the most winning of factions. Lizardman, 1 win. Wood Elves 1 win. Empire 1 win. Yeah. You predicted, let's see the brackets. How are they looking? 7 out of 15. Not bad. Not bad. All right, guys. So that is it for today. Thank you so much for joining. It was a really fun stream. And we'll be back with the Faction War. This is for April. So there will be one at the beginning of next month. So April... May we'll have one. But again, we're going to have all sorts of fun events going on. And, you guys don't have to wait that long for basically another Faction War. We're going to have another variant soon. We have the Legendary Lords Tournament rounds coming up where it's 2 streams just like this, but just with Legendary Lords tied to them. So that's going to be super fun. That's coming up soon. So, man, thank you guys all so much for joining. That was a blast. I know we had our ups and downs, but we made it there. Fly on Bread, thank you for your donation. Austin Condon, Zebedee, Michael McSlivers, Carrot Shell, Torsten Valina, Michael McSlivers, Devin, Garrido, Grand Crusader, Here Comes That Boy, Goldtooth, Deadly Bunnies, The Poet, Spezia Poet, Jay Cassidy, Rip Teague, Goldtooth again, Austin Condon, Ben Tungaland. Holy shit, man, you guys just mad donations here. Tomasi, Goldtooth Lair, Roberto Agasti, Gannon Patton, Alex Sear, Oiva, and Havoc, it looks like. Yeah, thank you guys all. And we got some new members as well. Welcoming to the Dukes of Haggard, our newest champions. Where are you? Bjork, it should be here. That's weird. Why am I not seeing it? Okay, do I have to look somewhere else? To scroll up? Well, thank you all guys for joining the Dukes of Haggard. I know we got a lot of new members. All right, guys. Congratulations to the Greenskins. They win. First time ever. But we will see if the Greenskins can continue their reign of terror in the upcoming faction wars, or if they will be dethroned by the Beastmen again, perhaps. The dreaded Beastmen almost taking the game. And with Kazrak, too, man. That was a crazy good game. That's it, guys. Take care. Thanks again. And yes, next time I'll have better font here for the scoreboard. I know it's pretty terrible. Take care, guys. Stay safe, and you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Stay hydrated. Spend time with your loved ones. Pet your dogs and cats. All that good stuff.